Chapter 1089. On Friday, in the dead of night, in Audrey's bedroom. After the golden retriever, Susie, received her gaze, she opened the door and went out. She sat outside to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Audrey took out the Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic, the corresponding supplementary ingredients, and the concocting utensils from various hidden spots where she hid her items. Most of the supplementary ingredients came from the City of Silver, and they weren't items that could be exchanged for with a lot of contribution points. As for the payment, Audrey hadn't paid it yet because little son hadn't thought of what he wanted. After concocting the potion skillfully, Audrey looked at the liquid that was dotted with grayish-white light. She took a step back, clasped her hands, and placed them in front of her mouth and nose. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Just as her prayers subsided, countless indescribable shadows appeared in front of her. They quickly swam and interweaved as though they were active in the sea. And at the top of the sea were 7 pure lights of different colors that seemed to contain endless knowledge. Above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. Above the grayish-white fog, there was a majestic palace. At this moment, the door to the palace opened. A figure condensed from a golden light spread out 12 pairs of scarlet flames, flew down, and landed in front of Audrey. The 12 pairs of flaming wings enveloped the blonde, green-eyed girl. This scene only lasted for a second or two before disappearing like an illusion. However, Audrey was always immersed in this sacred and sublime feeling. She calmed her emotions and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. With Angel's embrace, she could maintain her lucidity in the dream. She could wake up whenever she wanted, and she didn't have to worry about being engrossed in it and being unable to extricate herself. This was equivalent to her holding the corresponding ritual for Dreamwalker. Furthermore, the effects would definitely be better than the original version. After all, not every hypnotist can obtain the blessings of such a secret existence and be embraced by a special angel. Audrey, all the best. Audrey grumbled in her heart. Without hesitation, she picked up the glass bottle and gulped down the potion. The potion was not as bad as she had imagined. It was sour, sweet, bitter, hallucinogenic, and stimulating. It was like a wild dream. Before Audrey could feel the effects of the potion on her body, her mind suddenly went blank for a moment, and then she regained consciousness. Outside the window, she saw that the night had turned into morning. Sun was rising in the sky, dyeing everything red. In the garden, flowers bloomed one after another, and crystal dewdrops swayed on the tips of the dark green grass. Audrey seemed to have become the master of this world. Her consciousness floated up and she saw the scene from a bird's-eye view. Her father and mother walked arm in arm along the garden path, basking in the morning light and smelling the fragrance. Her 2 brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, had overcome their estrangement. They rode their horses and brought their attendants with them. They laughed as they constantly entered the woods in the suburbs, competing to see who could hunt more. The ambassadors or special representatives of Fasak, Intis, Fainapota, and other countries signed an agreement at the Sedella Palace in ruin, announcing to the world that war would not happen. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, the smog in Beekland improved. One factory after another passed the dual inspections of the Alkali Industries Prosecutor and the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and such standards were extended to other countries. The maximum working hours and the basic working conditions of the workers were satisfied. Various industries were developing better and better, and the number of nomads had dropped to an unimaginable level. The various security programs led by the kingdom covered everyone. More and more workers could afford bicycles. On the streets, bicycles gathered like an army, driving in different directions amidst the tinkling sounds. Children didn't need to enter the factory at a young age. They laughed and played as they ran into classrooms with bright windows and clean tables and chairs. They flipped open their textbooks and began to listen carefully. If they didn't study, it was only because they didn't want to, not because they didn't have the means. Women were no longer discriminated against because of their gender. Even if they were just a laundry worker, they could rely on their studies to obtain knowledge and find a better job. They were reporters, teachers, police officers, soldiers, miners, and government employees. They could be seen in every formal industry. All kinds of machinery appeared on the streets and alleys, bringing convenience and joy to the people. in the square in front of the Evernite Cathedral, white pigeons flew up and landed from time to time. People were either sitting, standing, or playing music, enjoying life to the fullest. This was the future that Audrey dreamed of. Unaffiliated Beyonders didn't need to be afraid anymore. As long as they received regular physical checks and mental evaluations, they would be able to walk under the sun and use their Beyonder powers to legally earn money. This is really beautiful. If I wasn't maintaining my clarity of mind, I might have been engrossed in it. I would have descended from the high point of my consciousness and strolled with my parents, hunted with my brothers, occasionally went to school to teach the children, and often worked hard for the continuation of peace in the world. Audrey stared at such a dream and felt wistful. She then felt her astral projection rise again, breaking through the borders of the hazy world. She saw her dream grow out of the island of consciousness like a huge bubble, silently enveloping it. The surroundings of this bubble were a grey blur. In the distance, she could vaguely see other bubbles, and beneath those bubbles were usually corresponding to an island of consciousness. In the depths of the grey blur was a silent rippling, shimmering illusory sea that had no bottom. The sea of collective subconscious. This is what the world of the mind looks like from the point of view of a dreamwalker. And a manipulator begins to truly involve the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey nodded in enlightenment and retracted her gaze. Without staying any longer, she forcefully escaped the dream. Everything in front of her returned to normal. It was still pitch black outside the window, and only the gas lamps around the garden emitted light. Audrey then cast her gaze at the full-body mirror in the bedroom. She felt that she hadn't changed much from before. Only upon careful observation would she discover that her pair of green eyes had become clearer and deeper, as though they could reflect the souls of others. Closing her eyes and experiencing the knowledge brought about by the potion, Audrey quickly grasped the core powers of a dreamwalker. Through the guidance and control of dreams, she could obtain information and influence the enemy. This was divided into two aspects. The first was guidance. Similar to the nightmare of the Evernite pathway, it used the different changes in dreams to guide the target to reveal the secrets at the bottom of their hearts. The difference was that a nightmare could forcefully pull a person into a dream, but a dreamwalker couldn't, unless it was complemented by hypnosis. The second was modification. Through the modification of dreams, one could influence the target over time, making them change unknowingly, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. The principle behind this modification was to use the dream as an entry point, using the astral projection as a springboard to gradually infect the target's soul body. Only then would it reflect on the body of heart and mind, rooting itself in the subconscious. Compared to direct hypnosis, this kind of control that stemmed from dreams was gentler, more concealed, and less easily detected. It was suitable for targets at a higher level. From the looks of it, a large number of acts of love at first sight might hide a few or more cases of dream modification. In many best-selling novels, the female lead would often dream of a particular figure and have a romantic and beautiful time with him. Therefore, when she saw the male lead who resembled the figure in her dream, she would quickly sink into it and be filled with the yearning for love. Audrey recalled what she had read in the past and momentarily felt like laughing. To her, be it guidance or modification, they weren't much better than hypnosis. Instead, there was another Beyonder power that she liked more: dream traversal. This allowed her body to turn incorporeal, as though she had become a dream elf or a dreamwalker. Not only could she directly hide in the dreams of others, but she could also jump from one dream to another, using this to complete a physical blink. The restriction of this kind of traversal was that the distance between two dreams couldn't exceed 500 meters. Furthermore, it had to be an intelligent creature. In specific environments, this can effectively hide me. Why didn't Hvin Rambis directly influence me through dream modification? Is it because this place is protected by the church? The Evernite pathway is also good at matters related to dreams. In thought, Audrey began converging her spirituality. Above the fog, in the ancient palace. Beside the long, mottled bronze table, Klein and Leonard sat diagonally across from each other. "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" Leonard leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Regardless, he still remembered that this place belonged to Mr. Fool, so he didn't dare to act too casually. Klein glanced at him and said, "I need your help with something." Need my help? Leonard pointed at himself and asked in surprise, "You're referring to Palez, right?" He didn't think he could help Klein, who had already become a demigod. "You know your position very well." Klein scared. "However, I'm indeed looking for you this time. It mainly involves a few dreams." "Dreams?" Leonard was enlightened as he said in puzzlement and amusement, "Klein, you seem to have changed a little. I mean, you've become more like before. You're no longer wearing that gloomy face." Without waiting for Klein's response, he combed his slightly messy illusory hair and smiled. "That's pretty good. Yes, I'm still good at dreams." "Whose dreams are they?" Klein replied without batting an eyelid. "A ruined soldier from more than 100 years ago, a noble from the 4th epoch, an ascetic from the 3rd epoch, as well as an elf and a giant from the 2nd epoch." "What?" Leonard asked blankly with his green eyes, suspecting if he had heard wrongly. Ignoring the elves and giants from the 2nd epoch, even a noble from the 4th epoch had to choose a specific Beyonder pathway and become a saint to survive to this day. It can't be that apart from the ruined soldier, all of them are angels, right? Entering an angel's dream. It's better to find old man. Leonard's thoughts instantly churned as though he was in a dream. Divine King of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1090. Klein glanced at Leonard and said with a smile, "Those targets aren't demigods. Those targets aren't even demigods yet. It's only because of certain influences that they've lived until now. This is exactly the secret I want to discover through my dreams." He deliberately emphasized the word lived. Without waiting for Leonard's response, Klein continued, "That 4th epoch aristocrat is a member of the Zoroast family. That noble from the 4th epoch is a member of the Zoroast family. You might be able to use his dream to gain a better understanding of Palez Zoroast. Old man's descendant." Leonard's heart stirred as he looked forward to Klein's suggestion. Although he had a rather pleasant time interacting with Palez Zoroast and had gradually developed a certain level of trust in this angel, he still had the most basic level of wariness. After all, he was an outsider who was living in his body. "Don't mention this to Palez Zoroast for the time being," Klein added at this moment. "Am I such an unreliable person in your mind?" Leonard lampooned and replied in a bad mood, "There's no need to remind me. There's no need to remind me." Seeing that Leonard had agreed, Klein smiled and said, "Get me a few drops of blood when you return. Get me a few drops of blood when you get back. This is necessary for exploring the dream." He didn't specifically mention how to give him the blood. After all, Leonard had at least 2 methods. One was to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and ask him to bestow it to the world. The second was to summon the mysterious messenger and place the blood into a bottle before delivering it along with the letter. Blood. Leonard subconsciously repeated the word. In mysticism, one's blood was a rather important and crucial item. It was best not to hand it over to others easily, otherwise, one wouldn't even know how they died. And sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying outcome. After a brief hesitation, Leonard nodded. "When will the exploration begin?" Klein, who was already prepared, replied Sunday night, close to midnight. He wanted to give Miss Justice time to converge her spirituality and grasp her powers. "All right." Leonard didn't say anything else. Following that, Klein earnestly explained the skills of speaking so that the poet could go back and perfunctorily answer the old grandpa. After returning to the real world, Leonard was deliberating over his words when Palez Zoroast's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Why is your ex-colleague looking for you? Is there anything that can't be explained in a letter?" Leonard adjusted his sitting posture and chuckled. "He's afraid that the letter will be leaked. After all, it might involve that person. Of course, Klein is mainly guarding against you. What I see is what you see." As soon as he finished speaking, Leonard muttered in his heart, "That." Palez Zoroast seemed to understand who he was referring to. "Yes." Leonard picked up the cup on the table, drank a mouthful of malt beer, and said, he found an ascetic from the 3rd epoch, hoping to explore the history of that era through a dream. Leonard was speaking the truth, but it was only a partial truth. This was the technique that Klein had just taught him. An ascetic from the 3rd epoch? He's still alive? Palez Zoroast asked in astonishment. Of course, He wasn't too surprised. After all, at his level, even if he didn't know 100 ways to allow people to live from the third epoch to the present, he had at least 5 or 6. The most convenient way was to steal the time or life of others for a target. He should still be alive, but in a very special state. Leonard explained what he knew. Palez Zoroast fell silent for 2 seconds before chuckling. Is that so? Then I can only wish you all the blessings of not seeing scenes you shouldn't see in your dreams. Of course, your ex-colleague has the protection of a secret existence. He's definitely prepared. Leonard didn't continue the topic as he suddenly exclaimed. Old man, aren't you curious at all? Don't you want to know the reason for the cataclysm? Don't you want to know the true appearance of the orthodox deities in the third epoch? This was the second verbal technique that Klein had taught him. Instead of being asked, it was better to take the initiative to ask. I can roughly guess the situation, Palez Zoroast replied with a sigh in German. Palez Zoroas replied with a sigh in German. Then, he scoffed. You took the initiative to control the rhythm of the conversation today. This is different from your usual behavior. This means that you're hiding a certain secret in your heart. Not bad, it's much better than before. At least, it's not something that can be seen at a glance. Leonard's expression froze. Palez then chuckled. Look, I just gave it a try, and you exposed yourself. You still lack training. Your ex-colleague is really TSK. Leonard could only respond with a dry chuckle. He put down his cup and leaned forward. He picked up a ritual silver dagger and made a cut, producing a few drops of blood. At the same time, at the Earl of Hall's house, Audrey, who was prepared to fulfill her promise of free help, also held a dagger embedded with gems and moved the tip to the back of her hand. This pain is very mild. This pain is very mild. As she hypnotized herself, she forcefully pulled out a wound. Without using strength, it was impossible to tear through her current skin, even if she didn't reveal her dragon scales. On Sunday night, after attending a ball, Klein returned to 160 Boklund Street. Using the excuse of being tired, he went to bed early. When it was almost midnight, he got out of bed, set up a ritual, and summoned himself. After some work, he sat in the seat that belonged to the world's German sparrow. He also confirmed that once he ended the summoning, he could use the grey fog's level and level to forcefully escape Roselle's travels. At this moment, there were 3 metal bottles and a silver mask in front of him. The former contained his, Leonard's, and Audrey's blood, while the latter was sacrificed by Justice Audrey ahead of time. As she already knew that Mr. Starr would be participating in this dream exploration, she planned on wearing the mask transformed from lie the entire time to hide her true appearance and prevent her identity from being exposed. After examining it for a while, Klein made the hard-covered, dark brown G.E. Roselle's travels fly out from the junk pile and land on the long bronze table. At the same time, he stored the unshadowed crucifix into his body. Right on the heels of that, he pulled Justice Audrey and Leonard above the grey fog. 2 crimson beams soared up at the same time, condensing into blurry figures. Audrey and Leonard cast their gazes at the bottom of the long, mottled table, sizing up the items in front of Mr. World. Then, their attention was attracted by the book that looked rather ancient. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously, "Is this exploration related to this book?" "Yes, our goal is in this book," Klein replied with a smile. "In the book?" Leonard asked in surprise. Even as a red glove, even though he had read a large number of Beyonder case files, he had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with the characters in books. Klein nodded gently and said, "Yes, this is a magical book. Yes, this is a magical book. Inside is an imaginary world. Some of the things that happen in that world are the contents of the book." Imaginary? Audrey acutely grasped the key word. A few days ago, she had learned from Mr. World that the Spectator Pathway Sequence 0 was called Visionary. In addition, she had long known that the King of Dragons, the ancient god Ankwelt, was known as the Dragon of Imagination. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "My description just now might not be accurate enough. My description might not have been accurate enough. It might be a world created from imagination, or a real dream. The only thing I can be certain of is that it was created by the second epoch's ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. I obtained it from Vice Admiral Iceberg. An ancient god's relic. It's no wonder it can allow the giants and elves of the Second Epoch, the ascetics of the Third Epoch, the human nobles of the Fourth Epoch, and the ruined soldiers of the Fifth Epoch to live to this day. Leonard was enlightened as he couldn't help but size up the world German Sparrow. It was hard to imagine how much he had experienced after leaving Tingen. At this moment, Klein surveyed the area and pushed Lai to Miss Justice. Let's go in. All right. Audrey wore the silver mask on her face. Leonard looked around and nodded. All right. Klein immediately picked up the 3 metal bottles, poured out a bit of the blood inside, and smeared it on the cover of Roselle's Travels. So this is the effect of the blood. Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, a white blizzard suddenly appeared in front of her. Amidst the snowflakes the size of goose feathers and the biting cold wind, a city with walls that were more than 15 meters tall stood not far away. The soldiers wearing leather armor were hiding in a spot that could shelter them from the blizzard. As long as there weren't any caravans, they were unwilling to intercept ordinary pedestrians. This is the imaginary world. It's just like the real thing. As Leonard looked around, he spread out his palm and caught a few snowflakes. He found them ice cold and quickly melted into water. After confirming the environment, Leonard suddenly realized something. Klein maintained the image of a cold and refined German sparrow. As for Miss Justice, she wore a silver mask, revealing only the lower half of her face, green eyes, and blonde hair. It made it impossible to imagine what she looked like. As for himself, he didn't disguise himself at all. This was also a habit of official Beyonders. They carried out missions openly and didn't need to disguise themselves. Mr. Starr is indeed undisciplined. His hair is combed very casually. What a pity. Otherwise, with his looks, he could be on the cover of a magazine. As a noble lady who had seen too many handsome men, Audrey politely glanced at Leonard before retracting her gaze. She didn't make too many observations. Klein chuckled inwardly and pointed at the city in the blizzard. Our first target is the Third Epoch ascetic, Mr. Snowman. This was the person most likely to be involved with the Amorn brothers. According to Klein's plan, after Snowman was Mobert, a noble from the Fourth Epoch. This was because in comparison, the giant Roselle and the elf Sciatas were involved at a higher level, making it more likely for accidents to happen. It was better to be ranked at the back. After exploring the subconscious of the Four through dreams, he would finally enter the sea of collective subconscious of this world to search for the secrets that might exist. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1091. In a relatively remote area of Pesot City, there was a crude-looking cathedral made of stone that was in need of polishing. The most eye-catching and exquisite thing inside was the altar, on which stood a wooden cross and a tall statue of a man carrying a cross. The ascetic, Snowman, was sitting in the front row, facing the statue. He had his head buried and his eyes closed as he prayed intently. He was a middle-aged man who wasn't considered old but had some wrinkles. He wore a simple white robe that had been washed countless times. He had short brown hair, and his exposed arms, shoulders, calves, and feet were covered in all kinds of old scars. At this moment, 2 men and a woman entered the cathedral. The men were wearing black trench coats and trousers that were completely different from their surroundings. However, one of them was wearing a vest, a half-top hat, and a formal bow tie. The other was casually wearing a white shirt. The former had deep lines and a cold expression. The latter had black hair and blue eyes. He looked rather good, but he had the unrestrained aura of a poet. The lady was wearing a long white dress that was tight at the waist. There were ruffles at the cuffs and lace flowers intertwined in front of her chest. She wore an exquisite silver mask on her face, revealing her emerald eyes, high nose bridge, lips, and the lower half of her cheeks that were painted with lip gloss. It made people involuntarily imagine how beautiful her full face would be. They were so eye-catching, no matter how one looked at it. However, the passers-by, the few believers in the cathedral, and the praying ascetic didn't even glance at them. They were completely ignored. This was a combination of illusion and psychological invisibility. Audrey was already in an official state of action. She didn't show any obvious curiosity as she swept the area with her eyes and said gently, The most important problem now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep. The most important thing now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep, or we'll have to wait until nightfall. That night in the world. Relax, it's just a trivial matter, Leonard replied with a smile. Compared to Miss Justice, who only had a few experiences with beyonder matters, as a Nighthawk, he had seen too much in such matters. He was very calm, and he even wanted to joke with Klein. Of course, he didn't know that Miss Justice had just hypnotized a demigod. Klein glanced at his former teammate. Then let's begin. He was carrying the unshadowed crucifix. In less than 3 hours, he would fall back to sequence 5 and expel the bizarro sorcerer beyonder characteristic, so he naturally didn't want to waste any time. He's back to being a crazy adventurer. TSK. Leonard didn't waste his breath. He raised his hand and combed his hair, his green eyes suddenly becoming deep. Without a sound, the praying ascetic, Snowman, had already fallen into a deep sleep. This is the beyonder power of a nightmare. Audrey's eyes lit up as she muttered to herself in thought. She had actually seen a nightmare before when she was dealing with sanguine Viscount Ernst Boyar. However, due to the haste, she didn't have a good understanding of it. Only now did she have a complete observation. Right on the heels of that, she raised her hands and grabbed the arms of the world and the star. Using the powers of a dreamwalker, she brought them into Snowman's dream. I can do it myself. The moment Leonard entered the hazy world, he mumbled. Klein and Audrey didn't listen to what he said. They quickly surveyed the area and took in the entire situation of Snowman's dream. This was also a cathedral, an abnormally majestic cathedral. Ancient stone pillars propped up the towering dome, but it didn't cause the hall to be fragmented. It was still ridiculously wide. The cathedral's door was too tall and wide even for giants. On both sides were candles placed in silver cups, emitting a warm glow. The altar at the front was grand and magnificent. Above it was a grayish-white cross and a cross-bearing statue. The statue's face wasn't too clear, but it gave off the feeling that it was pitying the people of the world. Snowman was also sitting in the first row, facing the altar with his head lowered and eyes closed as he focused on praying. This place is very similar to the abandoned cathedral in Afternoon Town that Little Sun showed us. It should be a building from the same era. Audrey swept her gaze across the brick arches as she whispered. At the same time, she tried hard to calm her curiosity, telling herself to remain calm. Little Sun? How is it small? That fellow is clearly taller and stronger than me. Afternoon Town's abandoned cathedral. Leonard thought in puzzlement while lampooning. When he joined the tarot, Sun had long returned to the City of Silver. Although he would occasionally mention the matter of exploring the giant King's Court, he didn't conjure the corresponding scene. Indeed. Klein retracted his gaze and agreed with Miss Justice's words. Then, he said to her, try to guide Snowman's dream and make him divulge the important information in his subconscious. The main point is related to the King of Angels. This mission could be completed by a nightmare or a dreamwalker. The reason why Klein got Miss Justice to do it was to give her more chances to digest the potion. After all, Leonard had long passed that stage. Besides, no matter what, when it came to matters that involved the subconscious, Beyonders of the spectator pathway were definitely more professional. Their operations would also be more precise and effective. It was only at this moment that Leonard realized a problem. The powers that Miss Justice showcased involved the domain of dreams. This also meant that she had already advanced to a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Isn't that too fast? Leonard was secretly alarmed and found it unbelievable. He remembered that when he joined the tarot, Miss Justice had mentioned that she had become a hypnotist in less than a month. It had only been about 3 months since then. She has indeed attempted to purchase the advancement ingredients at the tarot gathering, but to be able to completely digest the Sequence 6 hypnotist potion in less than 4 months is already astonishing enough. Thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. For some baffling reason, he lost his pride in being a Red Gloves captain, a quasi-high-ranking member of the church, and a Sequence 5 spirit warlock. Amidst his thoughts, Audrey tersely acknowledged and took a few steps forward to Snowman's side. Her emerald green eyes suddenly produced illusory ripples. The ripples constantly sank deep into the depths, returning to darkness and tranquility. An invisible fluctuation was produced as the altar in front of the cathedral suddenly turned blurry. This magnificent object, along with the cross and the statue on it, turned illusory and distorted at the same time before suddenly unfolding, erupting with light and shadows that weren't too intense. The light and shadows intertwined to form a three-dimensional portrait. It was a towering mountain range with the main peak reaching into the clouds. However, the white clouds didn't dare to hide the main peak as they automatically parted to the two sides. At the peak of the mountain stood a huge cross that was taller than the mountain. Sitting in front of it was a majestic figure that was covered in layers of light. 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels were either holding horns, playing harps, or flutes. They circled around the majestic figure, sometimes praising and sometimes singing. 8 blurry figures with 12 pairs of wings surrounded the majestic deity. They either sat by his feet, leaning against him with great reliance, or floated by his sides, waiting for orders. Klein had seen such a scene before. He knew that the deity was the ancient god of the sun. He knew that the figures with 12 pairs of wings were the kings of angels. At this moment, the ascetic, Snowman, opened his eyes and looked at Audrey. As though he was teaching his student, he said in a deep and solemn voice, "Only a Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. Only the Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. This is the goal that I've been pursuing all my life. I saw the Lord standing above billions of rays of light, his benevolence sprinkling over heaven and the land. Beside him, there were 8 kings standing. The angel of darkness was the first angel created by the Lord. He was his left hand, his agent, and the deputy of heaven. The angel of imagination was the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said that in the distant future, you would become the savior of all living beings. The angel of time was the Lord's second son. The Lord said that you were the god of trickery, the god of mischief, the light of the apocalypse. The white angel, the angel of wind, and the angel of fate were the Lord's loyal followers. They were firm, brave, and pious. They went from weak to strong, never changing. The angel of wisdom was redeemed due to repentance and was sanctified due to redemption. He was the exact opposite of those who had fallen to the ground after eating the fruits of sin. The war angel is the Lord's wrath, the Lord's punishment. He came to the land to make war. From the looks of it, this ascetic has never been to the divine kingdom of the ancient god of the sun, nor has he truly seen any king of angels. What he presented and described should be the contents of the religious canon back then. In other words, what he said just now is official. From the looks of it, Dark Angel Sasria is indeed the leader of the kings of angels. He was most trusted by the ancient god of the sun, and is known as the deputy of heaven. But even such an existence was bewitched. I wonder what happened to him in the end. Why are there no traces of him now? Klein seriously listened to Snowman's description and gained a clearer understanding of the kings of angels. He never expected that the ancient god of the sun would actually prophesy that Adam was the savior. This left him somewhat confused. These are the complete 8 kings of angels. Leonard was also listening attentively. This was something that old man hadn't told him in detail. It was a true ancient secret that belonged before the cataclysm. Audrey had seen the mural of the 3 kings of angels devouring the city of Silver's creator, and through the corresponding images, she had matched them to the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. At that moment, she wasn't too surprised. She turned her head and looked at the world and the star, calmly interpreting the hidden meaning of the sentences. According to Mr. Snowman, the dark angels were created. The 3 kings of angels, pure white, wind, and fate, followed the ancient god of the sun from a weak stage and grew up step by step. The weak here might be referring to sequence 4. The cherubim should be an outsider who joined later on. It's very likely that he was in a hostile faction. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein suddenly thought of a name. It was the legendary dragon of wisdom of the city of Silver, Herabergen. He then nodded and gestured for Miss Justice to continue. After reciting a few related scriptures, Snowman suddenly said solemnly, "Our diocese has cultists who believe in the Evernite hiding. This is a decree from the kings. Lord of the mysteries, Lord of the mysteries." Chapter 1092. A cultist who believes in the Evernite. Upon hearing Snowman's words, The three of them more or less felt a little embarrassed. Klein, Audrey, and Leonard were all related to the Evernite goddess. One was a standard cultist who believed in the Evernite, the other wasn't just a cultist, but a quasi-high-ranking member of the cult, an elite squad leader. The last one was even more powerful. He was directly a blessed of the evil god. Ahem. From the looks of it, the Church of Evernite appeared earlier than recorded in history. It can be traced back to a long time before the Cataclysm. However, back then, it existed in the form of a secret organization. Klein cleared his throat and made a simple analysis to break the sudden silence. Audrey pursed her lips and nodded. She continued guiding Snowman's dream, allowing him to reveal the information regarding the kings of angels that existed in his subconscious. Unfortunately, Snowman was only a sequence 5 ascetic. He was considered a quasi-high-ranking member of the Fifth Epoch, allowing him to come into contact with many important figures and historical secrets. However, he didn't have such a status before the Cataclysm. He couldn't even enter the divine kingdom on Earth, so he naturally didn't know much about the kings of angels and the ancient sun god. What he knew was limited to what was recorded in various religious texts. However, Klein acutely noticed that he had mentioned something. There were traces of giants in the northern mountain range. This mountain range was now known as Antares, and it was located in Fasak. This made it easy for Klein to link this piece of news to the Fasak citizens claiming to be descendants of giants, and the god of combat's true form being a giant. Seeing that there was nothing related to the kings of angels, Audrey turned to guiding Snowman's dream, presenting him with the most important matters that had the deepest impact on him. The majestic cathedral they were standing on began to shake as it silently changed. In just a few seconds, the size of the cathedral shrunk. Outside was a square that had been renovated. Snowman knelt down in front of the cross and the statue, his body bathed in pure sunlight. A vague figure in a simple priest's robe appeared on his side and said in a loud and solemn voice, "Don't worry." He said in a grand and solemn voice, "You willingly chose the path of ascetic cultivation. You gave up love, distanced yourself from enjoyment, and didn't wield power. You tempered your body and tempered your mind. Step by step, you walked into heaven and approached my Lord." Snowman kissed the ground devoutly and said, "I willingly chose the path of asceticism. I gave up on love, distanced myself from enjoyment, and refused to wield power. I tempered my body, tempered my spirit, and served my master. From today onwards, this will never change. From today onwards, this will never change." The more Snowman spoke, the more determined he became. In the end, he repeated his promise with a solemn expression. This is the matter that left the deepest impression on him and has the greatest impact on him. Audrey turned her head and said to the world and the star. Recalling Snowman's performance all this while, recalling that even though he was trapped in the world of the book, he hadn't given up on his faith and stopped his ascetic cultivation, Klein nodded slightly and sighed. He was a true ascetic. Audrey retracted her gaze and guided Snowman to say or present the matters that were more important to him. Then, she walked back to the world and the star's side and said in a gentle voice, "That's right. There shouldn't be anything else." Klein glanced at Snowman. "Let's go to the next location." In a particular house in Pesot City, Mobert, who had flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips, was wearing a slightly furry pajamas. He lay on the bed that was half high and half low. He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "That's right." He opened his eyes to look at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "This year's winter is much colder than before. It's even starting to snow, although it's almost noon. I don't want to get out of bed at all. Cyatas, as an elf, why are you lazing around in bed? You even pressed your hands and feet on me. I really missed the life when I was single. I could roll around freely in bed, and every corner was mine. It's not like now." Sigh. On the bed, elven songster Cyatas had her body turned sideways as she slept comfortably. Not only did she occupy nearly half the space, but she also left a large amount of space on her side. She was closer to Mobert as she placed her hands and feet on him, squeezing him to the edge of the bed and nearly falling off. After pulling up the blanket from where he was pressed down, Mobert sighed and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep again. Then, he really fell asleep. In the dream, He sat in front of the bar counter of a tavern, occasionally sipping hard liquor and gulping down beer. He didn't return home as he waited for Syatas to plead with him. Is this the aristocrat from the fourth epoch? At the entrance of the tavern, Leonard glanced at Klein. Klein gave an answer that was without a doubt. Yes. Mr. Starr's tone and actions indicate that he's more nervous than before. He seems to care a lot about this aristocrat from the fourth epoch. According to the information previously revealed by Mr. World, someone Mr. Starr knows might have seen the second blasphemy slate, and this is a very ancient divine item. Although I can't rule out the possibility that it was seen in the fifth epoch, in comparison, powerhouses from the fourth epoch have a greater chance of coming into contact with it. Therefore, this aristocrat from the fourth epoch is definitely related to the person Mr. Starr knows. Through careful observation and interpretation, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of certain matters. With this premise, she quickly made a judgment. Mr. Starr would take the initiative to suggest that he guide the dream this time. As expected, the fourth epoch advocates asymmetrical beauty. This outfit really makes me uncomfortable. After Leonard teased, he looked at Miss Justice and the World Klein Moretti and said, I'll do it this time. Okay. Audrey smiled and responded in a light tone. And this was a development that Klein was happy to see, so he naturally would not stop it. No problem. Leonard straightened the collar of his shirt and walked to the bar counter. He sat beside Mobert and ordered a glass of locally produced Sanjen beer. After gulping down a mouthful, he suddenly said, You look like a member of the Zoroast family. Everyone here knows. No, it's not just people. Mobert took a sip of his wine and continued looking ahead. Leonard smiled and shook his head. Let me introduce myself. I'm Palez Zoroast's student. He planned on using this identity to build a closer relationship and lower the level of ostracism so as to facilitate the subsequent guidance. Indeed, the person that Mr. Starr knows is also a noble from the fourth epoch, a member of the Zoroast family. I wonder what level he's at. So Mr. Starr's secret identity is the student of some important figure. No, he doesn't sound confident enough. He thinks of himself as a student. Audrey confirmed her guess, and the smile on her face became even more obvious. After listening to Leonard's self-introduction, Mobert finally turned his head and sized him up before scoffing. He scoffed and said, Student. You're the target of the parasite, right? Leonard's expression instantly froze. The target of the parasite. Although Audrey was already mentally prepared, she couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. As for Klein, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. Of course, he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with Leonard pretending to be Palez Zoroast's student. If he were in Leonard's shoes, he would have said the same. He couldn't directly say that he was a parasite, right? Furthermore, their relationship as friends would appear too distant, making it difficult for any further inquiries. The problem this time was that no one expected Mobert to directly guess the truth. After chuckling, Mobert looked at Leonard's slightly stiff face and said, Don't worry. You aren't a member of our Zoroast family. How can you become old man's student? You can only be the target of the parasite. At this point, he slowed down a little. Don't worry, old man isn't too bad. He won't really occupy your body. After the parasite ends, he'll at most take away a few years of your life. After all, you're still young. Raising a sequence will make up for it. In fact, most Beyonders don't live to the end of their natural age. Why must I take away a few years of my life? Leonard subconsciously asked. Mobert picked up his wine glass and gulped down a mouthful before replying in a slightly dazed manner, That's right. He replied in confusion, Since I've already been parasitized, I have to steal something. Leonard snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, You also call him old man? Of course, we all call him old man He never expressed any objections. Mobert suddenly sighed and said, He is my great-grandfather. I haven't seen him in a long time. It's been 1,000 years, no, 2,000 years, so old man indulges me in calling him old man because it allows him to recall certain beautiful memories of the past. I wonder if any of his direct descendants are still alive. Leonard suddenly felt wistful. As for Audrey, while she was amused by the phrase I have to steal something, She was rather surprised to grasp the word him. This meant that old Mr. Palez Zoroast was an angel. Indeed. Audrey had already expected this. At this moment, Mobert acutely noticed a keyword also. Why did you say also? Do you also call him old man? Leonard nodded seriously. Mobert was immediately puzzled as he carefully sized up Leonard. Could it be that you have the bloodline of our Zoroast family? I don't know. Leonard answered truthfully. Mobert shook his head. Doesn't look like it, doesn't look like it. Perhaps old man suffered a huge blow and changed to a certain extent. I know that. Leonard deliberated and said, him was nearly killed by blasphemer Amorn. He was nearly killed by blasphemer Amorn. He still hasn't recovered. Roselle's travels was currently above the grey fog. It didn't matter which deity's true name was mentioned inside, as it wouldn't be sensed anyway. Therefore, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey could freely talk about Amorn and Adam. That powerful and terrifying ancestor of the Amorn family really exists. Mobert's voice subconsciously turned soft. Leonard finally grasped the initiative and began asking. The nobles of the Solomon Empire seem to be very cold and evil. Why isn't the Zoroast family the same? P.S. Recommended book, Becoming an Immortal with Paywalls, the story of a lousy game producer who transmigrated to a world of cultivation and magic. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1093. Mobert glanced at Leonard and said doubtfully, "It's not too cruel and evil." He immediately picked up the wine glass and gulped down a mouthful. Don't you know that the higher the sequence, the colder and more serious the tendency towards madness? Which noble family of the Solomon Empire did not have an angel? They were definitely different from normal people. As for the degree of evil and coldness, it has to do with the anchors chosen and the characteristics of one's beyond a pathway. In this aspect, I'm not sure about my great-grandfather's situation. All I know is that he is very kind to us, and his words and actions are relatively casual. In addition, the rules that His Majesty the Emperor made have a key point, which is that they are not coordinated. If all the great nobles have the same style, he will definitely not be satisfied. I thought of the first reason, but the second one was a little unexpected. It was a little funny. Did the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor turn himself into an obsessive-compulsive disorder? It has to be uncoordinated. Klein didn't wear a mask that was too thick. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Audrey turned her head to look at him and voiced the question that she and Mr. Starr shared. Anchor. They all knew that the aesthetics of the Fourth Epoch were asymmetrical and uncoordinated. They tacitly accepted this as common sense, so they did not think deeply about why there was such an aesthetic. To the gods, believers and beliefs are anchors, Klein explained simply. Is that so? Audrey felt that her horizons had been broadened, allowing her to examine the relationship between gods and believers from a different perspective. At the same time, she thought with some confusion at the beginning of Mr. Fool's awakening, he probably didn't have many believers. At that time, what was his anchor? Leonard listened carefully to Klein's reply, and his expression became uncontrollably serious. He seemed to have thought of many things in an instant. He quickly returned his attention to Mobert and deliberated for a moment. What kind of angel is Palez Zoroast? What are his habits? This. Leonard was still very careful. He still didn't completely believe that the grandpa in him was Palez Zoroast. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that the real Palez has already perished, and the one alive is an imposter. To an angel of the marauder pathway, this is a common occurrence. And from the point of view of a secret existence, replacing that identity is equivalent to having that identity. They wouldn't deliberately expose it. Hehe, Leonard is more reliable than I thought when it comes to matters that are more important, interesting, and related to his own safety. If not, he wouldn't have discovered that I was still alive. As for other aspects, he's too sloppy, too used to following past experience. It's not that he's brainless, he's just too lazy to use it. Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mobert was stunned for 2 seconds before drinking another mouthful of distilled spirits. Old man acts like an ordinary old man at home. He's a little naggy, likes to discourage his descendants, and loves to enjoy life. If I didn't know about it ahead of time, No one would have guessed that he is a Sequence 1 angel. He and His Majesty the Emperor's aesthetic standards are a little different. He is obsessed with categorization and emphasizes cleanliness and neatness. When facing enemies, he's good at deception. He likes to deal with his target in a way that makes him break down. This is in line with the characteristics that Old Man has shown so far. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Do you have a portrait of him? Do you have a portrait of him? How can I bring a portrait with me? It's not like I'm looking for someone." Mobert shook his head in amusement. At this moment, Leonard suddenly pointed to the side. "Isn't that it?" "Ah!" Mobert turned his head in confusion and puzzlement and realized that an oil painting had appeared on his right hand at some point in time. As he picked up the oil painting, the content on it gradually became clear, revealing an old man with dark brown eyes. The man's hair was completely white, and it wasn't too sparse. It was neatly combed back. There were almost no wrinkles on his forehead, the corners of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth. He didn't look that old. It was obvious that he looked pretty good when he was young. He resembled Mobert, but his overall bearing was more solemn. "I really can't tell that he's a Sequence 1 angel. Is this also because he didn't reveal his mythical creature form?" Audrey tiptoed and glanced at the oil painting. After Leonard memorized the contents of the portrait, he raised a few more questions related to the Zoroast family and received a rather satisfactory answer. The only exception was the names of the potions from Sequence 3 to Sequence 0. Mobert wasn't sure either. He only vaguely knew that Sequence 1 seemed to be called Worm of Time. After ending the topic, Leonard asked about the Solomon Empire. "In your era, what are the great nobles of the empire? There aren't many families with dukes." Mobert put down his wine glass and spread out his palms. "Our Zoroast family, the House of Abraham, the Zaratul family. In addition, although the Medici family and Lord Ouroboros don't have a noble title, their status isn't inferior to the great nobles." With every word he said, he curled a finger and clenched it into a fist. Then, he smiled and said, "Back then, although Tudor and Trensostal were His Majesty's most loyal angels, they were still ranked below us, alongside Augustus and Castilla. The history of the Augustus family can actually be traced back to the era of the Solomon Empire." While feeling somewhat surprised, Audrey listened even more attentively. Leonard thought for a moment and continued asking, what was the situation like in the northern continent in that era? All living beings were subservient to His Majesty. Even deities acknowledged His Majesty's rule in order to resist the opposing forces. Mobert chuckled and said, "They all had their own countries attached to them in relatively barren places. In short, Evernight, the god of combat, and death were in a standoff. The three gods of storm, blazing sun, and wisdom had great conflicts with each other. The attitude of the land was ambiguous, but it was more inclined towards the god of combat. This caused them to be unable to work together in a stable manner, making it difficult for them to resist the alliance of His Majesty and the true Creator." At this point, Mobert sighed. It was also for the sake of balance that His Majesty didn't attack the southern continent. He allowed death to unify the harvest plains and the ancient forest, establishing the Balaam kingdom. No, in the end, the 6 deities came to an agreement. Hence, the Black Emperor perished, and the Tudor-Tuluan Sostal United Empire was established. Leonard recalled some of the things that Palez Zoroast had mentioned, and for some baffling reason, he felt the vicissitudes of history. At this moment, Mobert turned his head again and looked at him. "Do you have a cigarette? This little thing that came from the believers of the true Creator isn't bad." Leonard immediately mobilized his dream and conjured a cigarette before handing it over. "Is this an improved one?" Mobert reached out his right hand and stole a ball of fire from the kitchen behind the tavern. He lit the cigarette and took a deep puff. Seeing the smoke puffing out of his nostrils, Leonard asked curiously, "The believers of the true Creator like to smoke?" "Yes, even Lord Medici occasionally smokes a few, although it's just a habit for him," Mobert answered without hiding anything. Leonard nodded slightly and asked, "Which deity do you believe in?" "Of course it's His Majesty. All the nobles of the empire believe in His Majesty. Other than Lords Medici and Ouroboros, they believe in the true Creator. Also, Duke Bethel Abraham might just be a fake believer." As far as I know, he only believes in himself, Mobert said casually. Bethel Abraham. Klein's heart stirred. Just as he was about to signal Leonard to ask further in this regard, he heard the poet ask, "Is Duke Bethel Abraham very powerful?" Clearly, the ancestor of the House of Abraham was very eye-catching due to his completely different performance from the other nobles of the empire. Very powerful. Even Lord Medici and Lord Ouroboros are wary of him. Mobert puffed out another ring of smoke and said, "In the era of strife, he is publicly recognized as one of the angels most likely to become a god." Era of strife? Leonard asked in puzzlement. Mobert looked at the slowly burning cigarette in his hand. The smell isn't stimulating enough. The era of strife refers to the period from the end of the cataclysm to the establishment of the empire. It's about 112 years. The ancestor of our Zoroaster family who first became an angel perished during the era of strife. Fortunately, we had the help of His Majesty, who had yet to become a god, so we didn't lose our Beyonder characteristic. Who did it? Leonard immediately pressed. Mobert shook his head. I'm not a sequence 4 yet, so there are many things I'm not qualified to know. Let's talk about Duke Bethel Abraham. I actually don't know much about him, but I'm very interested in their family and the Beyonder pathway they control. It's said that apprentices can roam the cosmos when they reach sequence 2. There are also rumors that it's sequence 3. Cosmos. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he became more focused. At this moment, Mobert continued. They left behind quite a number of travel notes regarding the cosmos. There are many interesting things recorded in them. Unfortunately, I've never been able to borrow them. However, I've heard of the 3 rules they concluded for roaming the cosmos. 1. Don't respond to any calls. 2. Don't rashly approach unknown creatures and buildings. 3. Endure loneliness. It sounds like the cosmos is vast and dangerous. I wonder if the House of Abraham still has any travel notes related to the cosmos. I'll get Miss Magicians to ask later. Klein swept his gaze and happened to meet Miss Justice's gaze. The two of them immediately understood that the other had also thought of Miss Magicians. Leonard did the same. He nodded slightly and asked about other matters. During this process, as Mobert reminisced, the dream changed. Following that, they saw the appearances of Medici, Ouroboros, and other high-ranking figures. Of course, as Mobert rarely interacted with the Black Emperor and Bethel Abraham, he didn't dare look at them directly. Their images were a blur. Towards the end, Audrey grabbed Klein and Leonard's arms and jumped into Cyatas's dream with them. This elvish songster was standing in the garden, holding her stomach as she frowned at Mobert. "Can you steal the fetus in my stomach and stuff it into your body?" "I can, but even if it's stuffed into my body, I won't be able to give birth to him," Mobert replied with a look of fear. Cyatas thought seriously. "Then should we steal the corresponding organs as well? It's still possible to succeed if it's just stealing, but there's nothing I can do after that. This is beyond my capabilities," Mobert said in a trembling voice. The conversation between the human and elf left Klein, Leonard, and Audrey dumbfounded. "Shall I do it this time?" After a few seconds, Audrey took the initiative to suggest. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1094. Upon hearing Miss Justice's suggestion, Klein thought for a moment and said, "It revolves around the history of the Second Epoch. The Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohainum, the lifestyle habits of the elves, the most ancient language, as well as the legendary Western continent, guide the dream." "All right." Audrey's eyes moved slightly as she revealed a thoughtful expression. She digested the information hidden in Mr. World's words. Right on the heels of that, she walked to the side of the elvish songster. Under her guidance, Mobert's figure in the garden quickly turned blurry and disappeared from Cyatas's dream. Audrey's green eyes rippled once again as her lips quivered, as though she was chanting something. The entire world of dreams began to shake. The garden was like a reflection on the lake's surface as it was smashed into shimmering fragments by an invisible rock that flew out of nowhere. These fragments quickly gathered together, but what was restored was no longer a garden, but a palace that looked like it was formed from coral. Every detail of the palace was abnormally gorgeous, and the entire structure was tall and spectacular. However, Due to it being under layers of blue seawater, there was no way to see the sky. It appeared dark and gloomy. Inside, coral pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The walls and ceiling were filled with murals that depicted the horrors of storms. On these murals and corals, silver bolts of lightning followed a certain trajectory as though they had a life of their own. Finally, they gathered at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires. Cyathas was standing there, and there were many elves opposite and beside her. And on the 9 steps, there were 2 gigantic seats that seemed to be formed from pure lightning. One occupied the center, as though it was the ruler of this palace and this world. The other was on its left, appearing inconspicuous. On the throne in the center sat a man wearing a simple and loose robe. His ears were pointed and tall, his facial contours were relatively soft, and his hair was thick, black and blue. Not only were his facial features outstanding on their own, they were even more handsome when put together. However, he gave off a tyrannical feeling, as if he would pick up the lightning spear leaning against the armrest and throw it forward if he didn't say a word correctly. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman. Her hair was black and glossy, tied into a high bun. Her ears were slightly pointed, and her facial features were exquisite. She had a pair of brown eyes that were as deep as the ocean. She was playing with a golden wine cup with complicated patterns in her hand. Without needing Cyathas's introduction, Klein and company could easily determine that the couple was the Elf King, the ancient god Sanaithrim, and the Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity, Kohainum. Ormir, that traitor. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous voice sounded, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. It made Cyathas and the other attendants lower their heads in fear. This roar came from the ancient god. Isn't that the name of the giant king, Ormir? I've even drunk a red wine named after him recently. I have to say that the quality is indeed higher than others. It's just a little expensive. As Klein listened to the ringing in his ears, he casually let his thoughts wander. He remembered that Little Sun had once said that the 3 humanoid ancient gods, Giant King Ormir, Elf King Sanaithrim, and Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, were allies. They were fighting against the camp formed by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Mutant King Kvastir. Devil Monarch Fabuti and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Phlegria were lone rangers who wanted to corrupt and subvert everything. Therefore, the alliance of the 3 humanoid ancient gods eventually broke down. Klein reined in his thoughts and waited for the subsequent changes in the dream. Due to Sun's existence, Audrey wasn't unfamiliar with the history of the Second Epoch. Without any hesitation, she allowed Cyathas's dream to continue developing. Under the terrifying roar, Queen of Calamity Kohainum wasn't affected at all. Her expression was cold as she calmly said, with a cold expression, she said relatively calmly, "Isn't this already a confirmed fact? His reputation is the exact opposite of his size." At this moment, the ancient god Sanaithrim's body had already been enveloped by bolts of lightning. His voice was like thunder as he said, "I thought that after centuries, he would understand the situation in the world better. I overestimated his intelligence. If it wasn't for his betrayal back then, how could Lilith have perished? Sanguine Ancestor Lilith perished so early?" Klein's eyelids twitched as he quickly focused his attention. After the Elf King finished roaring, Queen of Calamity Kohainum maintained her posture and said, "That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing." At the very least, Kvastir and Phlegria were dragged to the grave by Lilith. All the gods no longer trust each other. Even if we don't form an alliance with anyone, we can still rule over the seas, lakes, and rivers. Upon hearing these words, as a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but feel astonished. She couldn't help but use placate on herself. This means that Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, Mutant King Kvastir, and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Phlegria perished in a battle between the ancient gods. It was because of the betrayal of Giant King Ormir and the other ancient gods, and it actually had nothing to do with the ancient sun god. This is the reason why Lilith isn't dead yet and can still occasionally issue oracles. It's also because of this that the Mother of the Sky in Antigonus and the Hornacis mountain range was preserved and lived to the 4th Epoch. Klein was increasingly convinced that the history recorded by the City of Silver was also faked or ambiguous. Thankfully, He hadn't digested the bizarro sorcerer potion, so he didn't need to consider advancing to scholar of yore for the time being. Otherwise, the history he used might not be real. In ancient times, sanguine ancestor Lilith and mutant King Kvastir perished because of each other. Recently, the sanguine have been cooperating with the temperance faction of the mutants. Time is really the greatest mage. Heh. I wonder what expression Emlyn would have if he were to learn of this matter. Leonard sighed as he listened. As the three of them thought, the ancient god, Saniathrim, snorted. Ormir has recently wanted to cooperate with some secret religions that have appeared among the humans to deal with us together. It's said that this matter is led by Harvest and the Light of Dawn. I even want to cooperate with Ankwelt to destroy the giant king's court. Unfortunately, every time I see that dragon, I have the urge to skewer it and place it on the grill. It's a natural attraction, a delicacy that's most irresistible. Just as he said that, the ancient god's figure suddenly vanished. The entire palace shook violently, causing cracks to appear. Before all of this could subside, there was a flash of lightning, and Saniathrim returned to the huge throne with a spear made purely of lightning in his hand. "You went to the giant king's court?" Kohainam asked. "I taught Ormir a lesson," Saniathrim answered without hiding anything. Syatas and the other elven attendants lowered their heads even further. They could vaguely see slippery tentacles that were thicker than their bodies swaying on the ground, flashing with silver-white electric snakes. Then, they even closed their eyes. Following that, the dream changed as Syatas recalled her interactions with the other elves. Through their conversation and interaction, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey learned that Syatas lived in a relatively peaceful era in the Second Epoch. The 5 major races, giants, elves, dragons, devils, and phoenixes, coexisted. They divided the ruling rights of the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. Vampires, demonic wolves, treants, sea monsters, mutants, humans, and other races were attached to different factions, and they were in the middle and lower ranks. This isn't similar to the history recorded by the Church. Even the myths and legends of the City of Silver don't have such matters. Leonard sighed when he heard that. Old man probably doesn't know that much either. That might not be the case. Klein shook his head indiscernibly. Many existences from the Second Epoch have lived to the Fourth Epoch, or even now. For example, that Angel of Wisdom? Leonard asked with a guess. Probably. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer as he said with a smile, "When you spoke to Mobert, I thought you would get Miss Justice to avoid him." Leonard immediately shot a glance at him and yawned. "You previously mentioned that there's an existence behind me who might have seen the second blasphemy slate. Then, when I was communicating with Mobert Zoroast, I deliberately got Miss Justice to avoid him. Wasn't that making her make the connection? Besides, you also mentioned that when dealing with all the avatars of Amorn in Beekland, Miss Justice was involved in the cleanup. To a Sequence 5 spectator, this is already enough. Once I understand the matters regarding the Zoroast family, the truth will be right in front of me. If that's the case, why should I waste time talking about avoiding her? It's so troublesome. I might as well get Mr. Fool to be a witness and have everyone swear not to divulge each other's secrets. If Miss Justice were to avoid him, it wouldn't be good for you to mention swearing a secret," Klein said with a slight nod. At this moment, Syatas continued. After the sanguine ancestor, the annihilation demonic wolf, and the mutant king perished, some of their subsidiary gods were killed. Some sided with other ancient gods, while others disappeared and lurked in the shadows. Audrey, who had transformed into an elf, immediately asked, "Who sided with whom? Who was killed?" Syatas recalled and said, "Who sided with whom?" Syatas recalled and said, "I've never seen it." The sanguine's goddess of life and the mutant king's god of war were killed. No one even remembers their names. The annihilation demonic wolf's god of the dead, Salinger, sided with the phoenix ancestor. The sanguine's goddess of beauty, Olnia, sided with us. The mutant king's god of phase, Tolsna, and the annihilation demonic wolf's goddess of misfortune, Amanases, vanished. Salinger, Olnia. These 2 names made Klein's forehead twitch. He instinctively used his clown powers to maintain his expression. Olnia was the Blood Moon Queen, the wife of the Fourth Epoch's Night Emperor, the empress of the Tuluan Sostal Empire, and Salinger was the founder of the Balaam Empire, the Fourth Epoch's emperor of the underworld, death. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1095. The subsidiary gods of the Second Epoch are truly filled with hidden talents. Previously, there was the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, and later, there was the God of the Dead, Salinger. These were all important figures who eventually became Sequence Zero and ascended to the divine throne. Of course, I can't be certain about the Dragon of Wisdom, but it's quite possible. Yes, there's also the God of Dawn, Badheil, and the Goddess of Harvest, Omabella. I can't rule out the possibility that they have lived to the Fifth Epoch and are living very well. I wonder if the God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna, and the Goddess of Misfortune, Amanises, escaped the deity war at the end of the Second Epoch when the City of Silver's creator retracted their authority. If they escaped, what role did they play in the Third Epoch or even the Fourth Epoch? After a moment of shock, Klein sighed inwardly. Thinking back to the betrayal of the Kings of Angels in the Third Epoch, he couldn't help but lampoon. Fire, theft, and protection against subsidiary gods. At that moment, Audrey, who didn't know much about the true names and authorities of the subsidiary gods, didn't show any emotions. She acted as one female elf after another in Cyathas's memories and constantly chatted with her, allowing her to tell her everything she knew about the Second Epoch. According to Cyathas, in the annals of the elves, there was no concept of the First Epoch and Second Epoch. In the beginning, it was chaotic, dark, and crazy. There was a lack of written information. It was only when the supernatural races gradually gained a certain level of rationality and had their own written language that living beings began to have a certain level of understanding of history. In that era, the ancient gods appeared one after another. The sky, land, sea, and underground slowly transitioned from absolute disorder to a certain level of order. However, other than the ancient gods who were tyrannical and crazy, no one knew how long this stage took. All they knew was that it was a very, very long time ago, and it was called the Sprouting Era by the various supernatural races. After the Sprouting Era, it was the glorious era of fire where the 8 ancient gods fought against each other. This was also a long time before Cyathas's birth. She could only learn from her race's annals that it was a time when panhumans fought against non-human races, resisting the corruption and erosion of devils and demonic wolves. Among them, humans were the vassals or even slaves of giants, elves, and sanguine. The duration of the glorious era of fire varied from record to record, but the common point was that it was less than 1,000 years. This was because the ancient gods were inherently crazy, tyrannical, cruel, and cold. They were often driven by their instincts. After Bloodrace primogenitor Lilith, mutant King Kvastian, and annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria fell in a betrayal, the glorious era of fire came to an end. Wars broke out frequently, and the world suffered damage that didn't stop for centuries. World of giants and dragons with of dragons. When the 5 races formed a new balance, the northern continent, southern continent, eastern continent, and 5 seas restored a certain degree of peace. Cyathas was born and grew up in this era until she entered G. Roselle's travels. In the history she described, there were 2 important points. First, the eastern continent did exist, and it was where the giant king's court was. Second, after the Sprouting Era, the various Beyonder races actually had their own civilizations. They weren't as irrational as suspected by future generations. Of course, tyrannical, cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty tendencies were common. They seemed to be in a state of half-control. It was only after the Twin Era that the new generation of elves and giants became more rational and possessed emotions, just like Cyathas and G. Roselle. The eastern continent seems to be the forsaken land of the gods. It was abandoned during the Cataclysm. Similar thoughts surfaced in Klein, Leonard, and Audrey's minds. They were very interested in this, but unfortunately, Cyathas had always lived in the Elf King's court. She would occasionally head out to cruise at sea, and she had never been to the eastern continent. She lacked sufficient understanding. Influenced by Justice Audrey, Cyathas's dream began to show the origins of the elves' living customs and language. In the legends that the queen's maidservant had heard, the elvish language was created by the king in the Sprouting Era. Every word was accompanied by the birth of a first-generation elf, and the number of elvish words corresponded to the number of first-generation elves. And the living customs of the elves weren't very uniform. It was heavily dependent on the surrounding environment. The elves in the sea and the elves in the forest were undoubtedly very different in various customs. What they had in common was that they believed in the king, who was an ancient god, and his queen. They liked to use the blood of prey to make food. They had a wide range of cooking techniques, and even the sea elves would often come to the reef for a bonfire party. They were close to nature and were good at using all kinds of spices. They revered the strong, and they were proud that their actions were faster than their thoughts. Myths and reality are mixed together, making it difficult to tell which is real and which is fake. The living customs have destroyed some of my previous guesses. Klein listened with a seemingly unchanged expression as he quickly analyzed every word that Cyathas said. After figuring out the relevant matters, Audrey circled around the keyword Western Continent and changed Cyathas's dream, reflecting some of the memories that existed in her subconscious. The Coral Palace returned to Klein and company. Cyathas followed behind Queen of Calamity Kohainam and walked to a crystal window. She glanced at the queen's intricate dress and stole a glance at the god who wielded the power of catastrophes. She asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you looking west?" To the elves, as long as they didn't feel the oppression of violence, they would ask any questions on the spot. "Why do you think so?" Kohainam didn't turn her head as she asked with an indifferent expression. "I just learned of a legend. Us elves originated from the Western Continent," Cyathas replied. "Your Highness, does the Western Continent really exist? Is it really the birthplace of the first elves?" The corners of Kohainam's mouth curled up slightly as she said with a slightly ethereal voice, "The Western Continent might exist, but it might not exist either. Every race needs to give themselves an illustrious origin, a homeland of the soul. Cyathas, where is the homeland in your heart?" "My homeland." Cyathas repeated the question and answered blankly, "It's where the king and his highness are. It's this palace that leads to the forest where my parents live." As she said this, Cyathas's emotions gradually turned heavy, dejected, and melancholic. Clearly, she had been influenced by the corresponding memories in her subconscious. She had entered travels and left her homeland for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to you, the Western Continent doesn't exist, but to some elves, it's absolutely real. Queen of Calamity Kohainam calmly gave the final answer. Cyathas didn't ask again because she suddenly remembered that the queen wasn't a first-generation elf. Such an answer left Klein even more confused and puzzled. Thankfully, from the second epoch to the fifth epoch, the Western Continent didn't have any presence at all. It wouldn't involve any important secrets related to him. He only wanted to learn about it in passing and didn't have much expectations. After ending the guidance of Cyathas's subconscious, Audrey, Klein, and Leonard left and appeared in Mobert and Cyathas's bedroom since it was almost noon and there weren't any other dreams that they could jump into. Looking at the fourth-era Viscount who was tightly entangled by the elf and curled up in a corner of the asymmetrical bed, Audrey's expression suddenly softened. She said with a smile, "That's right." With a smile, she said, "They don't seem too bad as they are now. No, no, no. It's terrifying to have such a violent, direct, imaginative, and daring wife. Only someone like Mobert would like and enjoy it." Leonard, who didn't have the talent of a poet but had the freedom of a poet, stuffed his hands into his pockets and shook his head seriously. At this point, he muttered thoughtfully, "That's right. I wonder what the other members of Old Man's family like. Cyathas, they don't need us to be envious or object to them. This is how they get along. Roselle the Great once wrote a poem, 'Life is precious, but love is even more valuable.'" As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Cyathas and Mobert were already dead. Only at the moment of their deaths did they truly feel each other's love. The ones living here were only replicas created by the world in the book. As Klein listened to the duo's discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't mention that Cyathas and Mobert were already dead. It was only at the moment of their deaths that they truly felt each other's love. The living ones here were only replicas created by the world in the book. After leaving the couple's house, the trio headed for Roselle's blacksmith shop. On the way, when they passed by a street, Klein saw Franzia, who was known as a philosopher. Audrey also recognized him at a glance as someone from Rouen. Is that the soldier from more than 100 years ago? Audrey slowed down and asked. Klein recalled Franzia's longing for his hometown and the ashes he had placed in Beekland Cemetery. After 2 seconds of silence, he nodded gently. Yes. Mr. World is feeling a little wistful. He's like a calm river on the surface, but there are many turbulent currents and whirlpools beneath. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Can I enter his dream? I wish to obtain the potion formulas for judge and disciplinary paladin. No problem, Klein replied as he glanced at Leonard. Leonard still had his hands in his pockets, but his eyes instantly turned deep. Franzia, who was sitting on a bench, fell into a deep sleep. Right on the heels of that, the trio appeared in his dream. This was a bustling city with many wooden houses. The pedestrians that came and went were mostly from Rouen. The black-haired, blue-eyed Franzia stood outside a house, not daring to approach it. Only when a woman in an old dress came out did he rush forward in excitement, spread out his arms, and attempted to hug her. His hug passed through the woman, and the two of them didn't interact at all. Franzia froze on the spot as he shouted in a daze. Mommy, Audrey, who had wanted to directly guide the dream, silently watched this scene. Then, she sized up her surroundings and discovered the iconic clock. Beekland. Audrey pursed her lips, turned her head, and looked at Klein with a converged gaze. Are they unable to leave the world in the book? Too much time has passed. If they were to leave, they would directly age, die, or even be eroded by the elements. Klein's tone was like a calm surging river. I've sent an item from Franzia back to Beekland. This. As a spectator, Audrey acutely sensed the cruel reality hidden behind those words. She couldn't help but raise her head and look out of the dream, towards where Mobert and Syatas were. Leonard originally wanted to ask what it was, but after looking around, he maintained his silence. Following that, Audrey seriously guided the dream. After obtaining 2 potion formulas, she allowed Franzia to return home and live happily with his parents, siblings, and sisters. This was a beautiful dream. After leaving Franzia's location, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey quickly saw Roselle's home. This was the last stop of their exploration. After obtaining the information from the giant Roselle's subconscious, they would enter the world in the book's sea of collective subconscious to seek the secrets behind the book's existence. Note 1. Quoted from Hungarian poet Pedophy's Freedom and Love P.S., seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday Tilda. Chapter 1096. This. Which one is Roselle? In the dream, Leonard looked ahead blankly. There was a huge bonfire, and around it were more than 10 greyish-blue-skinned cyclopes that looked no different from each other. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to recognize them without the powers of a faceless. To me, if there's no difference in age, hairstyle, height, scars, clothes, or maturity, giants all look the same. Klein mumbled inwardly as he calmly turned his head to look at Miss Justice, as though saying that she was a spectator and that this shouldn't be difficult for her. Audrey raised her hand and pointed at a giant who was gulping down alcohol and would occasionally roar in praise. That's Roselle. It looks like in the traditions of the giants, the way to express affirmation and praise isn't by clapping, but by roaring. The louder the roar, the higher the level of praise. Miss Justice is acting like a folklorist. Thankfully, it's just roaring and not singing, otherwise, the noise would be worse. It's obvious that the giants here aren't good at music. Their roars didn't have any sense of rhythm. Klein nodded slightly and said to Audrey, "Begin the guidance." As Audrey went forward, Leonard retreated. He raised his right hand and stroked his chin. Tell me, in the Second Epoch, which Beyonder race widely possessed the Beyonder characteristics of the Evernite pathway? Isn't it the demonic wolf? Klein glanced at Leonard, wondering if his poet had contracted the traditional disease of the Nighthawks, a bad memory. I know. Leonard maintained his posture as he said with a slightly odd expression, then how did they act as the Midnight Poet? Or should I say, the name of the potion back then was Midnight Roarer? In the beginning, there wasn't a potion name. Klein accidentally let Leonard lead his train of thought astray. Immediately, The scene of this fellow squatting on the ground and howling at the moon surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, "This might be more suitable for you. There's no need to write a poem. It's very simple." The corners of Leonard's mouth twitched. "There are different types of poets too. I'm a reciter." As the two of them chatted, Audrey's guidance gradually advanced. Roselle's dream revealed the waning forest, the barren tunnel, a corner of the giant king's court, Dawn Town, the Kingdom of Gold, and other places. As Roselle wasn't a servant of the giant king and the other deities, he could only occasionally see these high-level existences when he was on duty in the waning forest or certain palaces or passageways of the king's court. Furthermore, he didn't dare look at them directly and had to kneel on one knee and bow his head to welcome them. Therefore, the images of giant King Ormir, giant Queen Omabella, and the eldest son of the giant king, the god of dawn, Badhile, didn't directly appear in the dream. They only existed in the form of portraits. Similarly, Roselle knew very few secrets. His grasp of history and the situation in the world was completely inferior to elvish songster Syatta's. However, an interesting point was that in the giant king's court and among the giants, the traitor was synonymous with Saniathrim. They claimed that the one who betrayed the alliance and caused the death of the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, was this ancient god. Klein was deeply suspicious of this because the irascible Saniathrim clearly wasn't good at such matters. That Queen of Calamity seems to have the ability, but the problem is that it's very difficult to hide what she is plotting from her spouse, a true ancient god, Saniathrim. In comparison, it's more reasonable for giant King Ormir to be the traitor. As Klein did a rough analysis, Audrey changed the direction of guidance in an attempt to get Roselle to show what he saw outside the giant king's court. Unfortunately, this giant had left the king's court and passed by Dawn Town. Not long after he arrived in the Nation of Gold, he received a travelogue and entered the book. He didn't know much about the local customs and people in the corresponding region. Currently, the most valuable piece of information is how to avoid entering the giant king's court from Afternoon Town and enter from the waning forest or the barren tunnel. Audrey ended the guidance and walked back to Klein and Leonard's side. This will be very useful for Little Sun and Company's subsequent explorations. Yes, we can tell him at the next gathering. Klein nodded. He was just about to suggest that Roselle's dream enter the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book when Audrey suddenly looked back and said in thought, "There's one detail that doesn't make sense." "There is one detail that does not make sense." "What detail?" Leonard seriously recalled what he had seen and heard, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Audrey glanced at the world and said, "That's right. The waning forest is where giant King Ormir's parents are buried. The rule that only the ancient god can enter is very unreasonable." Klein originally didn't notice any problems with this detail, but after Miss Justice mentioned it, he immediately had some thoughts as he deliberated. The giant king's father and mother are equivalent to the ancestors of the giant race. Normally speaking, they should be the targets of worship and worship by the entire race. Yes, every race has a certain level of ancestor worship. Giants are no exception. From Roselle's dream, it can be seen that these keepers will often worship the two ancestors outside the waning forest, said Roselle. Audrey nodded in agreement. If there are no other factors affecting it, the giant king should occasionally organize the clan's key groomed targets to pay respects to the ancestor, and not make it a rule that only he can enter. Perhaps the waning forest hides great danger. Weren't the most ancient giants crazy, tyrannical, and irrational? After they died, their corpses would pollute the surrounding environment and affect the entire forest. It's not something too difficult to understand. Leonard gave his guess. Audrey and Klein shook their heads at the same time, rejecting this theory. If it's just danger or pollution, giant Queen Omabella and the god of dawn Badhile can clearly resist it effectively. With the help of the giant king, there's almost no problem. However, they are still not allowed to enter the waning forest, even if they follow the ancient god. Klein simply shared his thoughts and guesses. Perhaps the parents of giant King Ormir aren't the only ones buried there. There are other secrets as well. That's very likely. Audrey nodded seriously. On her silver-masked face, her green eyes darted around slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. If that's really the case, what kind of secret can't be known by his wife, children, subsidiary gods, or clansmen. Interesting. Leonard smiled and allowed his thoughts to wander. After discussing for a while, the three of them made good use of their time to pass through the barren tunnel and enter the giant king's court. They attempted to enter the palaces that were frozen in the glow of dusk. According to Klein's experience, this was actually the path to the periphery of Roselle's dream. This time, there was no need for him to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the heavy door to the giant guard's residence. Audrey directly affected the dream, causing the 10-meter-tall door to open like paper. Due to the repulsion of the unshadowed crucifix, Klein wasn't actually wearing the human-skinned glove. Outside the door was the grey world. In front of them was no longer the giant king's court, but a cliff. After discussing the various situations they might encounter when entering the sea of collective subconscious, Audrey conjured a staircase at the edge of the cliff. The staircase twisted and turned as it went deep into the dark, grey, silent, and bottomless world of the mind. The three of them didn't delay as they stepped onto the staircase and walked down step by step. In this lonely and quiet environment that could drive one crazy, Audrey would use placate a few times every time she went down a certain distance. This wasn't only to placate Klein, Leonard, and herself, but it was also to placate the greyish-white cliff Roselle's subconscious. It was to prevent it from becoming agitated and contaminating their astral projection or body of heart and mind. The countless rotting giant palms that Klein had encountered previously didn't appear again. Even the most unbearable loneliness, silence, and endless feeling in the world of the mind didn't seem that terrifying because they were moving in a team and could speak to each other. This is the world of the mind, the domain of the consciousness. It's indeed different from others. Leonard looked around as though he wanted to use a few lines of poetry to express his feelings, but he ultimately chose to give up. If it were any other place or mission, Klein might have gotten his poet to remain silent, but here, he felt that anything he said was fine. Audrey didn't reject the exchange either, as she said in all seriousness. She said seriously, "What we intuitively feel is the essence of this environment. The cliffs, and grey world we see are a reflection of our subconscious. If it were any other race, it might not be the same. Only now do I find psychology rather interesting," Leonard said with piqued interest after hearing that. Klein glanced at him and resisted the urge to say that with his personality and habits, he really wasn't suitable for the spectator pathway. As they conversed, the three of them descended for an unknown period of time before they finally stepped on solid but blurry grey ground. Looking up from here, they could see swaying figures of light. They were densely packed and overlapped, forming an illusory sea. Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were just about to walk forward when a water current surged past them. A rather blurry figure of light stood up. It was a greyish-blue giant that was 6 to 7 meters tall. Its chest and abdomen were wrapped in dragon-scaled leather. The exposed areas were covered in indescribable patterns, symbols, and labels that exceeded the scope of the normal senses. His vertical eye was bloodshot, and he didn't hide the violent aura it emitted. It had a clear inclination towards destruction, and in his mouth was a bloody human leg. This was a demigod-level giant. He was a remnant phantom in the sea of collective subconscious. Perhaps it came from an actual encounter of the ancestors of humans or other races, or perhaps it came from what Roselle and the other giants had seen. The moment he appeared, the crazy emotions spread to Klein and company like a contagious plague. This was the world of mind, consciousness, and heart. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1097. The giant with bloodshot vertical eyes that was biting at the human leg didn't actually exist. He was essentially an intense emotion produced by a particular person or creature. This emotion that stemmed from an extremely deep impression entered the subconscious, spreading from the mind island to the surrounding illusory sea. It gradually settled down and turned into a brand. Not all emotions and consciousness would eventually settle down. Most of them would be obliterated by time and washed away by the seawater. Only extremely intense or repeated emotions would remain. And once it became a brand, it would be a drop of water in the sea of collective subconscious. It would then be able to affect the surrounding creatures of the same species, becoming an ancient memory that was engraved in their bloodlines. Therefore, The mythical creature form that the illusory giant displayed wasn't clear enough. Furthermore, there were many mistakes that were filled in based on subjective consciousness. Normally, it wouldn't make Leonard and Audrey unable to look straight at it, causing their spirituality to be in chaos, or causing them to have a mental breakdown. However, the madness that accompanied it, as well as the extreme fear that came from an unknown source, seemed corporeal. It could infect every living being's body of heart and mind, astral projection, and even soul body. This was the essence of the danger in the sea of collective subconscious. It didn't originate from strength, level, but from the emotions and feelings that were imprinted. Of course, if one encountered a high-level creature or a brand left behind by a deity, they could really see one or a few mythical creature forms. However, the outcome definitely wouldn't be good. They would either have a mental breakdown and go mad, or they would be completely corrupted by the emotions and feelings of a deity or high-level creature. No one could guess what they would become in advance. In short, here, in this sea of collective subconscious, the way of combat was different from the outside world. At times, the more anxious one was to destroy the phantom, the more likely one was to be corrupted due to the stirring of emotions. It was precisely because of this that Klein immediately controlled his emotions when he saw the 7-meter-tall grayish-blue giant rush over. Then, he used an illusion. The target of this illusion was Leonard and Audrey. In the eyes of these two sequence 5 beyond us, the giant that was 2 or 3 stories tall no longer had the madness and tyranny that made one's heart tremble. It appeared ordinary and ordinary. Therefore, before the true extreme feeling of contamination hit them, Leonard and Audrey were very calm and did not show any emotional fluctuations. Then, with one hand in his pocket, Leonard stretched out his right hand and slightly opened his mouth. He originally wanted to use the Archbishop's help to seal the first spirit in his teeth after he became a spirit warlock, a terra demonis. This was a powerful spirit world creature with a beautiful face and rotting body. It had a pair of gigantic eagle wings and was adept at sucking the consciousness of others and instilling fear in them. However, he quickly recalled that he was not only an astral projection, but he had also experienced the Grey Fog's baptism. How could there be another spirit in his body? Left with no choice, he switched to using the powers of a soul assurer. His green eyes were deep. The giant phantom immediately slowed down, and its emotions seemed to have been somewhat relieved. At this moment, Audrey calmly opened her arms and used placate. An invisible wind blew past, and the giant phantom paused. The infection in its surroundings instantly weakened significantly. During this process, Klein took out the bronze-green cross with many spikes. As he opened the bottle containing his blood, he poured a few drops onto it and said with a solemn expression, "That's not a problem." He said with a solemn expression, "Light, brilliant, pure, and flawless light burst forth." As Klein's black trench coat fluttered slightly, it drowned the giant phantom. Without putting up any resistance, the grayish-blue giant quickly melted away. One of the main abilities of the unshadowed crucifix was to remove or purify remnant mental imprint. This was also the reason why Klein had brought this sealed artifact with him. And when using the cross that came from the ancient sun god, Klein had dispelled the illusion, allowing Leonard and Audrey to directly see the true appearance of the giant phantom, so as to enhance their experience in this aspect. Although it only took less than a second for the giant phantom to be drowned by the endless light, Audrey and Leonard still felt dizzy. Uncontrollable horror surged out from the depths of their hearts, and their minds nearly collapsed. This didn't last long. Audrey instinctively used placate on herself to calm her emotions. Following that, she treated Mr. Star and Mr. World's psychological problems. How terrifying. Is this a demigod-level giant? When the light dissipated, Audrey looked around and sighed with emotion. At that instant, she had a deeper understanding of a sentence: do not look directly at God. Even at the level of a saint, a demigod who only had remnant memories of others, couldn't see them directly, much less a true deity. Leonard was rather experienced as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 4 is indeed the level of a qualitative change in life. However, that fear just now was nothing much. It wasn't as intense as the emotions I felt when I faced a pregnant woman. Are all poets basically bragging? You were still able to control yourself back then, But you were on the verge of breaking down just now. However, if Megos had successfully given birth to that child, we would probably have broken down and lost control, turning into monsters just by looking at it. As Klein lampooned Leonard, he sighed as his memories stirred up. Is that a pregnant demigod? Audrey asked curiously. No. Leonard shook his head. But she's pregnant with an evil god's spawn. Is that so? Audrey didn't ask further because she knew that the adventure and exploration weren't over yet. It wasn't advisable to waste time. She then looked at German Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and holding a bronze cross and a metal bottle. She revealed a smile and said she smiled and said, "Thank you for the influence you had on our senses." Where should we go next? As a senior spectator, it wasn't difficult for her to determine the fact that she had received Mr. World's help just now. Klein controlled his subconscious action of furrowing his brows slightly and looked around. Does this sea of collective subconscious not have a core region? No. Audrey shook her head seriously. As long as there are living beings, there will be a sea of collective subconscious. There's no such thing as one being more noble than the other. This illusory sea won't really surge. The situation in different regions mainly depends on the surrounding environment. We call it the precipitation effect. To put it simply, the sea of collective subconscious in Ruin will be different from Inti's. This is because it mainly precipitates the intense emotions and feelings of generations of Ruin citizens. In turn, this will also affect the citizens of the two countries, causing them to have different temperaments or personalities to a certain extent. After a brief explanation, Audrey gave a conclusion. If that's the case, how can there be a recognized core area of the sea of collective subconscious? Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" In other words, you can't provide effective advice on where to go. Mr. World is so direct. If it were any other lady or gentleman with a fragile heart, they would definitely feel embarrassed and hurt. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she saw the German Sparrow's dark brown eyes that were nearly black. They weren't crazy or cold at all. Instead, they were calm and deep. Audrey instantly came to a realization. She knew that Mr. World was deliberately acting in such a manner so that she could experience the various details of a joint operation and accumulate more experience. Yes. She nodded calmly, not embarrassed at all. Klein nodded inwardly before looking at Leonard. Don't look at me. My domain is in the dream, not in this strange sea of collective subconscious. Leonard immediately waved his palm. Compared to Miss Justice, he had participated in countless joint operations. He knew that he shouldn't put on a brave front when he shouldn't. Then follow me. Klein retracted his gaze and handed the unshadowed crucifix, which had been dyed bronze green again, to the hand holding the metal bottle. He then took out a gold coin. Clang. As the gold coin tumbled, he grabbed it. Then, without looking at the outcome, he identified the direction and took a step forward. This is a method of divination. Audrey was enlightened. She looked at the World German Sparrow's serious and calm side profile and the figure in the black trench coat, silk top hat, and bronze cross. For some baffling reason, she felt that he was like a missionary. Leonard suddenly recalled something from the past. It was the first case he and Klein worked together onto the search for a kidnapped child. Back then, it was also Klein who used divination to lead the way while he followed beside him. Compared to how inexperienced he was back then, he was now so proficient that it was as though he had entered the mysterious world for more than 10 years. Sigh, it's actually only been a year. Leonard stuck his hands in his pockets and followed closely behind Klein, feeling a little wistful. Audrey glanced at him and sensed the change in his emotions. Mr. Star and Mr. World aren't just acquaintances in real life. They might very well be quite good friends. The kind that they haven't met in the past year or two. As Audrey made this judgment, she didn't slow down. She combined the knowledge she had learned and observed the details of her surroundings, distinguishing where there might be hidden vortexes or dangerous creatures lurking. With her help, Klein led the way very smoothly. He didn't directly encounter a mark like the giant phantom he had encountered before. Sometimes they walked straight, sometimes they turned. After an unknown period of time, the three of them suddenly saw light. What appeared in front of them was a deep-sea crater. In the middle of the crater was a city the size of an island. The city's foundation was grayish-white in color. On it were magnificent stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood there alone, or together, they propped up towering ancient palaces. The entire structure was strange and magnificent. It didn't look like something ordinary creatures could build. Although Audrey didn't know this city, a thought instantly surfaced in her mind. City of Miracles, Leipzig. Chapter 1098. Leipzig was a floating city that the ancient god, dragon of imagination Anquelt, had imagined out of thin air. No matter how one looked at it, it could be considered a miracle, or even a miracle. It was even grander and more majestic than the giant king's court. It had the characteristics of other worldlings. Every stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, as though they were seats for dragons to rest on. It was a city that left a deep and unforgettable impression just by hearing about it. Therefore, although Audrey had never seen the City of Miracles Leipzig, she instantly made a connection because of the scenes she had witnessed. Of course, she knew ahead of time that Roselle's travels originated from the dragon of imagination Anquelt. This was also one of the main reasons why she had such thoughts. As for Klein, as he had previously divined the origins of Roselle's travels, he had seen the real City of Miracles and the floating city in his dream. At that moment, he was extremely certain that the island-sized city in the deep-sea crater was identical to Leipzig. It just lacked the dragons that flew in from all directions. Was this real, or was it a copy? Or is it the convergence of a certain special creature's subconscious in the world in the book? Klein was slightly surprised as he quickly analyzed the situation. According to the results of his divination and the contents of giant guardian Roselle and elvish songster Cyatas's dreams, he was certain that when the book was created, the City of Miracles Leipzig still existed. When it spread to the vicinity of the giant king's court, the City of Miracles Leipzig still existed. When Roselle began his adventure, and when Cyatas was sucked into the world in the book, the City of Miracles Leipzig also existed. If the City of Miracles Leipzig disappeared, it was impossible for the various Beyonder races to not react at all. In other words, these facts undoubtedly indicated that the city in the deep-sea crater was unlikely to be Leipzig. But soon, Klein recalled something. It was something Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had once said. What can be confirmed is that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Leipzig. That's interesting. What did Vice Admiral Iceberg rely on to confirm that Roselle's travels first appeared, and to believe that it was after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Leipzig? She doesn't have the grey fog, so how can she pry into the origins of an ancient god's item? I originally used her conclusion as a basis for speculation and consideration, but after my divination, I completely overturned this point. I didn't think about it again. Klein stared at the towering stone pillars and magnificent palaces as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had an idea. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a member of the Church of Knowledge. She believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, and from the religious texts of the Third Epoch and the historical figures of the Second Epoch, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of the Wisdom was very likely to be. And from the religious texts of the Third Epoch and the historical figures of the Second Epoch, it was reasonable to suspect that the Angel of Wisdom was very likely the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Leipzig was confirmed by the God of knowledge and wisdom through some means. The appearance of Roselle's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles Leipzig was confirmed by the God of knowledge and wisdom through some means. If he is really the Dragon of Wisdom, it means that he is the dragon in question. Furthermore, he was already of a very high level back then. His understanding of the matter definitely exceeds that of Roselle and Cyatas. But how do I explain the scene I saw above the grey fog? Now that I think about it, my head still hurts a little. What I saw was definitely the true form of the ancient god, the dragon of imagination. For a moment, Klein felt enlightened as he strung the pieces together, but at the next moment, he fell into deep confusion. He kept tossing gold coins and quickly came up with a guess. Since the City of Miracles Leipzig was imagined, couldn't he just imagine another one after it disappeared? The original Liveseed was stuffed into this book by Dragon King Ankwelt, and the one that existed after that was a reimagined one. This fooled all the dragons, but not the one known for its wisdom. If this is true, then there are actually two City of Miracles Liveseed. This is the earliest and oldest one, but here comes the problem. Why didn't the Dragon of Wisdom personally enter the world of the book? Even if he isn't a spectator, he should have the ability and level to explore this place with omniscience and omnipotence as a symbol. He has actually been here a long time ago, but he didn't alarm any living being in the world of the book. Furthermore, for some reason, he left this City of Miracles here. As thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, the star Leonard, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at him and then at Miss Justice, who had been staring down in silence for a long time. He took the initiative to speak and break the silence. This city is very magnificent and magnificent. Furthermore, it clearly doesn't belong to humans or humanoid creatures, but there's no need to look at it for so long. You aren't architects. Klein reined in his thoughts and glanced at Leonard. This is very likely the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's City of Miracles, Liveseed. In a sense, it's an ancient god's divine kingdom. Of course, if there was a second Liveseed, the nature of the divine kingdom here wouldn't be too strong. Divine kingdom. Leonard's pupils dilated as he repeated the most critical word. Audrey snapped to her senses and whispered, "Is it really Liveseed? Is it really Liveseed? It's just possible." Klein had already calmed down and replied simply, "It didn't float in midair like the legends say, but sank to the bottom of the sea of collective subconscious. Therefore, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake." At this moment, Leonard finally controlled himself. Once again, he looked at the magnificent city in the deep-sea crater and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "I never expected that I would one day come to the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Frankly speaking, if Miss Justice wasn't here, he definitely wouldn't have been able to help but sigh at how colorful Klein's life was. Ever since he met this former teammate, not only had he directly met the two sons of God and a king of angels, but he had also entered the magical world in the book and discovered a city that was suspected to be the divine kingdom of an ancient god. This was many times more exciting than what he had experienced in the past year. It was also many times higher in level. Of course, it was also many times more dangerous. After saying that, he looked up at the floating light and shadow seawater above him and asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" He asked thoughtfully, "How do we tell if the sea of collective subconscious is real or imaginary?" This was a continuation of the question of how to determine whether Liveseed was real or not. Audrey thought carefully for a moment and said with uncertainty, "There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell, or rather, the sea of collective subconscious here is also real. In essence, the collective subconscious is the sedimentation and accumulation of intense emotions and feelings. Although the people of this world might be imaginary, their experiences, their emotions, their joy, anger, sadness, pain, and happiness are all real." As she spoke, Audrey stopped. She vaguely grasped something, but she couldn't really say it out loud. At this moment, Klein suddenly said, "The items it imagines will definitely appear. The objects that it imagines will definitely materialize, and the kingdom that it imagines will definitely descend upon the material world." As his voice echoed, Klein put away the gold coin in his hand and jumped into the deep-sea crater, his black trench coat fluttering. The future it claims will definitely happen and become a reality. As his figure glided down, he continued to speak. Audrey's green eyes were first confused before they lit up. Following that, she jumped towards the City of Miracles. "Aren't you going to divine the level of danger? This might be the divine kingdom of an ancient god." Leonard looked at the two of them in surprise and blurted out. In the education he had received, this wasn't in line with the prescribed course of action. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't divine it? It's just that you didn't notice my petty actions. I just put away the gold coin. Besides, my danger premonition didn't give me any warning. In addition, if my guess is right, then the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, should have entered this place before. If there really was any active danger, he would have long resolved it. If Miss Justice wasn't here, I really would have lampooned you." Klein silently lampooned as he adjusted his direction and speed. He passed by a few thick stone pillars that were nearly 100 meters tall and descended, stepping onto the grayish-white ground. He was now in a spirit-body state, so he could naturally fly if he wanted to. 2 to 3 seconds later, the silver-masked Justice Audrey landed beside him. Audrey looked up and was shocked by the grandeur of the stone pillars and palace for a few seconds. Only then did she say, "Looking from inside and looking from afar feels completely different. Perhaps, this is the true feeling of a rat in Beekland." As she spoke, Leonard glided over and turned his head to look at Klein. It wasn't that he didn't trust Klein and wasn't aware of his cautiousness, but in a joint operation, such matters had to be clarified. This was because there was the possibility of a teammate being unknowingly corrupted and doing something rash. This was the conclusion of the Nighthawk's repeated sacrifices in exchange for experience. "The current revelation is that there's no danger," Klein said truthfully. Leonard no longer had any doubts as he surveyed the area. He looked around and said, "The City of Miracles sure is huge. I mean, with such a huge city, even if we can fly, we won't be able to finish exploring it in a few days. Or do you have a target location in mind?" The latter half of his sentence was said while looking at Klein. Klein nodded and pointed at a huge palace that was more than 200 meters tall not far away. "There. If I remember correctly, that should be the residence of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt." This was what he had seen in dream divination. Seeing that Klein already had a plan, as though he had received a hint from Mr. Fool, Leonard felt a lot more at ease. He looked at the grayish-white foundation beneath his feet. and said, "Is this a divine kingdom? I don't feel anything." At this moment, Audrey, who had been carefully observing her surroundings, said with uncertainty, "All the abnormalities here seem to be gathering towards that palace." She was referring to the ancient god's residence that Klein had just pointed out. Chapter 1099. In front of the grayish-white palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone pillars that were shorter than itself. It was as though a team of guards were standing upright. Klein could imagine that when the City of Miracles, Leipzig, was still floating in midair, there must have been powerful dragons crouching on these stone pillars. They were the attendants of the ancient gods, or rather, the servants of the gods. He then looked up at the open door and said to Leonard and Audrey, "Stay close to me. If anything happens, I'll immediately take you out of the book's world and return above the grey fog." This was also the main reason why Klein dared to explore this place. "Okay." Audrey and Leonard didn't try to be brave. They walked to either side of Klein and walked beside him. After relying on their spirit body's flight ability to cross the stairs, the trio entered the palace through the exaggerated and magnificent door. The first thing they saw was a spacious space that allowed many dragons to freely roll around, as well as ancient stone pillars that seemed to prop up the sky. On both sides of the hall, there were colorful murals. They constantly extended forward and converged behind a giant pillar that was so wide that it was unknown how many people could wrap their arms around it. The giant pillar stood in the deepest part of the hall, right in front of them. It didn't rely on any external objects. Just by itself, it made one feel a strong sense of fear and experience the vicissitudes of time, like a petrified god. Almost instantly, a grayish-white figure appeared on the giant pillar. The figure's entire body was covered in scales, and each scale was like a solid slab of stone. Just the vague outline was enough to make it seem epic. Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard an inexplicably familiar voice echo in the ridiculously spacious hall. Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. As Klein looked around in shock, he heard Leonard sigh with emotion. The deep air around him listens quietly. The breeze is so frightened that it doesn't even dare to breathe. Note 1. This fellow is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he's reciting. Klein turned to look at Leonard. Then, he heard an echo. This guy is still in the mood to recite poems. I wonder who he is reciting. At this moment, Leonard's expression was rather startled. He shut his mouth tightly and shook his head continuously in denial. But in the next second, a voice rang out beside him. I didn't read anything. What's going on? Strange. Klein's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the inexplicably familiar voice belonged to him. And it echoed again, repeating the thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, Audrey's soft and beautiful voice sounded. This hall can make our thoughts appear in our surroundings, and even materialize them. When I saw that huge pillar just now, I imagined what Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination, looked like. I used the mind dragon I saw before as a blueprint. Why did my words? No, the Great Hall really said them. Is that so? Thankfully, I didn't think of anything strange just now. Rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts. Klein began to attempt to use cogitation to focus his mind and prevent himself from letting his thoughts run wild. At the same time, the corresponding words sounded beside him almost simultaneously. Rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts, rain in my thoughts. So this is what Mr. World's mind is like. He's like a child who has just entered school, constantly emphasizing to himself what he needs to pay attention to. Also, he's actually cogitating stacked balls of light. How beautiful. No, I didn't think of it that way, nor did I describe you that way, Mr. World. It's true. As her true thoughts kept appearing, Audrey finally couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. As for Leonard, the surroundings were already echoing with ha ha ha. These two fellows. No, why should I use fellows? Be polite, be polite. As Klein listened to the words in his mind, he sighed in exasperation. This place is very suitable for playing truth or dare. Perhaps it should be called the Hall of Truth. What game is this? Audrey didn't need to open her mouth to express her puzzlement. It was probably invented by Roselle the Great. I have to be careful not to think about things I shouldn't think about. Seriously, it's too difficult to rein in my thoughts without the help of cogitation. As Klein answered, he habitually warned himself. In the end, he was once again heartlessly betrayed by the Great Hall. This time, Audrey laughed out loud. Haha, Mr. World actually has such a side to him. I actually failed to decipher it in the past. Ha ha ha, Klein, to think that you would have such a day. No, what did I say? Leonard suddenly raised his right hand and covered his mouth. As expected, he heard Miss Justice's question. Klein? As well as a certain person's complaint. Perhaps only turning into a marionette can stop this fellow from letting his thoughts run wild. Wait, what am I thinking? Phew. Calm down, calm down. Klein took a deep breath and began to focus his attention on the matter at hand. Let's first take a look at what the surrounding murals say. In ancient times, murals were a very important way of keeping records. They often contain a lot of information. At the same time he made the suggestion, he heard Audrey's inwardly laughing and thinking, Klein, is that Mr. World's real name? No, don't think too much about it. Mr. World will be angry. No, I think it's more likely that he's embarrassed. No, this is all Lie's fault. Mr. World, please believe me. Phew. Calm down, focus. With the help of the spectator pathway's control over her emotions and thoughts, Audrey gradually reined in her thoughts and cast her gaze at the mural on the right. Compared to them, Leonard's ability to control his mind was slightly weaker. There were still noises echoing around him. Turning into a marionette. Are this fellow's thoughts so dangerous now? TSK, so this is your true thoughts. Haha, Miss Justice's reaction is very interesting. It's been a while since I've seen that fellow embarrass himself. After Klein and Audrey seriously looked at the murals and quickly communicated through the stirrings in their hearts, Leonard slowly calmed his thoughts and focused. The mural on the right of the trio seemed to describe the evolution of history. There were scenes of humans building cities, plains covered in snow, war and migration, countries and cities, towers and fruits that symbolized unobstructed communication. Clearly, these murals began from the door and ended with the dragon of imagination throne. Towards the end, Klein suddenly discovered a familiar figure. It was a gigantic dragon with ghostly blue dragon eyes and ice crystal scales. It was the king of the north. You listen. The development of the world in this book is based on these murals. As Klein expressed his thoughts, he quickly browsed back and discovered many blurry adventurers hunting frost dragons and opening the door to leave. He discovered the melting of ice and snow, the appearance and prosperity of Pesot and other cities. He discovered that the weather was turning colder and that a new story was about to unfold. The contents of the murals will become reality in this world in this book. Audrey couldn't help but have such a thought. This wall and this painting look very ordinary. It can't even be compared to the works of the artists on the streets. As expected of the residents of the Dragon of Imagination. Is this the might and authority of an ancient god? Leonard also felt wistful. It's possible. Before Klein could give a more tactful answer, he heard his inner voice say, "Let's look at the murals on the other side and analyze everything." Leonard and Audrey didn't object as they followed him to the other side. During this process, they discovered that even a spirit body couldn't fly in this palace. As the murals were huge, it didn't take long for Klein and company to see the corresponding contents. Just the first mural near the door made Klein's pupils dilate. In the mural, a book with a hardcover was held in the hand of a one-eyed giant with indistinct features, grayish-blue skin, and grayish-blue skin. This. Klein heard his own shocked and hesitant voice. In the subsequent murals, the common protagonist was the book with a dark brown cover bound in goatskin. It was obtained by the elves, the words on its surface changed, it was collected, it was obtained by different people, tossed around, and wandered until it flew into the clouds and arrived in the cosmos, landing in a gigantic claw. In the next mural that followed this scene, the book didn't seem to be related to the previous ones. It suddenly appeared above the sea and stayed in a blurry ship. In the penultimate mural, it was obtained by a man in a top hat and left the ship. Following that, the mural appeared behind the gigantic pillar that was suspected to be the Dragon of Imagination Anquelt's throne. Its content was the book from before meeting a classical quill. At this point, all the murals ended. 0-08. Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall. The Dragon of Imagination wants to make this book and the pen into a set. What will happen? This scene nearly happened when I was dealing with in Sangwil. But in the end, it didn't happen. It's because this book fell into my hands and was sacrificed to Mr. Fool. Or could it be that Adam was long prepared for this and deliberately provided help? Oh right, in the book, just as the ascetic mentioned the Angel of Imagination, Adam, the frost dragon, attacked the camp. Is it because the book itself doesn't allow him to finish speaking, or has Adam already heard it and cast his gaze over, triggering a certain reaction? Klein's thoughts turned into words. During this process, he could only control himself to treat the fool as another existence. At the same time he spoke, Audrey's thoughts appeared. The contents of this mural will become reality in the physical world. Note 1, quoted from Tennyson, God-Eva, Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1100. The contents of the mural will become the reality of the physical world, be it Klein or Leonard, they couldn't help but repeat Miss Justice's words in their hearts. If the mural on the other side of the book determined the direction of history in the world, it would only be surprising and impressive, but the discovery on this side was enough to stir everyone's hearts. It could stir up a huge storm there. The mural you describe will definitely be played out on a real stage, and not in the illusory world. This is the performance of a deity, it can't be that exaggerated, right? After Leonard repeated it, he muttered in a tone of disbelief. As for Klein, he habitually analyzed the situation. Even 0-08 can only affect a large city. It's difficult to exceed this range. The spectator pathways sequence one author should be about the same. And the visionary's uniqueness can be confirmed to be in Adam's hands. What does this city of miracles rely on to ensure that the contents of the mural will be realized? The divine powers of the Dragon of Imagination back then? When this book was formed, the contents of the mural had already turned into an imprint and sank into the sea of collective subconscious, spreading in all directions, so as to push generations of living beings to unconsciously complete this matter. If this is true, then making another mural now definitely won't be able to turn it into reality. This is because the Dragon of Imagination has already perished, so there's no way for it to provide divine powers, but I can give it a try. If the contents of the new mural are really played out in the physical world, it means that this city of miracles is really livesied from back then. Furthermore, it hides a huge secret. It also means that the waters of the spectator pathway run deeper than I imagined. Writer, there's such a potion name. Leonard couldn't help but mumble when he heard Klein's thoughts. Compared to visionary, which could be extended from the Dragon of Imagination, the name of the potion, author, was clearly more eye-catching. It made one's imagination run wild, and it gave one the feeling of walking from reality to fantasy. Audrey, who had long known the name of the high sequence beyond a potion of the spectator pathway, had another thought flash through her mind. Uniqueness. Mr. World is actually able to instantly connect and analyze so many things. How impressive. Did I praise you too bluntly? Mr. World heard it. This hall is really hard to get used to. No, Mr. World, I'm really praising you. It's from the bottom of my heart. Audrey felt a little ashamed at first. Then, she quickly adjusted her mentality and tried to be calm. As expected of a psychiatrist. He adjusts quickly. Klein immediately had such a thought. Indeed, Mr. World isn't as cold as he looks on the surface. He's actually muttering inwardly. I didn't say anything. Just as Audrey subconsciously had a thought, she immediately denied it firmly. A voice echoed beside Leonard as well. Klein's German Sparrow disguise is quite good. Almost everyone who knows him believes that he is cold and crazy. Who would have thought? Just as Leonard's thoughts were about to wander, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Shut up. He looked at Klein, who was dressed as German Sparrow, and spread out his hands. He held back his laughter. And said, Look, this isn't cold enough, right? Cold? Then I'll directly press the unshadowed crucifix on your head. If you don't want the Beyonder characteristic, donate it to someone who needs it. Klein, who was unable to use cogitation to control his thoughts, instinctively responded. Audrey looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Star as the voice in her heart quickly leaped out. So there are so many dramas in their hearts. Previously, I could only see through Mr. Star, but I never expected that Mr. World's poker card-like face to hide, giant, boss, mini. At the critical moment, the experienced Audrey forcefully used the method of counting objects and reciting names to stop her thoughts. Who are these people? Leonard's attention was diverted. It's the hounds and horses I rear at home, Audrey replied politely. A hound costs more than £450. Klein suddenly recalled that after he bought Mega Manor, Butler Walter had suggested buying a batch of hounds. Why is the first thing Mr. World thought of is price? This question floated through Audrey's mind. Leonard curled his lips. Even without saying a word, he replied, Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect. I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, Isn't that normal? This fellow has always been a little calculative in this aspect. I remember. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein coughed lightly and said, Let's continue exploring other places. Sigh, it's really easy for things to get messy in this hall. The main point is always shifting to everyone's privacy. Upon hearing the latter half of his complaint, Audrey and Leonard laughed out loud, regardless of whether they could hold it in or not. This wasn't something they could control. Seeing that Mr. World clearly didn't wish for the situation to develop into chaos again, Audrey looked up at the dome and focused her attention on the matter at hand. The mural on the right controls the world in the book, and the one on the left seems to be able to affect reality. What if I move the mural to the top? What will happen? Klein immediately connected the dots. The authority of the Dragon of Imagination includes at least 3 major aspects. The imaginary kingdom will descend upon the material world, the declared future will play out and become reality, and the imaginary objects will appear. The first corresponds to the mural on the right, and the second matches our speculation about the left. Could the blank space above the palace be related to the third authority? As long as an imaginary object is drawn on it, it will appear and be usable. Audrey easily understood the meaning of German Sparrow, the world. Then what if I draw a dragon of imagination? Leonard raised a question. Klein glanced at him again. First, you have to see the dragon of imagination before it collapses. Second, you have to be able to restore the main details of his body. Finally, you have to know how to draw. I don't know how to draw now, but that doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. I can hire a tutor for the corresponding courses, Leonard muttered in response. And what are the main details? Is it the body's structure, or the symbols and labels formed from godhood? At this moment, Audrey pursed her lips and tried to control her laughter. Following that, she said in a slightly brisk tone, "I can draw." This was a basic skill for a noble lady, and Audrey was rather talented in this aspect. "Yes, I'll try it when I have the time in the future." Klein nodded and walked towards the huge pillar at the front of the hall. His plan for this exploration was to first have a grasp of the overall situation before considering how to go deeper. At the same time, he thought of something else because of Leonard's question. Symbols and labels formed from godhood. This contains a large amount of complicated knowledge. It can allow a person to decipher the corresponding potion formula and beyonder powers after enduring that kind of impact. Then, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, if one were to look directly at a demigod or even an ancient god without dying, what would they receive? Back then, there was no such thing as a potion formula. Only mythical creatures that rely on potions to advance step by step have their godhood contain such knowledge? Or could it be that after the potion formula appears, mythical creatures that advance using any method will have the corresponding accumulation of knowledge? If it's the two reasons I'm thinking of, it means that the knowledge in godhood can be changed and increased. Do the angels of the Marauder pathway have the ability to tamper with this knowledge, or even directly delete it? Mr. World's considerations are so profound and involve such a high level. Audrey couldn't help but sigh. Leonard couldn't control the voice in his heart either. There's such a thing. I'll ask old man when I get back. This fellow, Klein, knows a lot. His acting as the German Sparrow isn't completely a disguise. At the very least, this sense of profundity seems to belong to him. Thank you for your compliments. Stop. With a bottle of blood in one hand and an unshadowed crucifix in the other, Klein forcefully reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the throne of the ancient god not far away. They were now in their spirit bodies. Although they were restricted by the hall and unable to fly, their top speed was still much faster than their human forms. It was only at this moment that Klein realized that behind the pillar that was suspected to be the throne of the Dragon of Imagination, there was a dark passageway that led downwards. I can't see anything. It's good if there's light. A thought subconsciously flashed through Audrey's mind. Then, a pure and gentle light lit up in the passageway, illuminating the interior in an abnormally transparent manner. Without needing to enter, Klein, Leonard, and Audrey saw an ancient bronze door in the deepest part of the passageway. Above the door, there were countless indescribable symbols. They were like chains that extended to the back, as though they were sealing something. It exuded a heavy and mysterious feeling. In the Dragon's City of Miracles, in the residence of the ancient god, behind his throne, there was a door that seemed to be sealed. Almost at the same time, Klein and company's gazes seemed to penetrate the bronze door and see the deep darkness inside. Right on the heels of that, they heard their heartbeats. It came from their own heartbeats. And they were now in a spirit-body state. There was no such thing as a heart. An instant later, the bronze-green surface of the unshadowed crucifix in Klein's hand automatically peeled off, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light. It emitted a light that resembled the sun. And in Klein, Audrey, and Leonard's bodies, there was a baffling coldness. It was as though every cell had its own consciousness and was attempting to form another me. In their illusory vision, an eye opened in the deep darkness behind the bronze door. The eye was deep black and filled with ghostly blue cracks. At the same time, the same eyes opened one after another. They were densely packed and watched coldly. At that moment, Klein and company seemed to hear a silent cry, a cry that was extremely attractive. Without any hesitation, Klein's spirit body swelled up and enveloped Leonard and Audrey. He ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog. Chapter 1101. During the process of returning above the grey fog, Klein felt the coldness in his body rapidly dissipate. He no longer had the feeling that every worm of spirit was about to give birth to a brand new consciousness. In an instant, the long, mottled bronze table appeared in front of him. He saw Miss Justice and Leonard's spirit bodies gradually turn clear from the thin grey fog, but they also maintained a certain degree of blur. After the grey fog that swirled around them sank to the ground, Klein asked, "How do you feel now?" He habitually used German Sparrow's tone, but he immediately recalled the time in the Hall of Truth. His inner grumbles, divergent thoughts, habitual analysis, and slandering of Leonard had been completely exposed. He was no longer able to maintain his original image in front of Miss Justice. It's all Leonard's fault. Sigh, I'll just treat it as following the doctor's advice. Not only did I not wear a thick mask, I even took off the thin ones. This thought flashed through Klein's mind before he forcefully stopped his thoughts and looked around warily. He still hadn't escaped the fear that his thoughts would be said out loud. Fortunately, this was no longer the place he had named the Hall of Truth. There was no longer any magical things that couldn't be resisted with normal abilities. Clearly, Audrey and Leonard also had similar post-traumatic stress disorder. One of them pursed her lips tightly, while the other sat up straight, as though they had instinctively thought of something. After a few seconds of silence, they recalled that the World German Sparrow had just asked about their condition, and they hurriedly pulled their attention back on track. I feel like something has been purified. I originally had the illusion that I would split into a second personality. No, it's not a second personality. It's as though a consciousness that doesn't belong to me is awakening in my body. Oh, it's gone now. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Audrey began a rather professional self-analysis before sincerely expressing her gratitude. This is to thank me for being able to calmly accept dangerous thoughts. Thankfully, in the Hall of Truth, Miss Justice and Leonard's thoughts didn't turn towards the Fool. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist answering. That would be over. My shame would make me lose control on the spot and collapse into a pile of worms of spirit. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he seriously replied, "Praise be to Mr. Fool. Praise be to Mr. Fool." As a believer of the Evernight goddess, Leonard echoed hesitantly before quickly changing the topic. I don't have any more questions. Just now, I felt something calling out to me from behind the bronze door. What about you? Seeing that Leonard had confirmed his condition, Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix and the metal bottle of his blood on the long, mottled table in front of him. I had the same feeling, he answered affirmatively. Me too. This isn't an illusion. I've analyzed my psyche, Audrey said in a rather clear tone. Leonard raised his hand and scratched his chin. What could it be? To actually need an ancient god to be sealed behind my throne, after experiencing what had happened, he felt that he no longer had any image in front of Miss Justice, so his posture became more casual. We can try to do an analysis. Audrey carefully glanced at the World German Sparrow. She had a deep impression of this gentleman's ability to assemble information in a short period of time, make connections, and complete analysis and speculation. Klein thought for a moment and said without presupposition, there are only 3 possibilities. The first is that there's a powerful creature in the Second Epoch's real world, at least close to Sequence 0. It was sealed at the bottom of the City of Miracles, Leipzig, by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, behind his throne. However, I don't think this possibility is too high. This is because the ancient god created this book and stuffed it into Leipzig, simultaneously affecting the world in the book and the real world. He definitely has his own plans, and it's unlikely for him to leave an unstable factor there for long. Yes, we all know that we have to eliminate any accidents, much less an ancient god. Audrey nodded slightly and seriously began a discussion with the world. At this moment, Leonard scoffed. Perhaps the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, has already seen certain scenes in the distant future and believes that the sealed thing will help him realize his plans to a certain extent. That's why I said it's unlikely, not impossible. Klein calmly replied, the second possibility is that the sealed item is the key to Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt's plans. When this book meets 0-08, the seal will be removed, and that item will return to the real world, bringing about some sort of change. I believe that this might be the biggest possibility. Perhaps it also involved the true stance or intentions of the Dragon of Wisdom. Then what could it be? Mr. Fool once said that after Adam obtained 0-08, he would be closer to becoming a deity. As a result, the times would change. This means that Adam has already gathered all the ingredients for a visionary. All that's left is a ritual. I wonder if my understanding is correct. Audrey gave her opinion. I'm not sure either. I'll pray to Mr. Fool in the future to see if I can obtain a clearer revelation. Klein didn't make a definitive statement. Unfortunately, Old Man is an angel from the fourth epoch. He doesn't have a deep understanding of the second epoch. However, he isn't unfamiliar with Adam. Leonard said thoughtfully, I'll try. He originally wanted to say that he would try to investigate, but when he realized that the two of them knew his secret, he gave up struggling and directly said, Try asking Old Man. Sorry for troubling you. Audrey sincerely thanked him. From her point of view, this was a matter of the spectator pathway. The one who was most concerned about it was undoubtedly herself. Others were more likely to provide help. Following that, she took the initiative to say, the third possibility is that what's sealed there is an item or monster from the world in the book. Yes, it might be closely related to the world in the book. Destroying it will cause the world in the book to collapse. Therefore, the ancient god, Ankwelt, can only be sealed. Klein gave his guess. Audrey pondered for a moment before saying, yes. Regarding this possibility, I have an idea. Seeing that Mr. World and Mr. Star had cast their gazes over and were waiting for an answer, she slowed down. I'm considering it from a psychological point of view. Since the world in the book was imagined by Ankwelt, the sea of collective subconscious there must have been caused by him. There are imprints of his psyche, emotions, and feelings. Perhaps the City of Miracles, Leipzig, sealed the most extreme of these things. It's some shadow in the dragon of imagination's heart, some fear, or some extremely terrifying things imprint in his consciousness. As long as he hasn't truly defeated them and hasn't eradicated them in reality, the world in the book's collective subconscious can't be destroyed. He can only seal them. If we ignore them, they will gradually contaminate that sea, causing the development of history to deviate from its predetermined trajectory. Leonard was even more focused than when he participated in the internal meetings of the Nighthawks or even the Red Gloves. After listening, he couldn't help but mention, as an ancient god that rules over the sky and the mind, what can leave an indelible shadow in him and produce such intense fear? I don't know. Audrey shook her head frankly. If we analyze it purely from a psychological point of view, since it's sealed beneath the throne, at the bottom of the City of Miracles, and there's a passageway that extends all the way down, it means that the source of the shadow and fear might have come from underground. Therefore, the dragon of imagination would seal it, block it underground. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be beside the throne, deep in the hall, in a special prison, or somewhere else? Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein immediately thought of the Magician's and Judgment's encounter. According to the information provided by the Sanguine, they discovered an ancient castle of indeterminate age. At the bottom of the ancient castle, there was a bronze door. It seemed to seal something terrifying from underground. Once one approached the door or stayed too long around it, they would be corrupted and die a tragic death. It's an ancient castle that was built to defend something. It was originally guarded by humans from an unknown era. After the Sanguine discovered this place, no one dared to enter it. Back then, I thought that it might be related to devils, and only demigods or above have the right to explore it. Could this be related to the seal of the City of Miracles, Leipzig? Klein's thoughts quickly unfolded, and he quickly found a similar piece of information in his memory. On the way to the ruins of the Battle of Gods on Katlea's future, he had encountered a so-called deep-sea well. Back then, the future's bosun, Nina, dove to the bottom of the sea and did a survey. She said that it wasn't a gigantic well at all, but a dark, bottomless, narrow well that even a human child couldn't enter. Its inner walls had strange honeycomb-like corrosion marks, and there were collapsed steel buildings around it. In a certain sense, this is also a passageway that goes deep underground. Klein looked around and deliberated. Do you remember something that Miss Magicians mentioned? In the underground of the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a door sealed with a powerful fallen power. Ah, right. Audrey recalled the past. Could it be that in the early Second Epoch, in ancient times, the Beyonder creatures had a common, terrifying enemy that came from underground? Perhaps. Klein could not give a definite answer, so he took the opportunity to add, it could also be like what many doomsday prophecies say, that danger comes from the stars. Yeah. Audrey and Leonard didn't know much about each other, so they couldn't discuss this in depth. Let's end it here for today. When we have a preliminary understanding of the situation, we will try to do the mural experiment again. Also, remember to keep it a secret. Klein glanced at Leonard and said, "Yes, when we return, we'll immediately pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to witness our oath not to divulge each other's secrets." Audrey didn't object and even added, "You're right. There are some things that I will first hypnotize myself here to forget so that I won't recall them often when I return." Chapter 1102. After Audrey and Leonard left the world above the grey fog, Klein didn't immediately return to the real world. He remained sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the world and fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Then, he beckoned for an item. It was a heart the size of a child's fist, covered in greyish-white wrinkles. Manipulator Beyonder characteristic. With the Beyonder characteristic in hand, Klein stood up and walked out of the majestic palace. He went all the way into the depths of the mysterious space above the grey fog and arrived at the heavenly staircase of light. He walked up the staircase to the greyish-white cloud floating in midair and stood in front of the strange door of light and the hanging transparent cocoons. Klein raised his right hand and raised the manipulator Beyonder characteristic that resembled both a heart and a brain to his chest. He then extended his spirituality and attempted to activate it. He wanted to see if the people trapped in the cocoons still had a hidden consciousness, or if they had fused together to form a miniature sea of collective subconscious. If there was, he planned on relying on the manipulator Beyonder characteristic left behind by Hvin Rambis to enter the consciousness domain and check the mental imprint. He wanted to figure out what the people hanging on the door of light had encountered before they transmigrated. He wanted to know if they had sensed anything during their long slumber. This was the inspiration Klein received from today's exploration. Of course, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Hvin Rambis might not be able to help Klein accomplish what he wanted to do. This was because it hadn't been made into a mystical item, making it difficult for it to be used effectively. In an instant, the heart covered in greyish-white wrinkles in Klein's hand began to beat slowly, producing thumping sounds. Klein then heard a synchronized heartbeat sound from the transparent cocoons. Badump, badump. This meant that the people inside were still alive, but they were in a state of slumber. And in Klein's vision, their bodies gradually evolved into islands with a clear top and a blurry bottom. This represented their consciousness domain. However, these mind islands were similarly bound in the transparent cocoons, isolating them from prying eyes from the outside world. Similarly, they could not settle and blend with each other to produce a sea of collective subconscious. Unless I destroy the cocoon, there's no way to bypass them and enter the corresponding mind world. Klein silently muttered to himself as he lowered his palm that held the manipulator Beyonder characteristic. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. In the Hall family's luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Audrey, who was sleeping soundly under the silk blanket, suddenly opened her eyes. She then sat up, moved to the bedside, and piously prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to witness her oath of secrecy. After she was done with this matter, she took a pillow and put it behind her back. She recalled the experiences that she had yet to forget during this exploration. The history of ancient times is really interesting, but it's also inexplicably terrifying. Mr. Starr's performance is in line with my usual observations of him. He's rather undisciplined and casual. His thoughts easily spread out and are difficult to control. But at times, he appears to be experienced, sharp, and rather reliable. This isn't contradictory. Many people are such a combination. Mr. World is indeed a gentle person. He doesn't look expressionless, but is always muttering in his heart. The conversation between him and Mr. Starr can be made into a play. It's said that he's a crazy adventurer. When he sees a target, he doesn't consider the danger. He doesn't care about the environment and will directly draw his gun and shoot. At the final moment, I thought that he would attempt to approach the bronze door, but in the end, he escaped. No, he escaped so decisively. As Audrey thought of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Then, she made a conclusion. Facts have proven that in the mysterious world, unless one has completely lost their rationality or given up on thinking, there won't be any beyonders who truly act crazily. Being careful, not looking at things you shouldn't see, and not listening to things you shouldn't listen to are the main themes here. Audrey, you have to keep this in mind. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard returned to his body. He quickly thought of a way to communicate with Palez Zoroast. Then, he pretended as though nothing had happened and said in a deep voice, "Old man, I have something to ask you." In his mind, Palez's slightly aged voice immediately laughed. "You have to remember this. The more you ask, the more likely I'll be able to guess what you did tonight. It's not something that needs to be kept a secret." Leonard habitually replied before getting to the point. "Old man, what do you know about Brother Amorn?" "That depends on what you want to know." Palez Zoroast threw the question back to Leonard. Leonard thought for a moment. After Brother Amorn obtained 0-08, is he only one ritual away from becoming a god? That should be the case. Palez didn't give a definite answer. Leonard wasn't too satisfied with this answer. "I remember you once mentioning that in the early days of the Solomon Empire, the two kings of angels, Medici and Ouroboros, were rather afraid of the Amorn brothers. This means that they are really very close to the divine throne." This was something that Palez had occasionally mentioned in their previous exchanges. This time, Leonard had also received confirmation from some of Mobut's answers. "Heh, I only said the first half. I didn't tell you that Amorn and Adam were already very close to becoming gods at that time." Palez denied Leonard's statement. "There are too many possibilities that make Medici and Ouroboros afraid. It's not just that he's very close to the godhood. We can't make a firm judgment just because of that." This sequence, one angel cleared his throat and continued, "Being very close to the godhood is one of the possible reasons. Being very close to becoming a god is one of the possible reasons. Adam and Amorn's unique authorities and how difficult they are to deal with are also possible reasons. Just like Adam, you never know if he is sitting right next to you. You don't know if he is planning what you do. You don't know if you'll voluntarily walk into his traps. Heh, I'm talking about you, not me. Of course, I also have to be on guard against these things. If I'm not careful enough, it'll be very easy for me to suffer. As for Amorn, he has all sorts of ideas and has a practical spirit. It makes it impossible for others to guess his goal, making it difficult to guard against him. Furthermore, he is very good at deception. There's always a conspiracy behind him. In that era, apart from true deities, no one was unafraid of him. Heh, even true deities had to be wary of him. Otherwise, it's unknown when he would steal some of their authorities." Leonard nodded indiscernibly and diverted the topic in another direction. "Old man, do you think the spectator pathway has any secrets?" "There shouldn't be any secrets for those below Angel. As for those above, I'm not sure," Palez Zoroast said after a few seconds of thought. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he added with some hesitation, "I heard from Medici before. He said that high-ranking Beyonders of the spectator pathway are the least likely to lose control and go crazy, but they are also the most likely to lose control and go crazy." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Palez Zoroast scoffed and said, "I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic." "I don't wish to tell you for now." Palez Zoroast scoffed and said, "I have some guesses, but I lack evidence and logic." "I don't wish to tell you for now. You actually don't have any thoughts or guesses, right?" Leonard mumbled out of habit and on purpose. "Don't play such tricks in front of me." The slightly aged voice wasn't affected at all. Leonard didn't dare to ask further as he deliberated for a moment. "Old man, I went to a real dream this time. There were quite a number of spiritual remnants of ancient figures. Do you know a viscount named Mobut Zoroast?" "Mobut?" Palez Zoroast's voice suddenly aged a lot before it returned to normal. "He's a direct descendant of mine. He went missing after a large-scale war. I originally believed that he had been killed by Amorn or Jacob in passing, so I couldn't divine the murderer. Now, from the looks of it, things aren't that simple." "Indeed." Leonard gave an affirmative answer. Then, he diluted the surface and said, "He's been dead for a period of time. All that's left of him is some spiritual remnant. In that real dream, he became husband and wife with an elven singer." Palez quietly listened and fell silent for a moment. "That's good too." Leonard originally wanted to say that Mobut would also call him old man, but he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say it. All he could do was end the topic there. After witnessing Leonard and Audrey's vows, Klein returned to the real world. He tidied up the altar in the room, took out a pen and paper, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of peeping and concealment. He wanted to summon a Rhodes and ask it how it had confirmed that Roselle's travels had appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room glowed faintly, as if there were waves of water rippling inside. In the dim light, silver words popped up one after another. Exalted, great, benevolent master, your insignificant and loyal servant, a Rhodes, has come to answer your summons. Do you have any orders for me? A few questions. After Klein answered, he was not in a hurry to ask about Roselle's travels. He planned to start with a less sensitive topic. He thought for a moment. A Rhodes, there's an abandoned ancient castle in Drake Forest. Deep in it is a bronze door. It seems to be sealing some power that comes from underground. Do you know what it is? Just as Klein finished his sentence, the faint glow on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly extinguished, turning pitch black. Above the pitch-black darkness, pale words appeared one after another with the feeling of liquid sliding down. I come from underground, P.S. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for donning a diving suit and tipping a Silver Alliance member. Chapter 1103. I come from underground. Upon seeing the ghastly white words appear on the full-body mirror, Klein felt a chill run down his back. His pupils dilated as he instinctively wanted to switch places with the marionette next door. And in the room where his valet was, Inuni, who was lying silently, had already opened his eyes. The corresponding spot in his stomach swelled up before shrinking back. It was as though there was a second heart growing there, one that beat extremely slowly. At the same time, the scene that a Rhodes had presented when answering him about his origins flashed across Klein's mind. Large amounts of black, sticky liquid surged out of the holes in the ground. They twisted and expanded, growing out hands and feet of varying numbers, turning into monsters. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid and landed on a rock. It fused with the rock and turned into a silver mirror with ancient patterns with black gems on both sides. It was a Rhodes's true body. It really came from underground. Furthermore, this underground is the same as the underground sealed by the bronze door in the abandoned castle. I actually didn't make the connection before. There's nothing I can do about it. There are too many things that involve the underground. Most of them don't have any special meaning, just like coal. Yes, before today, I didn't believe that there was anything special about involving the underground. Klein controlled the urges in his heart and ignored the horror of a Rhodes's answer. Without any change in expression, he said, "What's the exact situation?" The ghastly white words squirmed and changed, giving him a baffling feeling as though he was about to cry. "Great Master, I'm not sure about the exact details either. I only gained true consciousness when I came to the surface and became a mirror. I don't have any memories of the past. By the way, there's something that might be related. Do you want to hear it? Speak." Seeing that a Rhodes's attitude was fine, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The color of the words on the full-body mirror's surface recovered a little, turning rather white. "Didn't I say it before? I see a pillar of support and dominance from you. And apart from being able to hear a strange calling, I also have a similar feeling towards the underground. This makes me feel warm, making me wish to return and submit. This might be the reason why I became your servant." "What?" "The things underground give off a similar feeling to the grey fog. They both involve a pillar of support and dominance." Upon seeing a Rhodes's answer, Klein jumped in fright once again. If it wasn't for his clown powers, he might have lost his composure. At this moment, he inexplicably thought of a joke he had seen in his previous life and transplanted it to himself. "What? The thing that the ancient gods feared came from underground? What? A Rhodes also came from underground? What? I'm from the underground too. This is simply funny and terrifying. No, this might not be a joke. The original owner of the mysterious space above the grey fog, the creator of the strange door of light, and the existence that pulled the transmigrators here, might be from the underground, or might be inextricably linked to the things underground." Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he thought of many things. When the indescribable shadow loomed over him, he smiled slightly and mocked himself in his heart. In any case, There are new clues and directions for the Grey Fog's transmigration investigation. Klein composed himself and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter? What do the major churches and secret organizations know about the underground things that must be sealed and isolated?" On the full-body mirror, the white words turned back to silver. "There's basically no knowledge. It seems to have been hidden by some power. Isn't that a secret?" Klein's brows twitched slightly, but he ultimately didn't say a word. The silver words on the mirror continued to appear. "However, there are still some legends that exist in a number of secret organizations. In those legends, the underground is described as the lair of devils and evil spirits. It's the source of the corruption of the human heart, the primordial sin and evil. The first one is wrong. The underground things that need to be sealed probably have nothing to do with devils and evil spirits. Legends are actually similar to mysticism symbols. Don't look at what it says. Strip away the exterior and understand what it symbolizes. It symbolizes the fear of the underground, from the body to the soul, from consciousness to emotions." Klein's thoughts raced as he nodded slightly. "It's your turn to ask a question. Great Master, your loyal servant, Rhodes, has a tiny suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" On the full-body mirror's surface, silver words appeared one after another. "Speak." Klein could vaguely guess what kind of suggestion Rhodes was going to give. "Before you return to your divine throne, try not to investigate matters related to the underground seal." The silver words quickly squirmed and formed a new sentence. "Indeed." Klein sighed and calmly said, "Next question." "Next question, how did you confirm that Grozel's travels appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed?" The words on the mirror's surface quickly distorted and crumpled into a ball before quickly dispersing. "It's a revelation and information obtained from the spirit world. As the source was a subsidiary god of the dragons back then, the Dragon of Wisdom, your loyal servant believes that it can be confirmed." "Great Master, is there a problem? How direct?" After sighing, Klein instantly thought of how the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, had likely entered the world in the book and approached the bronze door behind the ancient god's throne. Furthermore, he might have a deep understanding of the underground seal due to his omniscience. He also felt that the ancient dragon seemed to have a deeper meaning in Rozel's travels. He could vaguely grasp something, but he couldn't put it into words. He couldn't truly grasp it. "No," Klein answered Rhodes's question. Then, he asked a tentative question. "Why didn't you mention the Dragon of Wisdom's true name?" "Because I don't dare to directly reveal the true name of a deity." Rhodes used a tactful method to give a definite answer. Klein nodded and did not ask any further questions. "It's your turn. Great Master, do you have any more questions?" The silver words quickly rearranged themselves on the slightly dark surface of the mirror. "No, let's call it a day." Klein shook his head. After saying that, he recalled what happened last time and added, "No, I'll summon you again. When there are new questions, I'll summon you again." The full-body mirror lit up as the silver words shimmered. "Yes, Master. Your loyal and determined servant, Rhodes, awaits your next summoning at any time. This time, it wasn't a simple drawing, but a cat's paw with a white background and a red heart. There's something new every time." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the full-body mirror in the bedroom return to normal. He stood in the darkness, bathed in the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains. He stood there quietly for a while before returning to bed and using cogitation to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, on a Monday morning, Klein woke up 15 minutes earlier than usual. He brought his valet, Inuni, down to the first floor and said to butler Walter, "I had a nightmare last night. I want to go to church before breakfast." Although butler Walter was surprised, he wasn't too surprised. After all, as long as the cathedral was open, there would be people going at any time. He quickly arranged for a carriage to send Dawn Dantes to the door. When Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral, the door wasn't open yet. He waited until 8 before following the first batch of believers into the hall. He found a seat in the first few rows and sat down. Facing the dark sacred emblem, he closed his eyes and focused on chanting the goddess's honorific name in ancient Hermes in the serene atmosphere. The Evernite goddess who is loftier than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. After chanting the honorific name, he switched to normal ruin and said almost silently, "There's an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. There is an ancient bronze gate in the depths of the castle. It is sealing a powerful fallen power. How should I eliminate the hidden problem there?" Klein wasn't testing the deities, but reporting it openly. As for what the church's reaction would be, and what he could glean from their actions, that was another matter. After repeating it 7 times, he began to pray seriously. Time ticked by. In the dark, quiet, and peaceful cathedral, Klein stood up and walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Inuni. During this process, he didn't receive any revelations, nor did he see the Evernite cloister's matron, Oriana. This feedback itself also indicated an attitude. That was, he hadn't reached the level of understanding the underground seal. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Force pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She hated the curtains here because they were too thin and transparent. They couldn't block out the morning light, and this would seriously affect the quality of her sleep. "I have to change it. No, I might have to move again soon." Just as Force's thoughts were wandering, she heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and Zio's familiar footsteps. With a whoosh, her blanket disappeared, and a letter landed on her. "Your letter. It's from Pritz Harbor," Zio reminded her. "Teacher's reply." Force suddenly sat up, tore open the letter, and quickly scanned it. After a moment of silence, she said, "I have to go out. I have to go out. My teacher has already arrived in Backlund. This letter should have arrived 2 days ago." The letter was dated and addressed. "The mailman here isn't that responsible." Zio glanced at her friend and said, "Is there still time?" "Thankfully, teacher said he would wait for me for 3 days." Force hurriedly got out of bed and began changing her clothes. She had a feeling that she would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the House of Abraham and obtain the traveler's potion formula and certain beyonder ingredients. Chapter 1104. Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. Outside room 2016. Force directly passed through the wall without attracting anyone's attention. Then, she knocked on the door according to the agreed rhythm. Before long, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had broad shoulders and thick arms and was dressed in a black formal suit, unlocked the door and turned the knob. The gentleman quickly looked around and made way for Force to enter. "I never expected you to become a scribe so quickly." After closing the door, Dorian carefully checked the door lock before turning around and sighing. By the standards of this era, he was already considered a middle-aged man, but he was still a Sequence 7 astrologer. He had no hope of advancing. As for his student, Force Wall, she had only taken about a year to go from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. When comparing the two, Dorian couldn't help but sigh and feel sad. The bloodline of the House of Abraham was supposed to be noble and enviable, but now, it was a heavy curse that left him depressed. "It's all because of your good teaching, teacher." Although Force didn't like to go out and preferred to stay at home, she would still receive invitations from nobles from time to time. She was a best-selling author who participated in high society's literary salons, so it wasn't to the extent that she didn't know how to speak. Furthermore, she had indeed received a lot of help from her teacher, be it knowledge, money, formulas, or ingredients. Dorian glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. "It's not like you're the only student I've taught. In my memory, there's only one person who can compare to you in terms of advancement speed." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Next, your goal is Sequence 5 Traveler, and I have higher expectations for you. I hope that you can obtain guardhood and become a Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer. Of course, I also have a request. That is to wait until you really become a demigod before attempting to pray to a certain hidden existence. Listen to his answer and figure out what he is saying. There's indeed a certain level of danger, but for a Sequence 4 demigod, as long as one has the ability to withstand it, there shouldn't be any problems. Teacher, is this answer very important to you?" Force knew what was going on, but she still pretended to be curious and confused. Dorian was silent for a few seconds, then let out a long sigh. "It's very important. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, too many people have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of this answer, but they have obtained nothing. Don't worry, the reason why we paid such a huge price is because there is an ancient curse hidden in our family's bloodline, and you are not related to us by blood. I don't expect to find a way to break the curse in my generation, but I hope to know where it came from, and what is the cause of my death. At this point, Dorian took a deep breath and didn't continue. For some reason, at this moment, Force directly felt the weight that had been accumulated generation after generation for thousands of years. It was really hard for her to imagine what kind of pain it would be for a person's grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, and children to die directly or indirectly because of the same curse. Thinking of how her teacher had taken care of her, Force, who had only received this care and love from her elders in recent years, opened and closed her eyes, lowered her head, and nodded vigorously. I will work hard. Dorian put away her emotions and nodded gently. The thing that's most commendable about you is your kindness. Force was a little embarrassed, and she changed to a word that her teacher had mentioned. Family. She remembered that her teacher hadn't told her about the House of Abraham. He had pretended that he, Lawrence, or Lisa, and the others were members of a secret organization. In order to distinguish between what her teacher had said and what she had learned on the tarot, Force had carefully sorted out the information before she left, in case she accidentally revealed information that she shouldn't have known. Dorian answered simply, in order to solve the problem of the curse, my family has joined that organization. He then changed the topic. Why did you move in such a hurry this time? We were targeted by the official beyond us. Force first told the truth before complaining about the postman. Dorian didn't say anything else and began to set up the ritual. She summoned the void creature, Malmax, who loved music, and made him spit out 3 items. The first was a crystal that was so transparent that it was almost illusory, the second was an ancient goatskin, and the third was a small hunter's backpack. This is the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a traveler. With it, you don't need to gather additional main ingredients. This is the traveler potion formula. This backpack contains the corresponding supplementary ingredients. If you don't have a good way to preserve them, try to digest the scribe potion within half a year. Otherwise, their spirituality will be completely lost. Dorian handed the items in her hand to Force. Thank you, teacher, Force said sincerely. Then, she unfolded the goatskin and quickly scanned through the potion formula, focusing on the ritual. Set up special coordinates in 4 completely different places in the depths of the spirit world that are very far from each other. What's the purpose of this ritual? Force thought for a few seconds and asked her teacher. After consuming the traveler potion, you will uncontrollably begin to roam the spirit world. By the time you gain basic control of your powers, you will realize that you have lost your way. At that time, you can use the 4 special coordinates to return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the depths of the spirit world for a long period of time. Not only is it dangerous, it will also assimilate you, making you lose your rationality and become a creature that relies on the spirit world. Although Dorian had no hope of becoming a traveler herself, she had seen students advance to sequence 5 before. Then there should be other alternatives. Force muttered as though she was in thought. Yes. Dorian nodded. Previously, the organization had an item that allowed people to return to the real world directly from the spirit world. Unfortunately, it was lost. Without waiting for Force to ask, Dorian said, if, and I'm saying if, you really become a demigod and fulfill that wish of mine, I will hand over an important item that I wield to you. This is a teacher's wish for you. One of the powerful sealed artifacts of the House of Abraham? Force had some guesses, but she didn't dare to promise anything. She continued as before, I'll work hard. Following that, she continued the topic and asked curiously, Teacher, you just mentioned that sequence 4 is secret sorcerer. Then what about sequence 3, sequence 2, and sequence 1? Dory gave a laugh as he settled in your only sequence 6. Yes, sequence 3 is wanderer. Sequence 2 is planeswalker. Sequence 1's potion name is Key of Stars. Heh, thankfully you mentioned this problem. I actually forgot to organize a list of things to take note of when exploring the spirit world. These are things that you have to remember after becoming a traveler. How about this? I'll stay another night. Come to me tomorrow to get the information. Force agreed as she ruminated over the names of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the apprentice pathway. All right, teacher. After instructing her on these matters, Dorian paced back and forth a few times. After some thought, she exhorted again, there will be a certain attraction between Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. It's not obvious at lower sequences, but the higher the sequence, the stronger it is. Sometimes, this attraction won't be directly felt by you. It will make you unknowingly approach a high-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway. When you become a traveler, you have to constantly pay attention to such matters. Upon saying that, Dorian paused for a moment. There aren't many demigods of the apprentice pathway still alive. Among them, you need to be especially careful of a man named Botis. He's the saint of secrets of the Aurora Order. Just like Louis, he's a traitor of our organization. I'll give you his portrait tomorrow. Booties. Force repeated the name her teacher had mentioned in her heart. At the same time, she had a new understanding of her encounter with the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Veen. Perhaps it wasn't a chance encounter, but an attraction between Beyonder characteristics. Her teacher had a sufficiently powerful sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. Force quickly suppressed this thought and began to consult her on various matters regarding acting as a scribe. City of Silver, Berg household. So there's a way to bypass the giant King's Court's front and enter the interior through the waning forest and barren tunnel. Derek Berg recalled the information Mr. World had shared with him above the grey fog. This was very important to the City of Silver. This was because the early explorations from the afternoon town camp indicated that the closer one was to the giant King's Court, the more monsters that originated from the darkness were, and the stronger they were. I have to tell the chief. Derek suddenly stood up, rushed out of the house, and headed straight for the spire. As he wished, he met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. According to Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations, he said that he had recalled a certain mural he had seen in Afternoon Town's shadow. It described a secret passageway into the giant King's Court. Colin Iliad listened quietly without interrupting Derek's recount. Finally, he nodded gently. Very good, you've done well. What do you want to exchange this contribution for? The complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Derek was already prepared. Colin didn't ask why as he thought for a moment. If that secret passageway is real, then its value is definitely higher than the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. You can choose something else. Are you interested in the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He's asking Mr. Fool. As Derek came to a realization, he asked in surprise, do we have the potion formula of a higher sequence of the plantar pathway? He didn't remember having any. You should remember that the giant King's Queen is the goddess of harvest, but the surrounding area lacks the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. There's no rush. You can consider it again. Colin Iliad calmly changed the topic. Have you already mastered the power of a priest of light? Yes, Derek replied succinctly. Colin fell silent for a moment as he looked at the teenager in front of him. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do you want to choose? Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1105. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do I want to choose? Derek Berg subconsciously examined his own needs. As the sun pathway had a certain level of restraint against the monsters in the darkness, and he also had Thunder God's Roar, he didn't have much desire for offensive or support-type sealed artifacts. And the experience of being beaten up while making friends made him subconsciously wish for a mystical item that could provide stronger defense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly came to a realization. He understood that the essence of the question wasn't what saint-level sealed artifact he wanted, but which saint-level sealed artifact could exchange for the Creator's cross from Mr. Fool. He hesitated for a moment and frankly asked, Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions? Colin glanced at him and left his original spot. He slowly walked to the window and turned around. There are 4 sealed artifacts that are relatively suitable for you. The first one is called the Sword of Silver Dawn. It was left behind by an elder who died 1300 years ago. Holding this straight sword can hide one's malice and certain actions, effectively interfering with divination and prophecy, and obtain exaggerated strength. It can bring a dawn against evil and degeneration to the surrounding area. It can also stir up a destructive storm of light, creating an invisible and sturdy defensive wall around the wielder. Every time it is connected to the ground, the protective force will be unshakable. At the tip of the hilt is a statue of a human head with a single eye and a huge mouth. It has the characteristics of a living person. Feeding the corresponding herbs, essential oils, and medicines to this statue will cause the Sword of Silver Dawn to produce different effects, such as lightning, freezing, purification, burning, rotting, and exorcism. This sword has strict conditions for using it. It's impossible to pick it up if you're less than 180 centimeters tall. It's difficult to unleash its full power if you're less than 200 centimeters tall. In addition, the statue of a human head at the top of the hilt is very talkative. It's always chattering. If the wielder doesn't respond to it, perhaps at a critical moment, the Sword of Silver Dawn will suddenly give up resisting and even attack its owner. If the wielder is willing to talk to the statue, he will be on the brink of madness. This is what I want, a sealed artifact that's good at defense. Derek muttered to himself. He didn't interrupt the chief's explanation as he quietly listened to him continue introducing the sealed artifacts. The second item is the Twilight Mask, which came from the previous chief. It's a mask made from a skull. It can conceal malice, thoughts, and behavioral tendencies, making the wearer seem like a dead person without any thoughts. As long as you wear this mask, you will have the power of a true giant and the right to rule over the undead. Any living creature that looks into the eyes of the wearer will die immediately. Even if they have divinity, they will still be severely injured. And even if there is no eye contact, the target that the wearer sees will slowly wither, just like crossing the river of death inch by inch. The person who wears this mask can also create the terrifying twilight storm. Anything that is tainted by the dim light will decay, rot, wither, die, and lose its sense of life. Most attacks other than purification are ineffective against people wearing the Twilight Mask, just like how no one can kill a dead person. This Twilight Mask is very powerful, but it's also extremely dangerous. Even if it doesn't do anything and just leaves it there, the people around it will suddenly die one after another for no reason. Therefore, there needs to be a suitable sealing method. No matter who it is, after wearing this mask, their ears will constantly echo with screams and roars that seem to come from the depths of the underworld. This is a mental attack that can drive a person crazy and make them lose their rationality. At the same time, as long as they wear this mask for more than 5 minutes, they will irrevocably become its slave. This sealed artifact can't be used. Although it's powerful, it can only be used to seal. Only a mighty existence like Mr. Fool can ignore its negative effects. Derek opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. Colin Iliad recalled the information and continued, the third item is called Life's Cane. It can control beyonder creatures with low intelligence, reducing their madness for a short period of time. It can use incomplete spirits and all kinds of materials to complete extreme life refinement. This can create ordinary humans that can live for a long time. It can also create different dolls that are used for combat and all kinds of matters, including stone golems, earth golems, and steel golems. Any living being that has been struck by this cane will have an increased tendency to go crazy and lose control. Their bodies will also have a certain chance of mutating, growing watermelons, mushrooms, wheat, and other things. Of course, these are inedible and will cause contamination. As for the living beings that have been struck by the cane, no matter how serious their injuries are, they will be healed, except for those that have already begun to lose control. This cane will fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it plants or animals, they will be able to flourish and reproduce rapidly. Unfortunately, it's useless against our cursed land. The person who carries Life's Cane has a high chance of having a mutation. The longer they hold it, the higher the chance. This will cause them to have more organs, or lose parts of their body, which will be replaced by various plants. It sounds sinister. Derek felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what's the fourth sealed artifact? It came from a devil that lost control I hunted. I called it the fallen flute. This is a silver flute that looks very ordinary, but once someone blows it, the surrounding living beings will fall into an unavoidable hallucination. Their anger, sadness, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, melancholy, and other emotions and desires will rapidly swell. They will either detonate their minds, destroy their rationality, or bring about a loss of control. In the vicinity of this fallen flute, other than the wielder, all living beings will have their thinking abilities significantly reduced, making it easy for them to make mistakes. At the same time, the wielder of the flute will be abnormally sensitive to danger. Sometimes, they can even foresee things that might threaten their lives a day or two in advance. Wherever this fallen flute is, people's hearts will gradually degenerate. All kinds of desires will take over, and beliefs will be thrown aside. The wielder will also turn a little cold, unable to find normal emotions. The more times it is used, the longer it is carried, and the deeper the level. And this might very well conflict with one's own pathway or corresponding acting, increasing the risk of losing control. After explaining the fourth sealed artifact, Colin Iliad's light blue eyes, which seemed to be filled with stories, turned to look at Derek. "What do you have in mind?" "I need some time to think," Derek answered in a rather practiced manner. "Indeed, this is a very important matter for you. You can't make a rash decision," Colin said with a nod. "In 3 days, we will set off for the afternoon town camp. Tell me the answer before that, and give yourself time to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifact." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek bowed seriously and left the chief's room. He wasn't in a rush to return home and pray to Mr. Fool. He planned on heading to the training grounds to temper his various Sun Domain theurgical spells. This was a habit that was engraved deep in the blood of everyone in the City of Silver. Only the self-disciplined and the hardworking could survive longer in the desolate and dark lands. In a dark alley in the Beekland Bridge area, Zio once again saw the golden-masked MI9 member who was clearly kind to her. The judge potion formula might take some time, the golden-masked man took the initiative to say. This was because although the investigation on Zio didn't continue, it wasn't declared to be over. Zio pursed her lips and nodded, as though she had finally made up her mind. "I don't want that formula anymore." "You've given up?" the golden-masked man asked in surprise, but he couldn't hide his joy. Zio didn't directly answer as she turned her head to the side. "I'll exchange all the merit points I've accumulated for gold pounds." After hearing her answer, the golden-masked man nodded in relief. "It's best that you understand. Let bygones be bygones. You, your mother, and brother will have a brand new and beautiful future. Yes, if the merit points you've accumulated are exchanged for gold pounds, it'll be about 2,000 pounds. I'll help you fight for a little more. After that, you can continue being a peripheral member of our MI9. Having an official identity is very useful for unaffiliated Beyonders." Zio fell silent for a few seconds as her lips quivered. "Thank you." She could clearly sense the kindness of the man in front of her, so her thanks came from the bottom of her heart. However, she wouldn't give up. The reason why she chose gold pounds was that she had already reserved the judge potion formula from the world's German Sparrow. This crazy adventurer even claimed to have the subsequent disciplinary paladin potion formula. And at the same time, giving up on the surface could help Zio effectively dispel MI9's suspicions. After briefly explaining the progress of the previous commissions, Zio bade farewell to the golden-masked man and left the alley. On Tuesday morning, Force went out early again and went to the Hat Trick Inn in Sherwood Borough to meet her teacher, Dorian Gray. This is the matters to take note of when exploring the spirit world. This is a portrait of Booties. Dorian covered her mouth and yawned. Then, she handed a thick stack of paper to Force. Force wasn't in a hurry to read the information as she cast her gaze at the portrait. It was a black-robed man who wasn't 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled, but he gave off an abnormally hard feeling. His dark eyes were so deep that they seemed to hide countless things. This is the Saint of Secrets. Force rubbed her fingers and used her Trickmaster powers to burn the portrait. Not bad. You're very cautious. Dorian nodded in approval. He then carried his suitcase and said to Force, I have to return to Pritz Harbor. I have to return to Pritz Harbor. Staying in Backland for too long will arouse suspicion. Force knew that the situation in Beekland had been tense recently and that she wished for her teacher to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, she didn't hold him back and watched him leave the room. Then, with the help of door opening, she went all the way to the alley behind the inn. Just as she got her bearings and turned into a street, she suddenly saw a man in a black trench coat walk over. The man swept a glance at her before naturally looking away. As for Force, the muscles on her back suddenly tensed up. Her eyes reflected the man's appearance. He wasn't even 40 years old. His brown hair was slightly curled as though it was abnormally hard. His dark eyes were deep, as though they hid countless things. Chapter 1106. Saint of Secrets Booties. Force had experienced quite a bit recently. She might even have been watched by a king of angels, so she had a rather strong tolerance. At that moment, she didn't show any abnormalities as she naturally retracted her gaze. Without slowing down, she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, the two of them brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between beyonder characteristics? If he knew that teacher was here, he definitely wouldn't be so slow. Instead, he would directly teleport to chase after him. Thankfully, teacher has already boarded a carriage and left the inn. Force's heart returned to its original position as her tense thoughts relaxed slightly. After taking a few more steps forward, she looked up at the sky, as though to determine if it would rain later. At this moment, a crow flew over from afar and landed on a tree, facing the spot where Force had just passed. Force didn't think about the Saint of Secrets booties as she maintained her previous speed and left the street. As the Aurora Order hadn't held a gathering in Beekland for a very long time, and their target was a demigod, Force temporarily didn't have any thoughts of avenging her teacher. Ignoring the problem of her lack of combat strength, just finding and locking onto a secret sorcerer was a difficult task. I'll wait until I become a traveler and have a chance encounter with booties before entrusting Mr. World with the corresponding mission. I'll use this period of time to save up my remuneration. Now, I can confirm one thing. The Aurora Order has a saint in Beekland recently. I can't eliminate the possibility that Booties was affected by the attraction between beyonder characteristics during his travels today and accidentally got lost in Beekland. Force naturally considered if she should seek the help of German Sparrow from the world. As far as she knew, this gentleman had killed at least 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. Among the upper echelons of the 7 Orthodox churches, there are only about 10 true demigods. According to Mr. World's progress, it'll take him at most 2 years to clear out the powerhouses of a church. Of course, reality isn't such an ideal model. Force, who had received higher education and worked as a surgeon, gradually let her thoughts wander. She walked to the side of the street and got into a rental carriage. Above the grey fog, there was a small gathering with only son Derek, the hanging man Alger, and World German Sparrow. However, unlike previous similar situations, there was Mr. Fool as a witness this time. This was because Sun's main goal was to figure out which sealed artifact could please this mighty existence and exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. At the same time, he also had some questions he wanted to ask Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World, so he applied for this private exchange. Sword of Silver Dawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These are all items that have outstanding abilities and negative effects. They need to be sealed. This also means that the City of Silver doesn't have any beyonders of the artisan pathway. All their harvests can only be formed naturally. Even if there's a god-level sealed artifact that can shatter their characteristics, there's no way to reassemble them. As the Fool Klein listened to Little Sun's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of different sealed artifacts. The first thing he eliminated was the Twilight Mask. This was because the negative effects of the sealed artifact that originated from the former chief of the City of Silver were too great. Although Klein could get his marionette to wear the mask and cut off the connection to his hearing, thus avoiding the incessant screams and roars, and he didn't have to worry that his marionette, who was essentially his item, would become a slave to the Twilight Mask, if that were to happen, his actual body would become one of the people who died for no apparent reason. Following that, Klein gave up on the fallen flute for the same reason. The sealed artifact's ability to predict danger ahead of time was indeed better than the desire apostle in creeping hunger. It was tempting, but the negative effects weren't that easy to avoid. If Klein's actual body were to use the flute, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions. This was completely contradictory to his philosophy of using his humanity to resist godhood and maintain balance. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, his actual body would suffer the obvious decline in the thinking abilities of the surrounding living beings, making it easy for him to make mistakes. This would cause the core advantage of the seer pathway to be lost. In addition, this flute will cause the people in the area to fall into depravity. Desires will flow through them. I don't wish for the people of Boklund Street to become a race of revelers who abandon their morals. When the time comes, who knows how many illegitimate children will be born? I can only consider the sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane. Klein mumbled silently as he quickly chose one of the two. The head sculpture on the sword of Silver Dawn had a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that he could communicate with it. And as long as he could communicate with it, many of the negative effects would naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could ignore the thickness and just focus on the height. After all, to a clown with extremely good balance, it didn't affect his performance. The problem of life's cane causing the wielder's body to mutate could be avoided by handing it over to his marionette. Once he lost or gained any organs, he could use flower of blood to repair them. As for the surrounding area being filled with vitality and the flourishing of flora and fauna, it wasn't that negative. Since the negative effects of the two sealed artifacts weren't too big of a problem, what he needed to consider was their use. The Sword of Silver Dawn clearly came from a demon hunter of the warrior pathway. Be it in terms of offense or defense, it was rather powerful. Furthermore, it could hide its malice and was good at dealing with devils. As for life's cane, it was good at creating and triggering mutations. It was a rather sinister type. After a few seconds of consideration, the fool Klein spoke in an unhurried manner when Sun asked for an answer, as though he was discussing something ordinary. I'll take the cane. He finally decided on life's cane. In fact, the Sword of Silver Dawn and life's cane each had their own strengths, so it wasn't an easy choice. Klein's final decision was based on an unusual reason. The sinister life's cane was worthy of the adjective mysterious. It could effectively help him act as a bizarro sorcerer and increase the speed at which the potion was digested. Yes, Mr. Fool, Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that once the sacrificial and bestowment ritual was completed, he would obtain the cross that came from the Creator. After confirming this matter, he cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, apart from the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you need a high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway? As the matter of the giant king's court's secret passageway was shared with him by the world, he could only ask this person and not Mr. Fool. Of course, from Derek's point of view, the world was Mr. Fool's blessed, so his answer represented Mr. Fool's intentions to a certain extent. A high-sequence potion formula of the plantar pathway. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, immediately felt a headache as he fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand the train of thought of the City of Silver's chief. On the one hand, this senior demon hunter hoped to find a bright future through the exploration of the giant king's court. On the other hand, he was cautious and didn't have strong expectations. He was prepared to continue holding out in the darkness. Therefore, the reason why he mentioned the plantar potion formula was mainly to see if Mr. Fool had the corresponding authority, or if certain factions he favored needed it. If this could bring about feedback, it would effectively improve the living environment of the City of Silver. And on Klein's side, Frank Lee had recently sent a letter saying that his research was only one step away. Once he became a druid, he should be able to succeed. This made Klein very hesitant about whether he should give him a push. I have no idea what the future will be like. Let's focus on what's in front of me. A sequence 5 Beyonder without any godhood can't do anything too serious. Besides, Marum Hermit is already a demigod. She can tell that Frank isn't too much of a problem. Klein thought for a moment and made the world's German sparrow speak. Sequence 5. What if there's a higher one? Sun pressed. Klein felt like he was undergoing a test as he fell silent for a few seconds. If you want to give it to us, that's fine too, all right. Derek didn't ask any further and turned to the person beside him. Mr. Hanged Man, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is a little strange. Why did the chief suddenly mention the high-sequence potion formula of the planter pathway? The Hanging Man Alger looked at the world's German sparrow and said, "This should be a test by your chief to see if he can change the environment around the City of Silver. I remember you mentioning before that you only know that the goddess of harvest is the queen of the giant king, and according to the Sanguine records, the goddess of harvest's name is Omabella. Your City of Silver originally believed in her. I was originally certain that the name Omabella was real, and I didn't have any inclination towards other theories. Now, your chief suddenly took out a high-sequence potion formula of the planter pathway that you previously didn't know about. This makes me suspect that the moon's theory is correct. This means that your City of Silver has, for some reason, hidden the fact that you once believed in the goddess of harvest. You even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be quite a big secret hidden in this. It's not a small secret." Derek thought about it seriously, but he couldn't think of any secret. Thankfully, this wasn't something too important to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Chapter 1107. Above the grey fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. This bronze-green crucifix was tied to an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the button had a layer of crystalline particles that exuded a heavy and dignified feeling. This was Catlear's judge button. It had been reserved for Zio for £3,500, so Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it ahead of time to Mr. Fool, asking this mighty existence to get his angels to help him shatter it. And on Monday's tarot, Zio had reserved the judge potion formula for £2,000. According to the agreement, apart from knowledge, Justice Audrey wasn't to share everything obtained from exploring Roselle's travels. She was only providing free help in the matter of killing Hvin Rambis. As for Leonard, he had the right to sell the potion formula and historical knowledge, but clearly, Zio trusted the world, German Sparrow. It's almost done. This way, I can safely exchange the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun. In the future, if there are similar requests, they will definitely be more willing to trade with Little Sun and not seek Mr. Fool's help. No one dares to frequently disturb a secret existence, unless there's really no other way. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and turn the unshadowed crucifix into a Beyonder characteristic, I should also be a Sequence 3. I can use more of the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog to directly shatter the sealed artifact. After the grey fog's disinfection, Adam likely won't be able to use the unshadowed crucifix to lock onto Little Sunday. However, even if he can really find him, it wouldn't be too serious. His brother, Amorn, has long known that Little Sun is related to Mr. Fool. Yes, Amorn seems to be able to freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder if Adam can. As Klein separated the unshadowed crucifix from the button that had begun praising Sun, he watched the Beyonder characteristic condense as he waited for Little Sun to hold the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. City of Silver, inside the spire. After setting up the ritual, Derek Berg watched as a puppet formed from black clay approached with a wooden cane that didn't look special. He placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer and some work, the illusory door of sacrifice and bestowment opened and took away Life's cane, leaving behind a bronze cross with spikes. At the same time, the name, usage, and negative effects of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind. He held back his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and examined it repeatedly. After cleaning up the scene, Derek left and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin said with a deep voice. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and walked in. He calmly displayed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the relic of the Lord that I mentioned before. It's called the unshadowed crucifix. The way to use it is to let the thorns on it be stained with the blood of the wielder." This time, he purposely changed the term relic to relic. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After hearing the introduction, he approached with heavy steps, took the item, and sized it up. Finally, Colin Iliad pressed his thumb on a thorn, letting the bright red blood flow out. The mottled coppery green began to peel off as the unshadowed crucifix revealed a body composed of pure light, illuminating the entire room without any darkness. After an indescribable holy aura filled the surrounding area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item, although it had been more than 2,000 years since the City of Silver had been abandoned, making it impossible for him to sense the aura of a deity. The city still had many items that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Every time the black-faced grass was harvested, they would be invited out to join the ritual. Through comparison with these items, Colin Iliad could almost confirm the origins of the crucifix in his hand. Derek wanted to respond, but the heavy meaning in the chief's words suddenly pressed down on his heart, preventing him from saying a word. Colin Iliad didn't add anything else. He held the unshadowed crucifix and stood silently on the spot. After nearly a minute, the City of Silver's chief broke the silence and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "The return of the Lord's item is a sign. It's a sign that we will be ushering in the light of dawn. Leave this unshadowed crucifix with me for half a day. I need to gather all the elders in the city for a meeting and show them this item. Heh, even I can't casually dispose of a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I've lost life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and ask for punishment. You have to remember that as a chief, you have to be decisive in making decisions at the last minute, but you also have to have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. You can't escape punishment just because you think it's good for the City of Silver. Perhaps you're right this time, but you can't guarantee that you'll be right every time. Don't worry. This unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you." The chief speaks so profoundly. "I'll get Mr. the Hanging Man to explain it to me at the next tarot gathering." Derek instinctively wanted to raise his right hand and scratch the back of his head, but he ultimately held back and informed Colin Iliad of the negative effects of the unshadowed crucifix. Beekland, Northborough, 160 Beauclund Street. Klein had sacrificed Winner Inuni above the grey fog to keep his marionette fresh. He planned on letting Earl of the Fallen Coners Kilger wear the flower of blood ring and wield life's cane. From time to time, he would create a sense of horror and strangeness in his daily life to help him speed up the digestion of the potion. This way, Inuni wouldn't be able to use the flower of blood ring to hide in Coners' stomach. He would have to hide elsewhere. This would be rather troublesome, so it was better to throw him above the grey fog. After all, Klein could create an ordinary marionette at any time if he wanted to. Why does the act of placing a marionette in a fresh-keeping cabinet feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does match the name of Bizarro Sorcerer. Yes, Zaratul and the angel of the Antigonus family hung their marionettes up to dry. I'm much better than them. After Klein rubbed his chin, he stuffed the ordinary wooden cane into a special cane he had bought through misjudgment. This cane was hollow and could hold a sword that wasn't considered wide. It was perfect for Klein to use to hide life's cane. After he was done with these matters, he got his valet, who appeared to be Inuni but was actually Coners, to take the cane away. He returned to the room next door, washed up, and got into bed. In his relaxed and beautiful sleep, Klein's spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. He suddenly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't drawn completely, allowing him to see the situation outside. Outside the window was a dark green. Branches and vines were everywhere, and flowers were densely packed. It was so dense that Klein suspected that he had been teleported into a forest. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He got out of bed and quickly walked to the balcony, pulling open the curtains completely. What he saw was no longer the garden of Dawn Dantes' residence, but a lush forest. This is to fill the surrounding area with vitality. Be it animals or plants, they will flourish and reproduce rapidly. Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression immediately turned a little sluggish. Previously, when he divined to confirm the corresponding powers and negative effects of life's cane, he had seen a similar scene. However, the revelation he received was that it wasn't harmful to the surroundings. Therefore, He believed that growth and reproduction was a relatively long cycle that could be effectively controlled. He had to indulge it for a very, very long time before such a scene would appear. With this thought in mind, Klein observed all the spirit body threads in the nearby area. He discovered that humans weren't affected, but there was a clear increase in rats and cockroaches. This outcome made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the forest outside the window and sighed silently. There really isn't any harm. It's just a little exaggerated. Most of the time, I still have to place it above the grey fog. About 10 seconds later, figures appeared in the forest. Some of them were very thin, while others were rather thick. They were wearing black trench coats, and their faces were extremely flat. They had no eyebrows, eyes, noses, or mouths. These figures were either squatting or standing. In the quiet night, they busied themselves by burning the weeds, slashing the vines, and plucking the excess flowers. The next morning, Butler Walter woke up early as usual and pushed open the windows. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog. Droplets of dew condensed, emitting an abnormally fresh smell. Better than yesterday. Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. This vibrant scene made him feel a little restless. For some baffling reason, he missed his wife. Hence, he left the room, patrolled the area, and made all sorts of arrangements. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining hall. Before long, his employer, Dawn Dantes, walked down from the third floor with his valet, Inuni. Walter went forward and bowed. He explained the arrangements for the day and took the initiative to mention, "Sir, I wish to use a day of leave for this month." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the skin on the mixed-blood valet's neck crack open, revealing a black eye. Walter jumped in fright and nearly took a step back. However, after blinking, he realized that there was no strange eye on Inuni's neck. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had some strange dreams that caused me to lose focus and hallucinate." Walter hurriedly reined in his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. Klein apologized inwardly and nodded slightly. "No problem. Enjoy a beautiful day with your family. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday PS2, recommending a book, New Theory of the Apotheosis of the Gods. It has nothing to do with the primordial chaos. It's a self-reconstructed story of the apotheosis of the gods. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1108. After watching Walter leave the second floor, Klein entered the dining hall and surveyed the area. He realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual. They even felt a little restless. Indeed, life's cane can also affect humans. It's just that it's relatively less exaggerated. It's in a relatively normal and acceptable range. According to this logic, the servants' reproductive abilities have definitely increased. The only problem is that they don't have a spouse, so there's no way for it to manifest itself. Will Mr. Butler's return today result in him having a child 9 to 10 months later? His wife is almost 40. It's a little dangerous to give birth in this era. Of course, as the other party of reproduction, the effects of life's cane will spread. It shouldn't be a problem. Man, I wonder if the potential effects will make it easier to conceive a child. If the fertility rate in Beauclund Street increases significantly after Dawn Dantes moves in, my reputation will be doomed. Klein's thoughts wandered as he concluded inwardly. Life's cane is indeed very sinister. In the future, I'll only use it in the real world for a period of time every day. I'll try my best not to affect the humans around me. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet, Inuni, to the first floor and prepared to go out for a stroll. At that moment, 2 second-class maids were cleaning the hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing Dawn Dantes walk over, the 2 maids immediately stood up and made way for him while greeting him. Of course, if they were in a corner, they would try their best not to make a sound to prevent disturbing their employer. This was what Butler Walter had taught them. Klein nodded slightly and gave a simple response before slowly approaching the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat ear stuck in Inuni's head. It was plump and golden in color. Before they could take a closer look, the valet seemed to sense something amiss. He raised his right hand and pulled off the wheat ear with some force. The 2 maids looked at each other, a little surprised, but also a little amused. They believed that Enigmas had accidentally stained some wheat ears on his body when he followed Mr. Dante's to Mega Manor. He had brought them all the way back to 160 Beauclund Street and scattered them in places in his room that weren't easy to clean, such as under his pillow. Then, last night, when he was sleeping, he had pushed his pillow away in his dream, causing a wheat ear to roll into his hair. He didn't notice it when he was washing up during breakfast. Although this process was complicated and not easy to achieve, at least there was a certain probability. It can't be that Enigmas grew a wheat ear on his own, right? The two maids mumbled and continued with their work. After leaving 160 Beauclund Street, Klein and Enigmas walked slowly under the withered Inti's parasol tree, breathing in the relatively refreshing autumn air. Similar to him, some of the neighbors were also taking a morning stroll. Of course, this wasn't a habit of Beauclund's upper class. Last year, the smog was still very bad, and the air was rather pungent. No one was willing to waste time on the streets while enduring the cold wind and the humidity. As neighbors, since they had encountered each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they passed by each other, a lawyer caught sight of Dawn Dantes' valet raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose as though he was yawning. When the mixed-blood youth lowered his right hand, the lawyer suddenly noticed something different. His nose seems to be even straighter. Haha, I must have been thinking about this too much, causing me to hallucinate. If only my nose bridge was a little straighter. As the lawyer thought, he raised his hand to rub his nose. At the same time, he saw two stray dogs chasing in front of him, attempting to breed on the streets. After his stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the third floor and placed Life's cane above the grey fog. It does have a certain effect. The main point of a bizarro sorcerer's digestion is to create terrifying scenes to scare people, as well as to use strange methods to make people feel fear. This is really like a director, but it's a horror film director. Yes, there's no need to really scare people. There are terrifying scenes hidden in a peaceful daily life, and the humans around me don't notice them. They will only occasionally connect the dots and think deeply about it. They will be terrified by a certain possibility, so much so that they don't dare to turn off the lights and have nightmares. This is also a type of horror film. Klein examined his condition and summarized his experiences over the past few months. Finally, he condensed the keyword horror film director. And after understanding this point, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. This required him to not only finish off his enemies, but also give them the treatment of a horror film's main character or important supporting character. That's very troublesome. I'll definitely do my best against a demigod target. How can I have the mood to be fancy? Yes, there's no need to find a demigod target. There's no such restriction when acting. I can totally teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to act in and create some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work be passed down. From the looks of it, I have to let a number of actors successfully escape every time and spread the nightmares they experience to create the corresponding sea legend. I can't feed them all to creeping hunger. As Klein formulated his plan, he suddenly thought of a problem. How many of the horror legends in the northern continent and the sea that have a certain foundation are deliberately created by bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. Sigh, if Amorn were to act as a bizarro sorcerer, he would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is simply astonishing. He doesn't consider the consequences. In fact, while finding pirates to film a horror film, I can also find an opportunity to scare the other demigods. There's no need to fight them to the death. Once the goal is achieved, I can escape. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a supplementary acting plan. Hence, he seriously considered his target. I definitely can't find angels and above. Those I'm not familiar with will make me the protagonist of a horror film on the spot, the kind that will kill me. Those I'm familiar with will know that I'm a bizarro sorcerer, so they won't be able to scare me. Among the saints, there are many whose whereabouts I don't know. Scaring the archbishops will easily cause an unnecessary chain reaction, causing the situation in the world to become even more tense, causing the war to break out ahead of time. After eliminating them, the most suitable targets are actually the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, Patrick Bryan, as well as Will or Septin, the counselors of the Fate Council, and after drafting the list, Klein decided to take the time to visit Dr. Alan Series in the next 2 days. He wanted to bring some ice cream for a particular baby and ask where the counselors had been recently. If he wanted to scare the subordinates of others, he needed the approval of the chairman. After sorting out his thoughts, Klein was in a good mood. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray and donate. Then, he went to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation and stayed there until noon. In the afternoon, he met a few businessmen, professional lawyers, and accountants who were seeking investments, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach and returning to the semi-open room with the balcony, Klein was considering if he should directly visit Dr. Alan Cerese's house tomorrow or invite his family to share dinner at the Srenzo restaurant, which had very good ice cream. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and wasn't surprised to see Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of the heads was biting on a letter. Who sent it? Klein was already used to it and asked in anticipation. As he hadn't received the letter, Rionette Tynker could only reply with 3 heads full. King. King, Patrick Bryan? This nickname can even evolve. Klein reached out to take the letter and opened it. He realized that it was indeed from the fanatic demigod of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. He wrote in the letter, "I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, further recover. Your Excellency, if I receive your permission, I'll hold it at midnight tomorrow, the ritual that points to the angel, Hater. There's no way for the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction to avoid Patrick's probing. I can use paper angels to interfere." Perfect. Klein flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Then, he took out a piece of paper and wrote his reply, "Sure. You have to be careful." On a quiet night, when it was close to midnight, in an uninhabited garment factory in St. George Borough. An empty space had been cleared, and there were nearly 10 mysterious men in black robes and hoods standing there. In the middle of them was a dark black coffin that looked rather heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments with traces of soil, many candles with pale flames flickering, and skulls. Some of these hideous white skulls belonged to humans, while others belonged to animals. Some were extremely strange and looked deformed, making it impossible to imagine what they originally looked like. The skulls were piled up the most in front of them. Patrick Bryan was standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing his chiseled features, black hair, brown eyes, and a relatively long and thin face. The demigod had yet to do anything, but the surroundings had already become extremely cold, as if there were countless invisible creatures having a carnival. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers began to twitch a little in a rather deranged and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual method that death loved. The stronger the dancer's spirituality, the better the effect. As the dance became more intense, a cold, invisible wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and chanted in a language that seemed to come from the underworld, "The king in the depths of hell, the angel who plays the music of death, the ruler above the river Styx. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday tilde." Chapter 1109. With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the various skulls around the black coffin were gradually dyed with a layer of dark green. They blended with the white of the coffin, creating an extremely terrifying feeling. The spirit dance became more and more intense as the voice that seemed to originate from the underworld constantly reverberated. The skulls floated up one after another as though they possessed a life of their own. Then, they were thrown towards the heavy, pitch-black coffin in an orderly fashion. They passed through the lid as though they didn't have a corporeal body and entered. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep vortex that could never be filled. It expanded on the spot and emitted an aura that was cold, sinister, and supreme. It made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel, a death consul. At that moment, the death believers who were dancing the spirit dance convulsed as they collapsed to the ground. Their consciousness turned blurry as though they were roaming the underworld. And above the grey fog, the fool Klein, who had expanded his vision with the help of his marionette's prayer light, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the leader of the charismatic order's artificial death faction, the angel sleeping in the mausoleum, High Priest Hater, had used a probing method that didn't exceed his expectations. He had used the enslavement and control that a superior of the death pathway had over an inferior to directly obtain the information he wanted from Patrick Bryan. To a certain extent, this was a form of interrogation at the level of the mind. Klein was already rather adept at dealing with it. He immediately made the Red Priest card fly into his hand and into his body. Suddenly, Klein was draped in a dark red robe that was formed from blood, rust, and smoke. His face had an additional dark gold mask with ancient patterns, and a crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems appeared on his head. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, turning them into an invisible torrent that surrounded the paper figurines that he had prepared ahead of time. Through the prayer light, they rushed towards undying Patrick Bryan. At that moment, Patrick, who was trembling in submission due to his teacher's aura, trembled slightly as though he had seen layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the flaming angel's exact appearance, only revealing a portion of it. In other words, he had interfered with the special effects himself. Holy wings enveloped him before disappearing, making Patrick feel as though he was hallucinating. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he quickly snapped to his senses and realized that he no longer wanted to obey or disobey his teacher's orders. A portion of his consciousness seemed to be extracted as he hovered high above the mind world, calmly looking down at everything. At the same time, as a fanatic, Patrick Bryan didn't hesitate to treat Angel's embrace as a gift from death. He didn't doubt it at all. At this moment, in the deep vortex formed by the pitch-black coffin, an old and cold voice that made one's soul feel like it was about to leave their body came out. "Well done. Have you made any progress in awakening God recently?" Patrick Bryan immediately followed the explanation given by His Excellency's Blessed and described his efforts with half-truths. After a series of exchanges, Hater, the angel of death on the other side of the vortex, didn't have any suspicions. "Very good. Continue to do it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and casually mentioned, "Very good. I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 spirit guide. Get him to help you complete the corresponding tasks and reduce the pressure on you." Is this what His Excellency's Blessed meant when he said he didn't trust me? Teacher really doesn't wish to see me gain God's favor and threaten his position. Having been influenced by Klein in their daily correspondence, Patrick Bryan, who had slowly changed his perception, couldn't reject such good intentions. All he could do was respectfully reply, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded, turning into a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious patterns that were indescribable. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a crack. Behind the crack was a deep and silent darkness. In the depths of the darkness, there seemed to be eyes that were silently watching the outside. At this moment, a palm reached out and placed on the crack of the door. Its skin was rather pale, and one could see the blue blood vessels beneath it. With a grab and pull, a figure jumped out of the door. It was a tall, young-looking man. He wore a black robe with red patterns and had his hood pulled up. The lines of his face were soft, and his skin was brown. It was obvious that he was of the southern continent bloodline. His facial features weren't bad, but they lacked the color of blood. Stepping on the solid ground, the young man didn't even look at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This is an intoxicating atmosphere. As a beyonder of the death pathway, Patrick Bryan was undoubtedly a little angry to be ignored by a beyonder of a lower sequence. However, he couldn't say anything in front of his teacher. All he could do was follow the procedure and end the ritual step by step. During this process, the fool Klein's reaction above the grey fog was even more intense than Patrick's. This was because, through the true vision provided by the grey fog, he saw the abnormality of the newly arrived spirit guide. The spirit guide's personal underworld expanded in a strange manner, encompassing every part of his body. And there was only one soul in the underworld. It was a young and handsome soul with a head of red hair and a rotting face. There was a flag mark on its glabella, and it wore blood-stained black armor. Klein was no stranger to this soul, so he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel Evil Spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Beekland. Furthermore, he has a certain cooperative relationship with the Angel of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card, accommodated the Tyrant card, and summoned the Sea God Scepter. He was prepared to give the Red Angel Evil Spirit a lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this urge and gave up on the corresponding thoughts. This would expose Patrick Bryan's problem, allowing the Angel of the Death Domain, Hater, to guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernite goddess's grasp and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, Klein quickly left the world above the grey fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette silently but quickly leave the garment factory and teleport away with his main body. He had originally planned on creating a terrifying experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual ended, and he had made some preparations in advance. At that moment, he could only give up to prevent himself from being discovered by the Red Angel Evil Spirit. In the garment factory, the young necromancer who was possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici pulled his hood even lower. He turned his head slightly and looked somewhere outside. It was the spot where Klein's marionette, Kona's Kilga, had been hiding. It was nearly a kilometer away from the garment factory. After gazing at him for a few seconds, the young necromancer put on a faint smile. Patrick Bryan was just about to say something and use his identity as the person in charge of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction, Beekland, to give his teacher's envoy a warning when his spiritual perception was triggered. His body turned around in a strange manner as he cast his gaze at another building in the garment factory. On the second floor of the building, behind a glass window in a room, a pair of emotionless black eyes were staring at him. Patrick Bryan's eyelids twitched as his body suddenly vanished. Oh! A cold wind blew, causing the glass window to silently decay. Without any movement, it shattered into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, the black-robed, thin-faced Patrick appeared. He saw that the owner of the pair of cold black eyes was a crudely made clay figurine. Who made the puppet? Who moved it here? Patrick Bryan cautiously looked around, not letting go of any corner. Just as he cast his gaze towards the corridor and his body was facing the glassless window, the crude clay figurine's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned. Then, it raised its hands and grabbed at Patrick's neck. Halfway through this action, the clay figurine seemed to lose its support and no longer had any vitality. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it instantly disintegrated into a pile of fragments. Patrick Bryan's figure first vanished before he appeared in the corridor. He stared at the collapsed clay figurine as though he was facing a formidable foe. In that instant, he had truly jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of strange and horrifying things related to spirits, it was still rather terrifying for a puppet to suddenly come to life without the influence of an external spirit body. The clay figurine's fragments lay there silently, motionless. Patrick Bryan waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no abnormalities. He once again traversed the spirit world and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black coffin had completely rotted, as though it had been buried in the soil for hundreds or thousands of years. As for the surrounding believers who sensed the underworld, they slowly recovered from their semi-conscious states. Patrick Bryan looked around a few times, but he didn't see the young spirit guide his teacher had sent. He had no idea when he had left the area. Wasn't he here to monitor me? This demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Considering the abnormality he had just discovered, the living clay figurine, Patrick Bryan didn't delay any further. He quickly awakened his believers, cleaned up the scene, and removed all traces. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Does this garment factory belong to you?" Patrick Bryan's figure instantly vanished, and when he appeared again, he was already facing the person who spoke. It was the young spirit guide who had disappeared to who knew where. "No," Patrick said with a slight frown. How could he do such things in his own clothing factory? Wouldn't there be no way out if he was exposed? He's not too stupid. The young spirit guide nodded gently. Patrick's eyes narrowed slightly as he held back his anger. "Where did you go just now?" The young spirit guide chuckled. "I went to a familiar place and met a friend." Chapter 11:10. 160 Beauclund Street, Dawn Dantes' residence. After Klein took a detour and teleported back, he didn't delay. He immediately set up an altar, held a ritual, and prayed to death. You are the essence of death. You are the ruler of the dead. You are the final destination of all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you can know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit. He possessed the body of a gatekeeper and cooperated with the high priest of the charismatic order, Hayter. He came to Beekland and became Patrick Bryan's assistant. On this matter, Klein really had no solution. All he could do was seek help from the Evernite goddess. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the ability or opportunity to kill Sauron Einhorn Medici by cooperating with the ascetic leader, Oriana, even if he could, once the Red Angel evil spirit disappeared, the high priest of the charismatic order's artificial death faction would immediately realize that something major had happened. From there, he would associate it with other abnormalities and determine that artificial death's condition wasn't right. Then, he would use his level, possible sealed artifacts, and familiarity with the pathway to carry out acts of destruction that wouldn't benefit anyone. And if the Red Angel was left alone, it wouldn't take long for this conspirer evil spirit to sense that something was amiss with Patrick Bryan. With his knowledge and intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the essence of the problem. No matter how I deal with it, it's a mistake. As expected of an angel from the war domain. Even if he is only left with a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still prevent others from finding a solution to the problem he created. This must have been an idea he gave Hayter. Actually, there's an extreme idea. It's to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches, official factions, or secret organizations because of other matters. In short, nothing related to the goddess can appear. I have to make things clear. The difficulty of this idea is how to make a high-level figure in the field of conspiracies jump into a trap. If I don't handle it well, the fire will burn me. After the prayer, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he patiently waited for the Evernite goddess to give him feedback. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal ashes that pleased the deity were swept up by an invisible wind. They flew out of the cauldron and landed on the table, forming words, "With his arrival, the land shall rise with weapons." What did that mean? Klein looked at the familiar sentence and frowned slightly. As a seer, he had a habit of interpreting it. Because of the problem with the king, ruin was in the shadow of war, so the Red Angel who symbolized war came. This meant that the war might be unstoppable. At sequence 1, it would become a symbol in itself. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, the invisible wind stopped. The interior of the altar that was isolated by the wall of spirituality became extremely quiet. Are there no other revelations? Klein waited for a while, and after confirming that it was really just that, he ended the ceremony and cleaned up the altar. He then walked to the sofa area in the room and sat down to see if anything else would happen. And after a full quarter of an hour, he still did not see the dean of the Night Monastery, the head of the 13 archbishops, the angel of concealment, Oriana. There's no need to deal with the Red Angel evil spirit. Are we just going to let it go? Or is there another solution that doesn't require me to get involved? Klein wasn't a devout believer of Evernite. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to do anything about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome for him, but it was also very dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began doing dream divination. What happened tonight made him instinctively feel that he couldn't waste a single moment. He had to digest the bizarro sorcerer potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to the pirate ship, men and older women were pushed to the edge of the deck with their hands tied behind their backs. Then, the pirates used their hands or feet to make them fall into the sea. Splashing sounds sounded one after another, but the pirates weren't affected at all. They laughed as they completed the bloodless massacre. After clearing the predetermined captives, they held their guns and lanterns and went to the side of the ship, prepared to watch the pitiful wretches struggle. However, under the illumination of the lanterns, the dark blue sea beside the ship quietly undulated without a single figure. It sank so quickly, a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of the pirate crew frowned and looked for a while. Perhaps some sea monster passed by and treated those who dared to resist as food bestowed by the gods. It's perfect. It won't attack us after being fed. Having said that, the leader waved his hand. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. As a rather experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. When faced with them, it was best not to seek out the reason and attempt to figure out the truth. Since it didn't harm him or his companions, he could thank the Lord of Storms for his blessings and pretend that nothing had happened. After confirming the people on duty, the pirates began to gulp down alcohol, eat large pieces of meat, and sing loudly. For the right to control the young female captives, they drew their swords and duelled. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the pirate leader brought a beautiful passenger he had long taken a fancy to and entered the captain's room. He couldn't wait to begin the final process of the night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the exhausted pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. The pirate leader jolted awake. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the window, he saw that he was hugging a piece of rough wood. Branches with green leaves grew out of the wood, hugging the pirate leader like a human's limbs. Pa! The pirate leader's pupils dilated rapidly. As he pushed the wood away, he jumped off the bed and stumbled backwards. Was I dealing with such a thing just now? His mind was filled with horror. Without bothering to put on his clothes, he picked up his gun and saber and left the room. Outside the door, there was a pirate on duty. Eavesdropping, why are you so happy? The pirate hurriedly asked when he saw the leader open the door. The pirate leader originally wanted to reprimand the other party for secretly drinking, causing his words to be slurred. However, when he looked up, he saw golden wheat grains growing in and around his subordinate's mouth. Even the surface of his tongue was densely packed with them. The pirate leader's scalp instantly tightened as a numbness spread from top to bottom, merging with a chill that went straight to his tailbone. At this moment, the door to the opposite room opened as well. A pirate cried out in a sobbing tone. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no!" A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch, so he raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed it, a green vine slowly grew out from the gap between his eye socket and eyeball. At its top was a dark red grape. The flesh around the grape was a mess. The pirate leader's body stiffened as he asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you encounter?" The pirate, who was still rubbing his eyes and didn't feel that there was a problem, didn't need to recall. He directly said, "A shadow that looked like a long rod struck me." "Whoa! You!" The pirate, whose tongue was covered in golden wheat, echoed. He was blocked by the leader and didn't see his companion's terrifying appearance. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably as he instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment, he saw a long shadow that resembled a rod rapidly sweep over from the side wall and strike him. The shadow disappeared in a flash, disappearing without a trace. It was like a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was a beat too slow before he subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to block it. Of course, it was useless. Then, he hurriedly checked his condition in horror, but he didn't find anything abnormal. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice. Thankfully, the voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as his hands uncontrollably lifted his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks in his chest and abdomen, 1 big and 2 small. In the big one, there were 2 neat rows of white teeth. In the middle of the small one were 2 nimble rolling eyeballs. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. The pirate leader's chest and abdomen had an additional mouth and 2 eyes. No! A blood-curdling scream erupted on the ship, carrying with it an indescribable, intense fear. In the next 15 minutes, some of the pirates went crazy and killed their companions. Some successfully escaped back to their own ships, only to realize that the people on them had also become deformed. Hence, they jumped into the sea in despair. After everything calmed down, there were only about 10 relatively normal pirates left on the deck. They hid in their rooms, their bodies reeking of stench. After a while, passengers walked out of the cabin one after another. Not a single one was missing. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They either thanked the gods or stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Early in the morning, Klein got out of bed and began washing up. Just as he changed his clothes with the help of his valet, Inuni, he saw butler Walter, who had returned from leave, walk to the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy cigars," Klein said after a moment of surprise. He suspected that this was a belated response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He got me to inform you that you have to go to St. Samuel Cathedral this morning. It's said that the church and the government will be holding an air defense exercise." "Air defense drill?" Klein's brows furrowed a little. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He suddenly turned around and looked out the window. In the sky where the clouds weren't thin, airships painted in dark brown were approaching in a dense pack. These airships were painted with diagonal stripes of red, white, and yellow. This was the flag of Faysac. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. The war wasn't necessarily started by the Ruin Kingdom. An ancient and secretive organization definitely had members with high statuses in other countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to influence the situation in the world. Chapter 11:11. Although the Sonya Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, which often had a lot of fog, the northern region would still be filled with fog from time to time in the early morning of every autumn and winter. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of Sonya Island back to the coast of Ruin. He had stayed in the northern Sonya Sea for too long, so he had to return for a debriefing. In the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly advanced, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as though it was a dream that didn't leave any traces. Alger was surrounded by the wind as he stood in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. He allowed his thoughts to wander in different directions without restraint. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a huge ship with a sail silently sailing through the fog in the distance. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were many of its kind. 1, 2, 3. They formed a long fleet. Faysac's Sonya Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they going? Alger's feet suddenly landed on the deck. His gaze then turned to the other side, where Sonya Island was located. After all the exchanges on the tarot, Alger had already confirmed that the world was in a tense situation. War was about to break out at any moment. At that moment, he made the connection and had a certain guess. To the Faysac Empire and the Kingdom of Ruin, Sonya Island was a very important place. If it were occupied by Ruin, the Faysac Eastern Navy would be stuck in the cold north, unable to vie for the various colonial islands in the Sonya Sea and unable to head to East Balam. At the same time, if they wanted to threaten the hinterland of Ruin, they had to cross the Amatha mountain range or cross Midseashire, passing through the defenses of several counties. It was very, very difficult. And if Sonya Island was occupied by the Faysac Empire, all the ports in the north and center of Ruin would be within range of attack from here, including but not limited to Inmat Harbor and Pritz Harbor. If the Faysac commander was a little bolder and didn't care about the losses, they could even directly target the Ruin capital, Beekland, which wasn't far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the 20-year war erupted between the two countries. The Faysac Empire emerged victorious and obtained the crucial southern passageway. In the War of the Violated Oath, Ruin won the war, but they failed to take back their territory. They only achieved half of their strategic goals. Alger stared at it for a while and whispered with a serious expression, "Is war about to break out?" In Beekland, a large number of Faysac airships entered from the north and arrived above the metropolis. Just as they approached, the Holy Wind Cathedral and other places seemed to be prepared. The howling of the wind suddenly intensified, transforming into bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like cannonballs being fired into the air. Just as the giant blades were about to slash at the airship fleet's airbags, an invisible layer of defense appeared, blocking all the attacks. Under the violent blows, the transparent wall began to sway, but in the end, it still managed to hold on. At the same time, the cannons, machine gun muzzles, and throwing ports on the airships opened up one after another as they aimed downwards. Bang! As a hurricane formed around the Holy Wind Cathedral, explosive sounds spread out in all directions. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like ships sailing in the sea. They rose and fell amidst the mountain-like waves, about to be thrown into the distance. At this moment, on the leading airship, a glow that resembled a mixture of blood and rust flashed. It enveloped all its companions and connected them one by one. Suddenly, the Fasak airship fleet stabilized in the hurricane, no longer looking like a tiny ship in a huge wave. The high-level powers of the Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was an art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After the Fasak fended off this wave of attacks, they pushed the bombs out of the throwing ports before the rest of the attacks arrived, allowing them to land. And in the hurricane, the trajectory of these bombs became unpredictable. Boom! Boom! The corresponding cannon muzzles also flashed with sparks as they displayed the joy of the god of war. The airship fleet didn't attempt to cross Beekland. After entering North Borough, they immediately turned to West Borough. That was the political center of the Ruin Kingdom. North Borough, Beekland University of Technology. The withered leaves of the parasol tree with inties fluttered in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As members of a higher education institution, as the first batch of students of this newly established university, these young people were filled with vigor and yearned for the future. Every day, they would gather together to discuss their ideals, recite poems, and research technology. They were pure and happy. Melissa Moretti walked in the middle of them and looked up at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching block. Her footsteps involuntarily quickened. Today, she was going to Chancellor Maumont's place to help with the preparations for the mechanical laboratory that was about to be announced. This was something that she liked and was very interested in. It made her feel happy every day. She felt that school life was beautiful and that her classmates were adorable. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive and complicated body showcased the infinite charm of the mechanical domain. Quite a number of students liked to gather there, knock, and study the structure. However, the school did not encourage this, nor did it forbid it. The corners of Melissa's mouth curled up into a smile as she was about to look away. Suddenly, an iron-gray object fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! The ground trembled violently as all the glass in the main teaching block shattered. If Melissa wasn't far away, she might have been flipped over by the shockwave. Countless screams sounded. Like the other students, Melissa fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had never experienced such a scene before. The billowing smoke and dust gradually settled. Melissa, who was hiding behind a tree, subconsciously cast her gaze at the spot where the explosion had occurred. Her expression froze in an instant, and her gaze became dull. The steam locomotive had already been torn to pieces, and its parts and fragments were scattered everywhere. Some of the students around and passing by were already lying on the ground with mutilated bodies. They were no longer breathing. Some were covered in blood and had charred marks on their bodies. They were still moaning in pain. Such a scene was like an oil painting. It was so unrealistic. Melissa stared blankly, momentarily unable to react. Carter, a male classmate she knew who was very research-minded. Every time they discussed, he would confidently say that he wanted to become a ship engineer. But now, only half of his body was left, and his intestines were flowing all over the ground. Eudora, her classmate from the same faculty, clearly studied machinery, but she loved poetry. She was quite talented in this aspect and was very popular with the people around her. Sometimes, Melissa would also participate in their gatherings and quietly listen to Eudora's recitation. She felt that she was really a charming girl. But now, one of her legs was badly mutilated, and she was moaning in a semi-conscious state. In just a few seconds, the future of these people had been cruelly changed. It wasn't until many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and began to rescue the injured and organize the evacuation of the students that Melissa woke up and hurriedly approached the teachers. "Listen to me. Split into 2 groups. One group will go to the laboratory, and the other group will go to Tennis Cathedral. They both have underground areas that you can hide in. Although one of the teacher's face was also filled with horror, he still calmed down and made arrangements in a clear and loud voice. He seemed to have received special training. He looked around and saw that the students still didn't dare to leave the teacher's side. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry too much. The enemy's airship has already turned around and is heading to Westborough. There's no danger here." Following his words were the rumbling sounds of explosions coming from the southwest. Westborough. The kingdom's upper and lower parliaments, various departments, and the city hall are all there. When Melissa heard the teacher's words, she immediately thought of many things. As her eyes flickered, she suddenly pursed her lips and turned to run to the school gate, ignoring the teacher's shouts behind her. Following the concealed area, Melissa quickly arrived on the street. She panted heavily and looked around to identify the direction. At this moment, she saw the nearby subway entrance. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had said. "There's an underground area to hide in." Isn't the subway underground? The bombing had just begun, so the subway shouldn't have stopped operating yet. As Melissa's thoughts raced, she rushed to the entrance that had traces of being bombed. When she entered the underground, she found that there weren't as many people as she had expected. Most ordinary people who hadn't received any training wouldn't have thought of hiding here. The subway had indeed not stopped operating, but no one checked the tickets. Melissa, who had been waiting for a while, ran up with her mouth tightly pursed, her face full of anxiety. 3 stops later, the subway stopped at King's Avenue. Melissa squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the car. Her strength had already recovered. She ran faster and faster along the stairs, and soon, she came to the surface. At this moment, it was chaos everywhere she looked. Many buildings had collapsed and were burning with scarlet flames. Broken limbs, the dead, and blood were everywhere. Shouts, screams, and orders came one after another. Seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious. She tried to run to the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the place was already sealed off. She could see that the glass was broken, and the walls were densely packed with bullet holes. There were still traces of explosions in some places. Melissa went around the blockade and tried to enter, but she was blocked by the soldiers who were maintaining order. She became more and more anxious, and her eyes were already slightly red. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was Barnson without a hat, with black hair and brown eyes. As soon as Barnson saw Melissa, he immediately came over. The anxiety on his face eased, and anger appeared. He shouted, "Why did you run over here? Why didn't you hide underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me over there." "You didn't go underground either." Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother like this, wanted to reply, but her vision was already blurred. "Phew." After shouting, Barnson let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're fine. Quick, don't wander on the streets." Hearing that, the panic and worry in Melissa's heart calmed down. It was a miraculous calmness. At that moment, she felt that even if she died, it was not that scary. At least she would not be the only one left in the family. At this moment, a bomb was blown by the hurricane and landed in this area. Suddenly, the bomb changed direction and flew away horizontally. Boom! It exploded in midair, only stirring up some wind. Chapter 11-12. Rumble. Rumble. In the building at 17, Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the mistress, Stellan Sammer, and her maids hid in a corner of the room when they heard the explosion from afar. They felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. When the continuous and terrifying commotion grew further and further away, Stellan straightened her body and looked around with an abnormally tense expression. What happened? The 2 maids shook their heads at the same time. They were both confused and afraid. Stellan left the corner and instinctively wanted to walk out of the room to talk to her neighbors and figure out what had just happened. However, she was worried that an accident would strike again. All she could do was walk around the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and saw that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his manservant. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The tall and sturdy Luke replied with a solemn expression, I happened to pass by the area, so I came straight back. Quick, put on your coat, we're going to the church now. What happened? Stellan asked the question again. Luke took 2 steps forward. Faceax airships are bombing Beekland. How could that be? Stellan widened her eyes in disbelief. Now is not the time to discuss this. Anyway, it has already happened. We must go to the church immediately. Luke gave his wife a hug. Don't worry too much. I don't think the airships are coming this way. All right, Stellan replied, still a little flustered. As she put on the coat brought by the maid, she instinctively said worriedly, what about the children? They are in the church school. Someone will arrange for them to hide. We can't get there in time, Luke said calmly. All right. Stellan made a prayer gesture, hoping that the deity she believed in would provide her with protection. The 2 of them, together with the servant and maid, quickly left the house and walked towards the other end of the street. When she passed by the house at Unit 58, Stellan glanced at it and whispered, that's right. I used to laugh at lawyer Jürgen, saying that he moved south because of Mrs. Doris's illness, giving up the many opportunities in Beekland. Now, I'm a little envious of him. Luke glanced over and said, don't worry too much, it'll be fine. As Stellan walked forward quickly, she couldn't help but ask, Luke, are we escaping from Beekland? No need. Luke Sammer replied firmly. It was just an accident. Seeing that his wife was obviously puzzled, he added, Beekland is the kingdom's capital, so it's definitely the area with the highest level of defense. This happened because everyone didn't expect it, resulting in negligence. Next time, the Phasacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military strength in the northern and southern continents. The Phasacians will definitely be taught a lesson. It's impossible for them to invade Beekland again. After this, Beekland will be the safest place. I see. Stellan felt that what her husband said made sense and was willing to believe him. After the explanation, Luke was silent for a few seconds. However, we still have to make some preparations. When the church announces that we can move freely, we will immediately bring the children back and buy more food. Buy as much as we can, in the public school in the Beekland Bridge area. Due to the distance, Daisy and her classmates didn't notice what had happened in the North and West districts, nor did they sense the chaos that had spread to Hillston Borough and Sherwood Borough. However, there were still teachers who came to their classrooms and organized them to line up for the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the Great Smog of Beekland last year. Back then, they had also been asked to hide in the cathedral beside the school. I did something similar happen again. The shadow in her heart made Daisy's body tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at the teacher in charge. She asked, "Is it another disaster?" "Maybe." The teacher didn't know the exact situation and only knew to follow the telegram's instructions. "Is there such a disaster every year, or even more than once?" Daisy asked in a slightly ethereal voice with a hint of innocence. The teacher gave her a pitiful look and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste the others' time. She followed the order and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a daze. North Borough, 22, Phelps Street. When Audrey, who was at the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation, heard the explosion, she immediately hid her dragon scales and rushed to the window. As she watched the airship formation with the FASAC flag appear in midair, she watched as the bombs were deflected by the hurricane and thrown into the distance, either landing and exploding or disappearing as though they had entered the spirit world. Audrey's mind flashed with the words of the world's German Sparrow and the psychological alchemy mission. As a result, she came to a realization. The war had really broken out. She immediately turned her head and said to Susie, her personal maid, Annie, and the others, "Don't worry. Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although Audrey didn't know how to deal with an airstrike, the education she received from a young age told her to head to the cathedral as soon as possible if she encountered danger. In fact, her instinctive thought was to immediately rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother. However, Considering that Annie and the other servants and staff were ordinary people without experience or the ability to deal with such a crisis, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to St. Samuel Cathedral. In order to resolve the danger she might encounter on the way, Audrey planned on wearing Hand of Horror and Lie at the same time. On the one hand, she could distort the trajectory of the bullets, and on the other hand, she could control the flames to detonate the bombs ahead of time. In the face of long-range attacks, it was indeed difficult for the beyonder powers of the spectator pathway to be effective. After secretly protecting her servants and the Foundation staff, Audrey successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests coming over to welcome her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl, Countess, and Lord Hibbert. They have their own people protecting them. An air raid of this level won't hurt them. Besides, you know how big and sturdy your basement is." A bishop quickly brought Audrey to the side and consoled her. Audrey took off her gauze gloves and nodded, agreeing with the bishop's words. She was no longer in a hurry to go home. "What's the situation now?" "The Phasacians lost 2 airships and have turned to Westborough. Don't worry, all the defensive forces have been awakened. They won't be able to cause any more damage." The bishop simply said a few words and led Audrey and company to the underground area of the cathedral to hide. And 1 level below was where the Nighthawks were active. 160 Beauclund Street. Butler Walter and a group of servants were hiding in an underground area that doubled as a wine cellar. This was an order from Dawn Dantes, and this gentleman had brought his valet to find Bishop Electra. After an unknown period of time, Walter and company heard knocking on the door. Through the hole in the door, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any attacks now, but let's hide in St. Samuel Cathedral for a while longer," Klein said as he surveyed the area. "Yes, sir," Walter responded on behalf of the servants before asking, "What happens after that?" As a qualified butler, he often read the newspapers and knew that the situation was tense to begin with. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that a war of a certain degree would erupt after the bombing. Klein pondered for a moment. "Once the church has confirmed the situation, we will go to Mega Manor. You can bring your family along. Regardless, the kingdom's capital is definitely a relatively safe place. And the manor at the periphery of the capital won't be a target of an air raid. It's of no value. Yes, Mega Manor has plenty of food and large amounts of wine. Even if the war continues for a long period of time, we won't have to worry about starving to death." Upon hearing their employer's words, the servants who had already married immediately revealed looks of delight. Their paleness and fear from before were wiped away. Walter directly expressed his gratitude. Then, he deliberated and said, "We can buy more food." "You can buy more food." Under such circumstances, no one will ever complain that there is too much. Also, the vicinity around Beekland might not be attacked again, but public security might be in chaos. The manor outside the city has to be guarded against this. Klein nodded. "I've considered this as well. I'll get Member of Parliament marked and the military to discuss buying a batch of scrapped weapons and bullets. You have to practice more. In short, Inuni and I will return to Beekland to handle matters based on the situation. If there's anything we didn't consider, we'll make up for it when the time comes." As for food, Klein didn't forbid Walter from buying it. This way, if there was a famine, he would have the ability to provide relief. After discussing the follow-up, everyone in Dawn Dantes' residence packed their luggage and brought their valuables with them. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and went underground. Klein immediately saw Audrey, who was walking among the crowd and calming them down. He smiled and nodded at the noble lady. Upon seeing Dawn Dantes, Audrey returned a smile. From his attitude, she confirmed that nothing major had happened. Force and Zio moved once again, but they still moved to the periphery of East Borough. Furthermore, they were closer to the Beekland Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Force rubbed her hair and walked out of her bedroom to prepare lunch. As she swept her gaze, she saw Zio, who had long gone out, sitting on a chair and quickly flipping through the newspapers. "What's wrong?" Force asked in confusion. Zio frowned. "The Phasacians have launched an air raid on North and West Borough." "What?" Force blurted out before recalling the discussion on the tarot. At this moment, The paperboy's voice sounded from outside. Extra, extra. The kingdom has declared war on Faysac. Extra, extra. The kingdom has declared war on Faysac. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 11:13. Extra, extra. The kingdom has declared war on Faysac. Klein, who had returned to Beekland from Mega Manor, sat in a carriage and listened to the paperboy shouting as he ran quickly on the streets. Although he was already prepared, Klein still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The grudge of Sonia Island being snatched away from a key territory. The conflict between the colony's interests. The defeat of the previous war. The economic decline caused by pollution control. Ever since the Grain Act was enacted, a large number of domestic farmers have gone bankrupt due to the impact of foreign food products. The extremely terrible living conditions of the people at the bottom of the social hierarchy. The widening gap between the rich and the poor. The middle class are blindly confident in Ruan's national strength, and they're eager to have a chance to raise their status. The conflict between the different political parties in high society has intensified, tearing each other apart. The king and his faction want a large-scale war. With so many factors added together, just from an objective and materialistic perspective, it's almost inevitable for Ruan to export war. Reality is the best writer. Klein jumped out of his previous position and re-examined the situation in Ruan from the perspective of a bystander. He discovered that the tides of the era had already formed and were surging over. Without the descent of a true god, there was really no way to stop it. In comparison, he was more puzzled as to why the Faysac Empire was willing to initiate a war. Even if the members of an ancient secret organization were members of the upper echelons of Faysac or the Church of the God of Combat, and were key figures who had the right to make decisions, it was impossible for them to act arbitrarily on such an important matter. And why would others agree to a war of the world? Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in Faysac has completely intensified, and there's an urgent need for a war? Klein lacked sufficient understanding of the empire in the north, making it difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. But they had just won the war in East Balam and seized even more colonial benefits. There's no reason for their situation to be worse than Ruan's. Yes, the royal family, the Einhorn family, is in charge of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they desire war, but there's no reason for the Church of the God of Combat to not stop it. As a member of the Orthodox Deity Alliance, they lack the motivation to help Amorn's brother advance to Sequence 0. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had a guess. Did Amorn's brother notice that the goddess has obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway and divulge this information to the Church of the God of Combat at the critical moment? And the God of Combat is a neighboring pathway to the goddess, so it's impossible for him to ignore this matter. He will definitely respond to an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by that brother of Amorn's. It might also be that the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's angel, Haita, had discovered the abnormality ahead of time under the warning of a conspiracy expert like Sauron Einhorn Medici. On the one hand, he pretended not to notice anything and continued setting up the probing. On the other hand, he brought in the Church of the God of Combat to make the situation worse and more chaotic. The Red Angel evil spirit is really a symbol of war. If that's the case, then it's inevitable for Faysac to start a war. Furthermore, there's no way to mediate the matter regarding the uniqueness of the death pathway. At the critical moment, the God of Combat might directly descend, and a war of gods that hasn't happened since the Fourth Epoch would erupt. For Faysac's airship fleet to be able to pass through the nearly 100-kilometer area from the coast to Beekland without being detected, there's definitely a weather warlock providing protection. Otherwise, even if they take a detour to a sparsely populated area, they would definitely be seen ahead of time. They would definitely be intercepted by Ruan's airship fleet. A weather warlock is an angel. Since the Fifth Epoch, there have been very few Beyonders appearing in wars at this level. After the Emperor's death, most soldiers don't even know that there are Beyonders in the various colonial wars. What does it mean for a weather warlock to take action? This is really a war that will sweep the entire world and involve all levels of society. Is this what Amorn's brother wants? When that happens, what side will the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of steam and machinery, and the god of knowledge and wisdom choose? Will the conflict between them that has been suppressed for 1 or 2,000 years intensify because of this? Earth Mother likes giants, and there are even phasations among her blessed. As for the Potter kingdom, due to the split of Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, it has a deep-seated hatred for Ruin and Intis. The will of the royal authority and the divine authority will likely be unified. It's very likely that they will form an alliance with Phasak and attack Ruin and Intis from the south to the north. Of course, the countries like Lenberg and the Church of Knowledge that are in the middle will definitely stop them. Desi Bay is directly bordered by Potter and Ruin. The south won't be peaceful either. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. And regardless of which aspect it was, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Even a sequence 4 demigod wouldn't be able to exert any critical influence in such a situation that could lead to a war of gods. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Phasak airship attacked, the first thing Klein did was to arrange for Walter and the others to hide in the underground area that served as a wine cellar. Then, he teleported to Beekland University of Technology. At that moment, a bomb had already landed there. There were deaths and injuries. The only thing Klein was glad about was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the blast radius. After Melissa rendezvoused with Barnson, the Phasak airship didn't stay for long. It quickly evacuated from Beekland before he returned to Dawn Dantes' mansion. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and turned his head to look out the window. He saw that when the pedestrians on the street heard the kingdom's declaration of war on Phasak, a small number of them revealed looks of horror, as though they had recalled the air raid in the morning. Most of them looked confused and a little panicked. They wanted to do something, but they didn't know what to do. They might not be able to truly understand what such a war would bring, but they instinctively felt that the peace had been broken. The future was chaotic and filled with the unknown dangers. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, Inuni, who was sitting opposite him. From his eyes, he realized that he was also slightly at a loss. With a half smile and half sigh, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He put away his depressed and helpless emotions and thought about what he could do and what he needed to pay attention to. Regardless, with this experience and lesson, the king's faction has also launched a war as they wish. Before Ruin is completely defeated, it's almost impossible for Phasak to invade Beekland again. It's safer for Barnson and Melissa to stay here. What I need to worry about is the shortage of food and all kinds of assassinations. The latter isn't a problem. The place where Melissa and Barnson live and their own levels determine it. They won't be able to come into contact with important figures who can easily be assassinated, so they won't be implicated. Fortunately, Portland Moments Laboratory has just been set up and hasn't produced any results. It won't become a target that needs to be destroyed. As for the former, I can provide some assistance through Miss Audrey. Winter County, where the Holy Cathedral is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. It's adjacent to Phasak, and it's the front line of every war. Mara Moriona might return there to help the military. Yes, she might also be sent elsewhere to protect the coast. After all, Beekland's defenses are sufficient. The royal family definitely has grade 0 sealed artifacts and angels. The 3 churches most likely have hidden means. This way, my greatest reliance will be gone. At most, I'll receive a certain degree of help from the churches and use some sealed artifacts. Previously, I wasn't too worried that the return of the Red Angel evil spirit would affect me. Now, I have to be more vigilant in this regard. Patrick Bryan knows that Dawn Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, equivalent to Death's Blessed. This was deliberately revealed by me, hoping to lead the suspicion to Mr. Aztec, Death Consul. And now, this also means that it won't take long for the Red Angel evil spirit to grasp this information. The Red Angel evil spirit is only at a high level at the moment. Its actual level shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable grudge between him and me, and I don't have anything he wants. Even if he knows that Dantes is equivalent to German Sparrow, the chances of he directly dealing with me are very, very low. Apart from directly attacking, what other harm will he bring after he grasps this situation? using this to set up a scheme or sell the information to someone who needs it. What scheme? Who would need it? Thoughts and names surfaced in Klein's mind, but they were quickly eliminated by him. This included Amon's brother and the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. From the Red Angel evil spirit's previous actions, he wouldn't come into contact with the people of Rose Redemption at the moment. And Amon's brother and Medici were mortal enemies. Suddenly, a name appeared in Klein's mind: Zaratul, the leader of the secret order. Zaratul, the Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway who had gone mad and returned to normal. According to Rhodes's feedback, this powerful and secretive existence had already left his original location was unknown. Klein had previously guessed that Zaratul would come to Beekland because of the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The Medici, Zaratul, and Zoroast families are all working for the Solomon Empire. Even if there's no friendship between them, they must be very familiar with each other. Zaratul saw the German sparrow in the foggy town. If he really wants to pursue something, he'll definitely target the crazy adventurer. Klein's heart stirred as he instinctively began to assume that Zaratul was in Beekland and was searching for traces of the German sparrow. He then used this as a premise to analyze other anomalies. Almost instantly, Klein recalled something: the failure of Sharon and Company's joint operation with the Sanguine. Rose School is also looking for the German sparrow. Will Zaratul, who received the corresponding news, cooperate with them? Back then, the operation was almost a success. The person in charge of Rose School in Beekland had to evacuate in a hurry. Clearly, he only noticed the problem at the last moment. This is something that's unlikely to happen when the Sanguine has prepared the corresponding sealed artifact. Even that Duke is puzzled and puzzled. But what if it's the intuition of a Sequence 1 angel of the seer pathway? That's a good explanation. Back then, Zaratul was sitting opposite the person in charge of Rose School in Beekland. During Rose School's frantic evacuation, they even deliberately left behind puppets to create moonlight and cleanse everything. Was it to hide Zaratul's existence? Also, it's no secret that German Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul. Could Zaratul have spread his marionettes everywhere to sense if there's any power of death in Beekland? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding the ritual, there was actually a marionette of Zaratul watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the information to Zaratul, wouldn't returning to Boklund Street in such a chaotic situation be throwing myself into a trap? Klein's pupils constricted as he immediately said to the carriage driver, "Let's stop here. I suddenly remembered that there's something else I need to deal with." After saying that, Klein tensed up, afraid that the carriage driver wouldn't be able to answer as he continued driving forward. Thankfully, none of this happened. The carriage stopped by the side, and Klein walked to a nearby alley with his valet, Inuni. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers in an empty spot, allowing the scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket and envelop him and his marionette. He wanted to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as quickly and secretly as possible. With a flash of flames, Klein and Inuni's figures vanished. However, after he completed a jump, the flames he sensed suddenly vanished. All of them were gone. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. There was an ordinary reclining chair, and on it was a thin, tall, young man of Southern Continent descent. He had good facial features, but he lacked the color of blood. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. The Red Angel played with a ball of scarlet flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. "You actually sensed it earlier than I expected. Heh, to play flaming jump in front of me." Chapter 11:14. The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated as the human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party said. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment, the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. The countless transparent creatures that were indescribable were all dyed with the color of iron and blood. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke, and the 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge were obscured, making it almost impossible to see them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Zaratul?" Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained its extremely annoying smile and pointed at the sofa opposite the reclining chair. If I had already informed Zaratul that Dawn Dantes is German Sparrow, when you return to 160 Beauclund Street in the morning, what awaits you in the wine cellar won't be a living person, but a butler and servants who are hung like dried ham. Of course, they will also warmly welcome you. Have a seat. In such a situation, it's not a bad thing to listen to my thoughts and intentions first. Imagining the scene described by the Red Angel evil spirit, although he had done something similar himself, his hair still stood on end as he felt a chill run down his spine. He maintained his vigilance and made the marionette, Kona's Kilga, who had transformed into Dawn Dantes, sit on the sofa while he stood by the side as his valet, Inuni. He had unknowingly swapped positions with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan and haven't had the time to inform Zaratul? Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the Red Angel evil spirit's words that Zaratul had really arrived in Beekland. This was a complete, unrestricted, strange, and terrifying sequence one angel. It was enough to be called a hidden existence. The Red Angel evil spirit's gaze swept across his valet and his master as he smiled. I can get what I want to know from a fool like Patrick Bryan in 15 minutes, and it's been an entire night and morning since the ritual. You and Miss Messenger might have something in common. Klein made his marionette raise his eyebrows. So? The Red Angel evil spirit made the reclining chair beneath him shake gently. I wonder if you've heard of this saying before. When you choose a beyonder pathway, the corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for me, I'm not your friend, but I'm not your enemy either. Of course, you and I did have some conflicts, but we didn't suffer too many losses. It's all in the past. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to some people I hate, so I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue to advance. The Emperor said something similar. I hate certain fellows. Klein deliberated and returned with a question. Blasphemer Amorn? He's not that ignorant, nor is he that stupid. The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and stroked his chin. Be it his words or actions, it made him have the urge to hit him. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a problem. Then you can choose Zaratul. If he can advance because of this, he will also bring great trouble to Blasphemer Amorn. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. I still need a long time to grow. There are too many unexpected possibilities in between. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning. How can a fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, compare to a sequence one Zaratul? To see who dies faster. At this point, the Red Angel evil spirit changed the topic and sighed. However, if this world can choose the most ideal solution for everything, that would be wonderful. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on his bloodless left cheek. The gash was very large, and his mouth also opened and closed, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The decline of the Sauron family was caused by Zaratul and Roselle. This is the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family. The Red Angel's split personality is more serious than I imagined. No, this isn't considered a normal split personality. It's just 3 people being stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to reach an agreement first, or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel evil spirit wasn't setting up a trap. He really has no way of telling Zaratul the corresponding information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future. After muttering silently, Klein asked, Then why did you come to me? Just to say what you just said. The Red Angel evil spirit raised his hand and rubbed his left cheek, making the mouth that appeared slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled and said, Aren't you investigating the Ruin royal family? This seems to involve a relatively high-ranking demoness named Katerina. If you have any traces of her, inform me before you carry out your normal operations. Saintess of White Katerina. Why is the Red Angel evil spirit looking for her? Sequence 4 of the Hunter pathway can cause a female to become a male. Sequence 7 of the Demoness pathway can cause a male to become a female. These should be two beyonder pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel evil spirit can't find a suitable hunter pathway beyonder characteristic, so he plans on jumping to the demoness pathway? That's right. As an evil spirit, as long as he can resolve the problem of his existence, he can also advance through potions and characteristics. Klein was first taken aback before he made a guess based on the secrets he knew. And this instantly made him have a strange thought: when there are high sequence beyonder characteristics of both the hunter and demoness pathways in his body, will the Red Angel evil spirit appear as a male or a female? Who has a higher level, who is in charge, and who decides? At this moment, the Red Angel evil spirit looked at Dawn Dantes and his valet and scoffed. You have a talent for provocation. I haven't said anything. Klein replied inwardly in a daze. The Red Angel evil spirit curled his lips and said, I can guess what you're thinking. I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them. Shut up. A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks. Klein looked at the dissociative personality scene opposite him and rationally gave up on delving deeper into the topic. He said, It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is, how should I inform you? From his point of view, Katerina, the demoness of unaging, wasn't a good person. The Red Angel evil spirit was the same. It was a good thing to cause a conflict between them. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled when he heard that. Of course, it's by chanting my honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Pooey. The mouths on both sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's cheeks let out a contemptuous sound at the same time, as though he didn't approve of it. This is a standard honorific name of a deity. After wielding the uniqueness, Medici is already a quasi-god to a certain extent. And as long as no one accommodates the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, this evil spirit's level won't decrease. The honorific name will always point to him. Klein nodded in thought and probed, What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor? Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before it scoffed. That's right. Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel evil spirit's facial muscles twitched slightly before he scoffed. You might not know about this, but you might be familiar with the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor. Klein deliberately provoked him. The Red Angel evil spirit suddenly laughed out loud and slapped the armrest of the reclining chair. Your tricks are as childish as a 3-year-old child. Haha, the secret hidden by the Ruin royal family is very simple. I can guess it just by reading the newspapers. TSK, you only have a smart face, but your brain is filled with squirming worms. You can guess it just by reading the newspapers? Klein frowned slightly and asked. The Red Angel evil spirit stopped laughing and curled the corners of his lips. Of course, you also need some necessary common sense. I believe you should have it. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and then you'll understand how simple the answer is. Does the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor belong to the type that the Church knows about? No. Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and continued asking, Do you know which pathway and sequence Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor was at before he advanced to sequence 0? Black Emperor pathway, sequence 1 Prince of Disorder, Klein replied calmly. The Red Angel evil spirit nodded slightly. Do you know that before Alistair Tudor became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consul of the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire? The ones supporting him are 6 of the 7 deities, including Evernight and Storm? Klein nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit crossed one leg over the other. Then do you know that Alistair truly went mad after becoming Blood Emperor, and that he perished in a war of gods? I roughly know. Klein didn't dare to be too sure because he had read it from Roselle's diary, and the Emperor had learned it from Mr. Dorr. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled when he heard that. Then do you think Alistair Tudor had the rationality and opportunity to leave behind a secret ruin after becoming Blood Emperor? No. Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel evil spirit then spread out his hands. Since it's a ruin left behind by Alistair before he became Blood Emperor, and it wasn't known to the 6 deities who supported him back then, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path that's destined to lead to madness? This. Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums needed for the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual. To the Prince of Disorder, before the return of the past Black Emperor, secretly seeking to advance to Black Emperor was what he wanted to do. That ruin is related to the Black Emperor? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel evil spirit stroked his chin again and chuckled. You seem to know about the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the current King of Ruin been doing for the past 2 to 3 years? The abolition of the Grain Act, the unified examination for government employees, the reorganization of the military, the suppression of the House of Lords and Nobles, and the strengthening of the House of Commons. Aren't these all things published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Judge pathway can be transferred to the Black Emperor pathway? This was because many of these things were the trends of the times in Klein's eyes. One of them was even pushed by him. In the past, he had never examined them from the perspective of mysticism, but now that he was connected, he immediately came to a realization. Soon, he remembered something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle. He happened to be related to Amorn's brother. Chapter 11:15. The Abolition of the Grain Act. Unified examination for government employees. Making concessions and introducing the church's forces into the military. These seem to be in line with the trend of the times, but in essence, they are suppressing and weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the ruling methods of more than 1,000 years ago, this can really be considered a rule that defies normal circumstances. It's the kind of order needed to become a Dark Emperor. In the past decade or so, the architectural style has also changed greatly. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and obtain the corresponding sequence one beyond a characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in a lot of effort. It might even have directly provided a portion of it. When this emperor perishes, who will take away those characteristics? Also, Bernadette has been in Beekland for the past few months. She used to come here often. Sigh. It's mainly because of the asymmetrical aesthetics of the empires of the 4th epoch that affected my understanding. I misunderstood the rules that defied normal circumstances as strange and an order that defied human nature. Now that I think about it again, what do you mean by normal circumstances? Isn't it just a state where everyone is already used to not directly resisting their instincts to survive? From tribes to countries, from feudalism to republicanism, didn't they all go against the normal situation at that time? Countless people wanted to return to the past. The phrase leftovers is a good summary of the problem. From the looks of it, as long as there's no deity's interference, the change that the Dark Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's only a matter of time. The tide of the times is really hard to stop. That brother of Amorn's is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. What's hidden deep in the Blood Emperor's ruins should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the requirements of the ritual, it has to be repaired by driving the people. That's why there are the missing people in East Borough and the overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, they can use the excuse of praying for victory or the entire country mourning the dead soldiers to organize a large number of people to participate in the sacrificial ritual in different cities of the kingdom. Yes, many years ago, the Ruan royal family obtained the crown of the Balaam Empire and linked the king's name to the title of emperor. What a good plan! Jolted awake by the Red Angel evil spirit's question, Klein tensed up. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the same time, he had another question. He looked at the thin, young, and bloodless gatekeeper opposite him and deliberated. George III wants to directly become the Dark Emperor? But is not even a sequence 4, even if he could act ahead of time to make himself more talented, reducing the impact of the mental imprint in the potion, Klein didn't believe that a sequence 5 could directly become a god unless he was lucky enough to grasp an extremely small chance of success. And this luck wasn't something that could be simply described as sufficient. Even the Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin, who symbolized fate, didn't dare to directly devour the die of probability. He still had to seriously find a way to accommodate it. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed when he heard that. How do you know that George III is only a sequence 5? How can you be sure that the George III being examined is the real George III? Couldn't it have been imagined, or perhaps it was transformed by a faceless person at the angel level? These are indeed very difficult things to do, but for a certain paranoid person, this is all within the scope of his own ability and the resources he has at his disposal. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that imitates our Rose Redemption. His true level might already be at the level of an angel. Heh, I wouldn't be surprised if he reached sequence 1. Roselle the Great once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he can't imagine. Apart from dealing with the 7 churches, there's nothing they can't do. This actually includes the king of a country? That's right. A late-stage emperor is also the ruler of Intis. Paranoid. This is the evaluation of the red angel evil spirit of Amon's brother. Although this is clearly a little extreme and has a strong subjective bias, there's definitely some truth to it. A nickname isn't randomly given. Klein made the marionette frown slightly. The truth of this matter seems to be easily seen through, but why haven't the churches of Evernight, Storm, and Steam discovered the problem yet haven't discovered the crux of it? Their understanding of the Dark Emperor isn't any less than yours. After all, the 2 churches of Evernight and Storm had supported the Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. The Red Angel evil spirit revealed an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches aren't necessarily the same at times. What the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints below. Seeing that Dawn Dantes was still frowning in confusion, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled again. Believe me, what I just said and what I'm about to say is undoubtedly to sow discord and destroy the image of the 6 deities, but you can think for yourself if it's the truth. Let's put it this way. Regarding the matter of someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 6 deities, the 7 deities, is rather ambiguous. They often contradict themselves. To describe it more accurately, they are happy to see the birth of a mentally sound Black Emperor, but they hope that it's the one they support. Therefore, they won't give their respective churches too specific revelations. They only get them to follow the normal procedures. If they can find out, they'll punish them. If not, they'll tacitly agree to the development. Of course, in this process, we can't rule out the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it won't be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by other gods. If he hadn't grasped this attitude, how would George III have dared to take the risk? Alright, now that the war has broken out and he has survived the crisis, he can patiently wait for the next opportunity. Klein suddenly thought of how the news of the raid on the ruins of the Blood Emperor had been leaked in advance. For a moment, he didn't know if he should suspect that there were members of that ancient secret organization in the upper echelons of the 3 churches, or if a certain god had personally reminded his brother. If it was the latter, the suspect could be the Lord of Storms. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked hesitantly, so, as long as there are no accidents in the future, George III, who has done so much, will welcome the apotheosis ritual? And if everything goes smoothly and he withstands the backlash of the potion, he will ascend to the throne of Dark Emperor? The Red Angel evil spirit replied in a relaxed tone, Is there a problem? Why did the 7 gods? Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel evil spirit clicked his tongue. Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now. Just as Klein was about to say of course, he suddenly recalled the warning given by the servant of concealment, Mar Amoriona. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. Forget it then. Very good. You nearly died because of curiosity and stupidity. The Red Angel evil spirit shook its head regretfully. He then looked out the window. If there's nothing else, you can leave. All right. Klein made his marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-leaning, half-lying Red Angel evil spirit suddenly asked, I have a feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you would have been able to do something about it, right? Of course, why do you think I chose flaming jump and not teleport directly? That was to hide the movement of the paper cranes being lit in the wallet. This way, Snake of Fate or Septin's gaze will silently land on me. Once something goes amiss, he will use the yesterday once more charm. When dealing with existences at your level, how can I not be careful, and keep my means hidden? Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel evil spirit's question. He smiled in tacit agreement. Pa. With a snap of his fingers, scarlet flames gushed out from his pocket and enveloped him. As the scarlet red dissipated, Klein's figure disappeared in front of the Red Angel evil spirit. Beekland, Dr. Alan Cerise's house, inside a black pram. The plump baby rubbed its eyes and mumbled silently. To a child, Beekland really isn't a good place to live in. 39 Beauclund Street. After a divination, Klein met Marked, who was about to head to Westborough, as he wished. Aren't you going to Mega Manor? I also plan on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor, Marked said as he pinched the sides of his eyes. I wonder when the after effects will disappear. Klein retracted his gaze from his actions and sighed. I need to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to obtain food, you can help me buy some as well. From his point of view, the people at the bottom of society had no way of hoarding food because they didn't have the money. At most, they could prepare a few days' worth of food. Therefore, his purchases wouldn't affect them for the time being. When food began to run out, he could donate the extra food he bought through Miss Audrey. Before the temporary law on food control was passed, even if Klein didn't hoard food, other rich people would. Furthermore, they might not donate it. No problem. Marked agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price, because he had given housekeeper Tunaja a total of £5,000 for such expenses. Of course, after confirming that Zaratul was in Beekland and that the Red Angel evil spirit knew that Dawn Dantes was equivalent to German Sparrow, he had already decided not to return to Mega Manor. He wanted to change his identity to prevent it from affecting the innocent. As for the excuse, it was that the Church of Evernight had arranged for him to do certain things and wouldn't be able to return for a long period of time. If there were any charitable activities that required his cooperation, he could listen to Miss Audrey's arrangements. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 11:16. On the way from Beauclund Street to St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein passed by the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to discover that the door was still open. As the founder and current board member, he was rather concerned about this matter. He temporarily slowed down his advance and turned around. Just as he entered the door, Klein saw Miss Audrey walk down from the second floor. Beside her were her maidservant, the Golden Retriever, and a few staff members. Good afternoon. There doesn't seem to be anything that requires you to persevere under such circumstances. Klein went forward and voiced his doubts. Audrey held the newspaper in her hand as she looked at Dawn Dantes and said, "A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. A few of the recipients were injured in the air raid. I've just visited them and arranged follow-up treatment." This noble lady's eyes were a little red, as though she had seen all sorts of tragic things in the hospital. May the goddess bless them. Klein came to a realization as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to voice out the idea he had long prepared. I plan on donating some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more. An excellent idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you, Mr. Dantes. Audrey tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion as her eyes suffused obvious joy and pity. I'll do my best. She didn't just want to donate money. She also wanted to organize the corresponding matters. Klein nodded and said, "There's no need to praise me." "You don't need to praise me. I'm just doing what I should do at a time like this. Apart from donating money, I'll also donate food. You can directly discuss these matters with my butler, Walter." "Yes, Miss Audrey, I can now write a letter of authorization for you, allowing you to use my name to mobilize Mega Manor's resources." "What about you, Mr. Dantes?" Audrey asked with a vague guess. This was the most normal reaction in this context. I've received a notice from the church to help them do something. As for the details, I haven't been to St. Samuel Cathedral, so I don't know for now. The only thing I can be sure of is that I'll be on the move recently. I won't be able to return to Mega Manor for a very long time. Klein told her the reason he had made up earlier. Miss Audrey, I've learned about your character and ability during this period of time in the Foundation. Your background and status also determine your vision and structure. Entrusting this matter to you is the best way I can think of. Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a veteran spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around Justice Audrey. Well, that didn't include the dog. Is Mr. World going to temporarily give up his identity as Dawn Dantes so that he can hide and do certain things? Audrey pretended to be in deep thought and pondered for a few seconds. In this situation, I can't refuse such a request. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately got his valet, Inuni, to go upstairs to get a piece of paper and a fountain pen. Then, under the witness of the staff, he personally drafted a letter of entrustment. He signed his name, stamped his fingerprint, and stamped his seal. After doing all this, Klein looked at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. Did anything else happen? I just returned from outside the city and heard the paperboy shouting that the kingdom has declared war on Faysac. Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, not long after the Faysac airships launched an air raid on Beekland, their Sonia Sea fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Royal Navy base and the surrounding shipyards on Oak Island in Pritz Harbor. Thankfully, the Church of the Storm received a warning in advance and sent a telegram over ahead of time. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but they lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people were killed or seriously injured. This is war. Klein sighed and said, "Can I see how the king declares war?" Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, and she could tell the sarcasm in Mr. World's words. She didn't reject it and handed the newspaper over. It was a copy of the Tussock Times. Without needing to expand it, Klein directly saw the king's declaration of war on the front page. 708 years ago, the Faysac took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Faysac snatched away half of our interests in East Balam. Today, they bombed Beekland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Ruan were killed and injured as a result, and their blood stained the land. We can't back down anymore. Backing down will only result in the repeated bullying of the Faysac. If we continue backing down, we will lose all our interests overseas. We won't be able to sell a large number of our products, and countless workers will lose their jobs. Even more farmers will go bankrupt. Everything in the past and present shows that justice is in our hands, and we already have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor, George III, represent the House of Lords and Commons and represent the kingdom's government to declare war on Faysac. Unless they raise the white flag and raise their hands to surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance and reclaim Sonia Island. Advance and occupy St. Millam. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods are with us. Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to control the curl of his lips. He then returned the Tussock Times to Audrey, took off his hat, and bowed. "I'll have to trouble you with the rest. Please don't worry." Audrey returned the bow with the letter of entrustment and the newspaper. Klein didn't delay any further as he left the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Inuni, and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, there weren't many believers in the cathedral. Most of them had returned to their homes and were busy preparing for life after the war began. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands, and placed them in front of his mouth and nose. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Evernite goddess. Then, he said, "I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that Zaratul might have already arrived in Beekland. And the Blood Emperor's secret ruins are most likely the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor's ritual." After finishing the prayer, Klein waited patiently for a while before seeing Archbishop Anthony Stevenson enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint's face was clean and beardless. He wore a black robe with a crimson moon symbol on it. He didn't make a sound as he walked, as though the night was slowly descending. When he approached Dawn Dantes, Anthony didn't say a word. He only gestured with his eyes before turning towards the library. Klein stood up, put on his hat, and followed silently. As for his valet, Inuni, he walked to the entrance of the cathedral with his cane in hand and waited there. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. He said to Dawn Dantes, "The war has broken out. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide a certain amount of help?" Indeed. From the looks of it, Mara Moriona has already left Beekland. As Klein sighed, he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "It's my honor. Praise the goddess." After responding, he immediately asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I'll inform you when there's something. Try not to go home during this period of time," St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. Klein instantly understood what he meant. It was to hide first. He didn't have the energy to deal with Zaratul for the time being. At most, he could provide protection within a certain range. "Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a long period of time, and the upper echelons of the church have to deal with the war. The negative effects of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are each more terrifying than the last." Klein nodded gently. "Yes, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you." St. Anthony drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady. The only home is peace," Klein replied with a well-practiced gesture. Then, he left St. Samuel Cathedral and turned into another street with his valet. After walking for a while, Dawn Dantes and Inuni disappeared at some point in time. East Side, in a 2-bedroom rental house. With an ordinary face, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Soon, Rionette Tynker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. She was not surprised at all by the new appearance of her contractor. Klein didn't hand over the letter. "Tell Miss Sharon and Marek that Zaratul has come to Beekland and might be in contact with Rose School. Tell them to be careful. It's best if they don't even go to Braveheart's bar for the time being. Zaratul." This time, Rionette Tynker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though she had spent a certain amount of effort to remember who it was. The leader of the Secret Order, a Sequence 1 angel who once went mad but has now returned to normal. Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. He didn't mention that Zaratul was very interested in German Sparrow. He believed that as a high-level spirit world creature, Miss Messenger would be able to sense his uniqueness to a certain extent. Otherwise, there was no need for this angel to lower herself to be a messenger. If it was for the yesterday once more charm, she could have provided help in a more dignified manner. As for why Zaratul wasn't able to sense the grey fog's aura in the foggy town and was interested in German Sparrow, Klein believed that there were 3 reasons. First, the grey fog's beyonder convergence allowed this powerful seer to come to Beekland and prophesy something. Second, German Sparrow was actually able to leave the foggy town after obtaining the wrong symbol and return to the real world. Third, German Sparrow might be related to an organization that believed in the Fool. After Zaratul came into contact with Rose School and discovered that the Mother Tree of Desire was also interested in German Sparrow, even if he didn't have a guess, the importance he placed on him would rise exponentially. Rionette Tynker didn't say another word. One of her heads swung forward and bit the gold coin. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein pulled a chair and sat down. Separated by a wooden desk, he observed the sky outside the window. The layout of the rental apartment was the same as the one he had stayed in Tingen City. Inside was a bedroom, and outside was a living room, dining room, and study. There was also a bunk bed. At that moment, apart from him, there were also Marionette's Konas and Inuni in the room. Chapter 11:17. After sitting in a daze for a while, Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He then conjured German Sparrow, and through praying to Mr. Fool, he passed the 2 messages to Danis and Katlir. The former was to remind him to be careful of the Secret Order. Although Klein didn't believe that Zaratul would directly seek out Danis, a person who had ties with German Sparrow, it wasn't wrong to warn him. As a bizarro sorcerer, Klein had a certain level of understanding of the beyondness of the seer pathway. He believed that those who could truly mature were sufficiently cautious and careful. There were exceptions and oddities, but it definitely didn't include Sequence 1 Zaratal. And in the present situation, in the eyes of an angel who had grasped enough secrets, Danny's was more like a bait that was deliberately thrown out to hook certain targets. Therefore, there was a high chance that Zaratal would carefully avoid him. At most, he would send members of the secret order to do some indirect investigations. By the same logic, Klein's message to Katlia also contained such content, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, Klein had also informed Admiral of Stars of his original plan to delay the tarot, allowing her to decide if she wanted to purchase the Plantar Pathways Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Metallurgist potion formulas. West of the Berserk Sea, the Roz Island. Here, Danny's, who was searching for clues to Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts, held a cup filled with golden beer as his expression suddenly turned extremely complicated. Why? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter. Anderson swirled the Lanty-proof malt liquor in his hand and teased Danitz, who was in an abnormal state, with a smile. Danny's gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. We have to be careful of the people from the secret order. Ever since he got to know the German Sparrow, he had often heard similar words. His reaction had changed from panic at the beginning to numbness and depression. He suspected that there would come a day when he would be wanted by all the organizations, big and small, with the exception of Mr. Fool. Andrew Sun sized up Danny's and chuckled. Sometimes, I think the German Sparrow is more like a hunter than I am. Heh, so you guys have a special method of communication. You don't even need to summon messengers. Danny's was about to give a perfunctory reply when a person with inties rushed in from the entrance of the tavern. He was holding a telegram. Fasak is conducting air strikes on Beekland. Ruin has officially declared war. A declaration of war? Anderson and Danny's looked at each other. Relying on their pathways characteristics, they acutely smelled the scent of a large-scale war. Fasak has attacked Beekland and Pritz Harbor. Ruin has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad fleets aren't at the harbor. They didn't suffer any losses and are rushing back to Ruin's coast. Admiral of Stars Katlia's fleet happened to pass by Oravi Island. She had gathered all sorts of information from the telegrams. She was just about to consider how a pirate crew should deal with such a situation when she suddenly saw the endless grey fog and heard the words of the World German Sparrow. Be careful of the people from the secret order. Be careful of Zaratal. To a certain extent, Katlia, who was considered an Intis person, first paid attention to the most unimportant matter. And it was precisely because of this that she didn't have any doubts about the World German Sparrow's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. She believed that this was an extension of the secret order and Zaratal. Finally, her lips parted slightly as she muttered the names of the 2 potions. Druid. Classical Metallurgist. This Sequence 4's modern name should be Ancient Metallurgist. In the past, it was called Human Metallurgist. Katlia subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. At this moment, at sea with a time difference from Beekland, Frak Lee and Artisan Chav were leaning against the side of the ship, basking in the sunset. The former looked relaxed and content, but there was a hint of puzzlement in his eyes, as though there was still a problem that he couldn't solve. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. Mushrooms were scattered all over his clothes. Druid. Ancient Metallurgist. Admiral of Stars Katlia repeated the 2 specialized terms again as she felt something heavy press down on her body. After about 10 seconds, Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself inwardly. Mr. Fool didn't give any hints. Since Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, it means that it's nothing serious. With this thought, resplendent starlight floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Katlia walked down the staircase and came to Frank Lee and Chav's side. After a few seconds of silence, Katlia asked, Frank, what are your ideals? Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had come over. Only then did Frank Lee realize that the captain had come over. He pushed himself up with his palm and flipped himself up. Ideals? The biologist thought seriously for a moment and said, that's right. To be able to research soil, crops, and hybridization technology without any restrictions. Also, to prevent humans from suffering from famine and to make everyone equal. What you can do, I can also do. What you can grow, I can also grow. Upon hearing this, Chav slowly got up and silently crouched to the side. He opened his mouth and began vomiting. Frank Lee was not affected at all as he continued, in order to have such a world, there must be sufficient food and resources. Therefore, I hope to create a variety of creatures that can adapt to different environments and conditions. Everyone has their own preferences. I prefer fish, cows, spores. Admiral of Stars Catlear listened to Frank's recount with a deadpan expression. During this process, she continuously nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge 3 times. After a moment of silence, Catlear asked, "You're only one step away from the last step of your research." "Yes, I'm just short of the catalysis of Druid's powers. If I still can't obtain the formula, I wish to get Chav to help me turn the Druid beyond a characteristic I have into a mystical item," Frank answered frankly. "No, I won't help you, you devil." Chav, who was silently vomiting, raised his head and shouted anxiously. Catlear watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her palm, a gold coin appeared out of nowhere. Clang! The gold coin first flipped up before landing in Catlear's palm with the head facing up. "There's the Druid potion formula. It's from German Sparrow. 5,000 gold pounds." Catlear described it in detail, as though she was deliberately saying it for Chav to know who the real murderer was. Frank Lee's eyes immediately revealed pure joy. "He's really a good person. Captain, I've only saved up 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Most of his savings had been used to buy the Druid beyond a characteristic. He had even sold some items for it. Catlear fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she nodded under Frank Lee's expectant gaze. "All right. North Borough, Beekland Medical College Affiliated Hospital." Eudora lay on the hospital bed with a blank expression. She didn't have the vitality of a young girl. She woke up from her coma very early, but she didn't open her eyes. She heard the doctor tell her parents that her right leg, which had been injured in the air raid, might not be saved. They had to be prepared to amputate it. After that, she lay there in a daze. She felt that there were many people coming over. Among them, the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation's director, Audrey, who was only visiting the student next door, heard about her matter and expressed her willingness to pay for her subsequent treatment. The school's principal, Mr. Portland Moment, promised to create the most advanced and convenient mechanical prosthesis, allowing her to walk like a normal person. But none of this dispelled the gloominess, heaviness, sadness, and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18 years old. Before she could taste the beauty of life, she was about to lose a leg and lose her ideals. Her family wasn't rich. Her father was a grocery store owner who believed in the Lord of Storms. He was rude, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and cowardly. She relied on her father to survive and supported the family with hard work. If there was a second child in the family, Eudora wouldn't have been able to go to school at all. But even so, her father chose Beekland Technical School, a place where results could be seen quickly. She had previously felt that she was lucky. The Backlund Technical School had been reorganized into the Backlund University of Technology, and she had passed the exam to become a true university student. This filled her with smiles every day, allowing her to spread her happiness to the people around her. She even had the free time to pursue poetry. Eudora's ideal was to stay in school in the future and become a university teacher. She wanted to find a husband who liked her and she liked him. At the same time, she would not stop writing poems, hoping to publish them in magazines and newspapers. Now, all of this was destroyed by a bomb falling from the sky. It was destroyed mercilessly and unusually coldly. After a long time, Eudora silently pulled up the quilt and covered her face. She made a low cry like a cub. The crying didn't stop. It lasted for a while. Eudora suddenly felt something and opened the quilt. She saw a black shadow standing beside the bed. The black shadow's face was half covered by mushrooms and the other half was full of weeds. He was holding a wood-colored cane in his hand. Eudora couldn't even scream. She felt that her heart was about to explode. And the black shadow touched her with the head of the cane. Eudora felt that her heart had returned to normal. Her right leg was cool and she seemed to have a feeling. She looked at the bed again. There was no black shadow. In a daze, Eudora moved her right leg and found that it didn't hurt at all. It was as if she had never been hurt at all. She pulled up the quilt again and covered her face. Dozens of seconds later, there was a cry of disbelief, horror, and joy under the quilt. 9 heavens, Shen Huang.